Chapter 98. The girl who asked the question had an arrogant tone. She was young, but already had a face that could topple cities. However, even though she was beautiful, when she spoke, she raised her head and pointed her nose at others, just like a female peacock. She used a very commanding tone, which made Yun Sheng feel disgusted when she heard it. Both of them were intermediate students of the Royal Magic Academy. Yun Sheng had only been in school for a week, so how could she have offended an intermediate student? Yun Sheng quickly realized that it was most likely because of her fight with Song Jie. She heard that Song Jie had an older sister, so it must be one of them. I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? The female student who accompanied her saw that Yun Sheng was only looking at them without speaking and scolded her fiercely. If Chen Lianer hadn't insisted on persuading the freshman to join the combat association, she wouldn't have even bothered to come. You think I'll answer just because you asked? Who do you think you are? Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Bodhisattva Guanyin, Combat Association, right? 3 words, I'm not interested. Yun Sheng disliked this kind of bitch who thought that she was the #1 queen in the world, and that both men and women should kneel on the ground and lick their toes. Chen Lianer and Song Xiangru didn't understand what Yun Sheng was saying, and they didn't think that a freshman would dare to go against their wishes. Yun Sheng finished speaking and turned to leave. A biting cold water arrow shot out from the ground. If Yun Sheng hadn't dodged quickly enough, she would have been hit. A water elemental magician. Yun Sheng frowned when she caught sight of the water elemental magic beside the female student. Among the 4 elements, fire and earth were the strongest in terms of attack and defense. However, it would be a big mistake to say that water and wind elemental magic were useless. This female student could shoot water arrows with a wave of her hand. She had already mastered the water elemental magic. Yun Sheng wasn't afraid of a head-on confrontation, but she didn't want to reveal her true strength. I am the vice president of the Royal Magic Academy's Combat Association, Chen Lianer. Freshman, you'd better know your place. The Combat Association rarely accepts students from the Magic Potion Department, much less an invitation from this vice president. Chen Lianer was a queen-level figure in the academy that everyone sought after. Her tone already carried a warning. Unfortunately, Yun Sheng was really an ignorant and tactful person. Her previous impression of the combat department was too bad. I've already made it very clear that I'm not interested in the Combat Association, Yun Sheng said. With a light leap, she landed in a medicinal field. You're courting death. Chen Lianer was infuriated. She had already gathered water element in her palm. Vice President Chen, it's best if you consider this carefully. The grass under my feet is a rare, Great Hunter frost grass. If you want to teach me a lesson, these grasses will also suffer. At that time, if the academy blames you, you won't be able to gain anything. Yun Sheng glanced at the grasses beside her and warned. She wouldn't do something as stupid as hitting a rock with an egg. Chen Lianer was very cunning. She had always been a good student in front of the academy's teachers. She definitely wouldn't ruin her good reputation for a Magic Potion Department freshman. Her expression changed very quickly. Her anger was immediately replaced by a charming smile. I was only joking with you. Why would I bully a freshman? You can reconsider. The Combat Association welcomes you at any time. Chen Lianer finished speaking and gave Song Xiangru a look. Holding hands, they left. They hadn't gone far when Chen Lianer's face darkened. You ungrateful brat. You dare to disobey me? I'll make sure you lose your footing in the Magic Academy. Lianer, I've said it before. That freshman isn't worth roping in. But don't worry, we can't directly teach her a lesson in the academy. I've already found someone to leave the public medicinal field to her alone. She can't take care of so many fields by herself. She won't be able to last long, Song Xiangru said contentedly. You're sure she won't be able to last long? Chen Lianer's acuity was far beyond Song Xiangru's. She had already noticed that the medicinal field was wet, and the mud had stained the boots she had just bought. To be able to water such a large medicinal field in such a short period of time, even she would not be able to do it. Song Xiangru then noticed that the public medicinal field had already been watered. How can it be? Just by this brat? Someone must be helping her. The news from the Academic Affairs Office clearly said that the freshman was only an earth and fire mage. It's impossible for her to be proficient in water magic. Song Xiangru looked around and found that the medicinal field had already been watered. Maybe her teacher helped her. But Teacher Mary doesn't seem to be proficient in water magic either. Chun Lianer gazed at the freshly watered medicinal field that was emitting an earthy fragrance. Since we're going to do it, we'll do it to the extreme. Make sure she has no way to turn the tables. Chun Lianer's beautiful face revealed a trace of ferocity. After Chun Lianer and the others left, Yin Sheng stayed in the medicinal field for a while. It was only when dusk had deepened that Gufeng came to find her. Wow, Yin Sheng, you're taking care of such a large public medicinal field by yourself? Why? Are you worried that you can't take care of so many medicinal fields by yourself? I can help you. When Gufeng arrived, Yin Sheng was standing in the medicinal field. Her brows were tightly knitted, and she had a thoughtful expression on her face. Chun Lianer came by just now, Yin Sheng said. Chun Lianer, you're talking about the vice president of the Combat Association. Oh no, it must be because of Song Jia. His sister Song Xiangru is one of the main members of the Combat Association. Did they do anything to you? Gufeng was shocked when he heard this. The Combat Association had a great influence in the Magic Academy. Now that she was targeted, Yin Sheng's future days will be difficult. She didn't do anything to me, but that might not be the case next time. Chun Lianer's appearance made Yin Sheng realize that her strength was far from enough. If she didn't quickly become stronger, she was bound to become the second Gufeng. Should we tell Teacher Mary? Gufeng was fearful. No need. The other party isn't stupid. They definitely won't do anything to us in public. Yin Sheng believed that Chun Lianer could become the vice president of the Combat Association, not just because of her beauty. Gufeng, you entered the academy early. Do you know how to improve your magic in a short period of time? The faster the better. In order to compete with Chun Lianer, Yin Sheng had to ensure that she was proficient in at least one type of intermediate magic. From the looks of it, she was most confident in fire magic. I know that. You can enter the Central Magic Tower. I heard from others. Practicing in the Central Magic Tower, the speed of practicing magic will be at least several times faster. Even several dozen times faster. Intermediate students like Chun Lianer, they usually practice in the Central Magic Tower, Gufeng said with an envious expression. Chapter 99. Hearing Gufeng's words, Yin Sheng immediately recalled the tower she had seen on the first day she had entered the academy, in the central square of the Magic Academy. That was the Central Magic Tower. Seeing that Yin Sheng was interested in the Magic Tower, Gufeng excitedly began to explain. As he spoke, he brought Yin Sheng to the Academy's plaza. Through Gufeng's explanation, Yin Sheng found out that the Central Magic Tower was not built for the Royal Magic Academy. The Central Magic Tower, more accurately, was an ancient magical ruin. On the boundless continent, there were many large countries, and most of their territories had already been divided. But there were still some places that the country's army could not conquer, and those places were called ancient ruins. There were many types of ancient ruins, and there were many types of ruins. Sometimes it was a vast plain, sometimes it was a dense forest, but it could also be an ancient building. Most of the ancient ruins had restrictions on the outside that were difficult for ordinary people to cross. Only the strongest warriors, magicians, or summoners could break through the restrictions and enter the ancient ruins. But as long as one entered the ancient ruins and successfully came out, they would reap extraordinary rewards. They might have obtained powerful battle techniques passed down from ancient times, or they might have comprehended ancient magic that had been lost for a long time, or they might even have gained the favor of ancient mythical beasts. So even though the ancient ruins were extremely dangerous, there were still countless adventurers who dared to take the risk. But the ancient ruins were not so easy to discover. There were only a few maps of the ancient ruins on the continent, and they were all in the hands of large countries, aristocratic families, and even mysterious organizations. Ordinary people would not be able to touch them. But for the students of the Royal Magic Academy, They did not need to enter the ancient ruins to enjoy the benefits of the ancient ruins. The reason was the Central Magic Tower. Speaking of the Central Magic Tower, there was a legendary figure. That was the founder of the Academy, and the only saint-level guardian king in Zhou State, Guardian King Lan. This mana tower was brought back by Shakyamuni Lannin when he entered an ancient ruin. Zhou State's magic was not flourishing, and in the many years since the founding of the country, there had only been one Guardian King. To every student of the Magic Academy, Guardian King Lan was a godlike existence. Bring back a pagoda? What kind of concept was this? Even with a storage ring like the Beast Language Ring, it was impossible to achieve this. As if he already knew that Yun Sheng would not believe him, Gufeng continued. It turned out that every law emperor on the continent would comprehend a special type of supreme magic. The supreme magic that Shakyamuni Lannin comprehended was a type of space-time magic that could fold space. Back then, the Guardian King had used this kind of supreme magic to bring the Central Magic Tower back. After Lannin's death, he gifted this tower to the Royal Magic Academy. After several generations of maintenance, the Central Magic Tower became a landmark of the Royal Magic Academy. How could there be such a miraculous spell? Yun Sheng was exposed to a more comprehensive system of magic during the elementary magic course. The magic she knew was not limited to the elementary, junior high, and high school magic. Above high-level magic, there were sacred-level magic, supreme magic, and miraculous magic. It was said that after practicing miraculous magic, one could even reverse the flow of time. However, these were too far away for Yun Sheng and Gufeng now. They were just sorcerers who had not even mastered elementary magic. It's a pity. I never had the chance to enter the Central Magic Tower. I don't know what the Magic Tower looks like. Everything I know is just what I heard from others. Gufeng stuttered as he scratched his head. For most public students, entering the Central Magic Tower to practice was an extravagant hope. To enter the Magic Tower, one needed a magic card. To obtain a magic card, one had to rely on one's performance in class and the results of various faculties' combat to exchange for the corresponding magic card. In the Royal School, there were 3 types of magic cards. The first type was the elementary magic card, with a maximum of 5 points. The second type was the intermediate magic card, with a maximum of 20 points. The third type was the advanced magic card that was held by the tutors and only the outstanding students in each year's assessment could obtain, with a maximum of 50 points. The last type was the supreme magic card, which could only be obtained by making a special contribution to the school. There was no limit to the number of times it could be used. Magic power cards were not rare among the intermediate students, but for the junior students, especially the public students, due to their ordinary family background, even if they were talented, due to the lack of various quality resources, they would lose at the starting line to the aristocratic students in the academy, let alone win against those aristocratic students. Gufeng himself, because of his poor performance in magic combat, had never been able to obtain a magic card. As for Abandon, although he had the ability to do so. However, because he had killed his opponent in a teaching accident, although this matter had been resolved by the school, the Academic Affairs Office had forcibly deprived Abandon of the opportunity to enter the Magic Tower for a year. Therefore, before Yun Sheng joined, the 13 Magic Potions group had never obtained a chance to enter the Magic Tower. Perhaps you will have this opportunity very soon. You forgot, I have a magic card. Yun Sheng took out the magic card that she had won from Song Jia. After obtaining that victory, according to the previous agreement, Yun Sheng had already become the owner of this magic card. Yun Sheng had obtained a full elementary magic card from Song Jia. It was the magic card that Song Jia had exchanged with his achievements for the past 2 months. There should be 5 magic points in it. With the mana card, Yun Sheng could train in the mana tower. With the mana card, Yun Sheng would be able to train in the mana tower. With so many mana cards, training in magic would undoubtedly be a shortcut. Gufeng was overjoyed. He did not expect that there would be someone in the 13 Magic Potions group who had the opportunity to enter the Magic Tower. It's us. You forgot, you also contributed to this card. Yun Sheng still remembered that Gufeng had blocked the arrow for her. Although this kid was timid and weak, he was still quite manly at that moment. No, Magic card can only be used by one person. Besides, it was mainly your contribution that day. As long as I didn't drag you down, it's already good enough. Gufeng was embarrassed. He understood that Yun Sheng's magic talent was much higher than his. An elementary magic card could only be used for 5 hours. Gufeng would rather Yun Sheng make the most of this 5 hours than waste the precious magic card on himself. Gufeng, this kid, was still belittling himself. His light magic talent had not really been stimulated. Yun Sheng did not force it. She made up her mind that next time, as long as there was a chance, she would definitely win a magic card for Gufeng. After knowing the possible benefits that the magic tower could bring to magic practice, Yun Sheng was already eager to give it a try. On Sunday morning, she used the earth thorns to cultivate the soil in the public herb field. In the afternoon, she could not wait to bring the magic card to the magic tower. Chapter 100. Yun Sheng, Junior Student, Potioneering Mage, Magic Power Card, 5 points. You can choose to use it for 5 hours or 1 hour at a time. Please note that the Magic Power Card is calculated as a whole number, and the odd number is not reserved. The Magic Tower's guardian was an old magician with a withered face. The old magician's age was unknown. He used his turbid eyes to size up Yun Sheng and read the information on the Magic Power Card. I'll cultivate for an hour first. Yun Sheng came to the Magic Tower for the first time, so she didn't know the specifics of cultivation and the effects of cultivation. For the sake of safety, she decided to cultivate for an hour first. The old magician immediately handed her a magic crystal key labeled 204. He reminded Yun Sheng that after an hour, she only needed to crush the magic crystal key and she would be automatically sent back here. The Magic Tower was a 6-story tower building. Each floor had a total of 13 magic spaces. Each magic space seemed to be adjacent to each other, but in fact, it was completely independent. The students could use any magic or meditate in the magic space, and the outside world would never know. In the Magic Tower, junior students could use the 1st to 2nd floors, intermediate students could use the 3rd to 4th floors, and the 5th and 6th floors were only used by mentors and master magicians. Yun Sheng walked up the stairs. Along the way, she met a few beginner students from the combat department. When they saw a beginner student from the potion department enter the Magic Tower to train, they all curled their lips in disdain. Yun Sheng ignored them and went straight to the 4th magic space on the 2nd floor. She opened the door. In a magic space, various colors of magic elements streaked across the surroundings. It was like a clear night sky with countless meteors flashing in the starry sky. Yun Sheng couldn't help but secretly sigh. It was worthy of being called the Magic Tower of the Ancient Ruins. The magic elements here were at least several times more than the outside world. Meditating in such an environment was bound to be able to obtain more magic elements. Just as Yun Sheng was about to sit down and meditate, she suddenly felt the magic soul in her body become restless. The magic elements that were originally floating by the side also changed. The multicolored magic elements seemed to have been cast by someone and instantly stopped moving. User of Magic Space 204, you have a 5-elemental magic soul and meet the requirements to open the restriction of the Magic Tower. Once the restriction is activated, your magic cultivation will be increased by 5 times. If the time in the outside world does not change, you will obtain 5 times the cultivation time. In a situation where the time in the outside world was inconvenient, he could obtain 5 times the time. In other words, the flow of time and magic elements in room 204 had been slowed down. Yun Sheng would have an additional 4 hours of magic cultivation time, but from the outside, only 1 hour had passed. But what was the deal with the restriction in the Magic Tower? Obviously, the owner of the Magic Tower, Lanin, not only brought the Magic Tower back to the Magic Academy, he should also have added an additional restriction in the Magic Tower. And this kind of magic would only be activated when there was a special student. Without wasting any more time, Yun Sheng sat down cross-legged and used Yun Sheng's Dream of Ice. In the space, the 4 magic elements were quickly absorbed into Yun Sheng's body. Her body thoroughly entered a state of deep meditation. all the disturbances in the outside world disappeared. When a restriction in the magic tower was activated, the withered old magician who was waiting inside the magic tower moved his eyelids. He seemed to be talking to himself. The restriction has been activated. Multi-elemental magic has appeared in the Magic Academy again. Not long after Yun Sheng entered the magic tower, a few sneaky figures appeared next to the public herb field under the scorching sun. After about 15 minutes, the figures left. 4.5 hours had passed. The magic elements in room 204 were mostly absorbed by Yun Sheng. But in another 12 hours, the magic elements in the magic tower would be restored again. This cycle would continue endlessly. In the process of meditation, Yun Sheng's orc speech ring on her finger had also absorbed a large amount of magic elements. Cultivating in the magic tower, even the puffed egg in the summoning ring benefited a lot. Yun Sheng slowly exhaled and moved her stiff body. She was pleasantly surprised to find that her wind, fire, earth, and water magic spirits had all improved to a certain extent. Only the black magic spirit, which represented the dark element, did not have any changes. Yun Sheng waved her magic scepter, and a large number of earth spikes drilled out of the ground. Then, she cast a fireball spell. The fireball's lethality was much greater than before. I don't feel tired after using magic twice in a row. It seems that my control over the 4 elements has improved a lot. Yun Sheng believed that if this continued, she would soon break through to become an archmage. It was a pity that she did not have enough magic cards. Otherwise, her cultivation would definitely speed up, and she would not have to be afraid of Chun-Lian'er and the others in the future. Yun Sheng thought that maybe she should think of some ways to obtain more magic cards. Noticing that the orc speech ring had also undergone a certain change, Yun Sheng summoned the puffed egg. As soon as the puffed egg was summoned, Puffed Egg was very excited. Puffed Egg, it's an ancient ruin. Dear Master, Puffed Egg loves the smell here. There's the smell of home here. Can you leave Puffed Egg here? The smell of home? Could it be that the Puffed Egg had been to other ancient ruins? Or was it originally living in an ancient ruin? The Puffed Egg was left behind by Yun Sheng's mother. It was very mysterious. Yun Sheng also tried to ask the Puffed Egg about its origins, but the Puffed Egg itself could not remember. This was also the first time that the Puffed Egg recalled memories related to its past. You are my beast. If you are discovered, the fact that I am a summoner will be exposed, Yun Sheng said with a straight face. Puffed Egg, you won't be discovered. Puffed Egg can disappear. The Puffed Egg begged pitifully. The egg emitted a 5-colored light, and in the light, its round body gradually disappeared. If it were not for the fact that Yun Sheng and the Puffed Egg were telepathic, Yun Sheng would have thought that the Puffed Egg had disappeared. Invisibility. The Puffed Egg had this kind of ability? Yun Sheng thought for a moment and decided to keep Egg Popo by her side. Every time she meditated, some of the magical elements would be devoured by Egg Popo. If she left Egg Popo in the magic tower, where there was an abundance of magical elements, not only would it be helpful for Egg Popo's cultivation, but it would also relieve the pressure on her own mana consumption. Puffed Egg, then you have to promise that you will obediently stay in the magic tower until the next time I come to the magic tower. You can't be discovered, otherwise I will cancel the contract with you. Hearing that Yun Sheng wanted to cancel the contract, the Puffed Egg immediately became obedient. Hour was almost up. Yun Sheng crushed the magic crystal key and left magic space 204. Chapter 101. It was only afternoon when they left the magic tower. Yun Sheng met Goofing on the way. Yun Sheng concealed the matter of the first layer of restriction and roughly explained the situation in the magic tower. Are you interested in Mentor Mary's magic laboratory to see me concoct magic potions? Goofing was happy for Yun Sheng. He stole a glance at her and very embarrassedly extended an invitation to Yun Sheng. Goofing was also a public student, but he was only responsible for helping Mentor Mary concoct magic potions on weekdays. Yun Sheng had not started her potions class yet. Because she was studying ancient medicine, she also had a certain interest in magic potions. Yun Sheng thought about it. The matter of the public medicine field was almost done. She also had nothing to do in the afternoon, so it would be good to see how magic potions were concocted together with Goofing. The teachers of the magic potions department all had their own magic potions laboratory, and Goofing was Minter Mary's assistant. Minter Mary was not there. The laboratory was about half the size of a public student's dormitory, and various materials for concocting magic potions were displayed inside. Yun Sheng took a look and discovered that the concocting of magic potions was actually similar to that of ancient medicine. However, the concocting of magic potions required the use of magical elements, which sounded more like the alchemy of the Middle Ages. There is also a wide variety of magical materials from various magical ores, magical beast soul stones, animal hides, animal bones, and various magical herbs. It was hard to imagine that all kinds of magic potions were made from these materials. I can concoct beginner agility potions and antidote potions. Goofing smiled foolishly. Magic potions were the only skills he could bring to the table. Goofing also relied on selling basic magic potions like agility potions and antidote potions to earn his daily living expenses. Generally speaking, as a mage, relying on his own magical power, he could concoct at most 2 bottles of magic potions a day. Minter Mary's task for Goofing was to concoct 1 bottle of agility potion and 1 bottle of antidote potion a day. Teacher Mary had put a lot of thought into this. She had refined a potion that could increase a person's perception and control of magical elements. It was especially important for students of the potion department. Let me try. Yun Sheng was also very interested in refining magic potions. Yun Sheng chose to refine the water of agility. Yun Sheng checked the refining method of the agility potion. As she had studied Western medicine in the medical university, Yun Sheng had already calculated the ratio of different materials in her mind as soon as she saw the formula, as well as the possible consumption of magical elements during the refining process. After that, Yun Sheng found a few more materials among the materials that Mary had discarded. She began to extract the remaining elements from the materials. Then, she added the appropriate amount of water element to control the size of the fire element. She used the wind element to regulate the fusion of the magic potion and the earth element as the final stabilizer. During the refining process, a golden light flashed in Yun Sheng's eyes from time to time. At her fingertips, several different colors of magical elements were freely fusing and changing. Gu Feng, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. He only felt that Yun Sheng, who was refining the magic medicine, was so eye-catching that his eyeballs were about to fall out. Done! In less than a quarter of an hour, a bottle of orange potion appeared in Yun Sheng's hand. Heavens, it's really orange. It's actually orange agility potion. That's a mid-grade agility potion. Goofing was dumbfounded. This was too miraculous. This was Yun Sheng's first time refining a magic potion. Even if it was the same agility potion, it was divided into different grades. The market price also differed greatly. The color of the magic potion determined the potion's effect. A blue magic potion was a beginner's magic potion, a mid-grade magic potion was orange, and a high-grade magic potion was red. The color of the magic potion in Yun Sheng's hand was as pure as the warm winter sun. It was orange without the slightest impurity. With Goofing's eyesight, after following Mary for more than half a month, it must be a mid-grade agility potion. A beginner's agility potion could allow a person to maintain agility for 5 minutes. A mid-grade magic potion could maintain agility for 10 minutes, and a high-grade magic potion could maintain agility for 15 minutes. If this were to flow into the market, who knew how many people would rush to buy it? It really is a mid-grade agility potion. It's too amazing. Yun Sheng, you're really godly. Goofing looked carefully and suddenly swallowed his saliva. It seemed that Mary had said that the probability of an ordinary magician refining a mid-grade magic potion was about 1 in 1,000. Hee, I would just try my luck. I also didn't think that I would be able to refine a mid-grade potion. Yun Sheng attributed the reason why she was able to refine a mid-grade potion to the combination of Shun Nong's pupil and trillium hand. In addition to her 5 elemental spirit, Her sensitivity towards magic elements was extraordinary. Her ability to control fire was also first class. With the combination of these factors, she was able to successfully refine a mid-grade potion in one go. If later, Mary sees this, she will definitely be overjoyed. Goofing was unable to part with the bottle of agility potion. He carefully held it, afraid that he would spill even a little bit. No, this bottle of agility potion is not from Mary. We're going to take it out to sell. Yunsheng blinked her eyes. How can this be? This is a potion from the laboratory. Goofing was an honest person. In the 2 months that he had been working under Mary, he had never done such a thing. We only used the discarded materials here. They were originally all waste materials that were going to be thrown away. If you feel apologetic, we could buy some new materials back. Yin Sheng advised Goofing. It's better not too big. Goofing stared pitifully at the bottle of mid-grade magic potion. Think about it. With this, how many silver coins or even magic cards can we exchange for? Don't tell me you don't want to enter the magic card to experience it. Yin Sheng strongly felt that she was like a wolf grandmother who was holding a poisoned apple to lure Little Red Riding Hood. She had no other choice. If they followed the normal routine, she was afraid that she and Goofing, these two public students, would not be able to save up a magic card in a year. If they could use the discarded magic materials to refine high-quality or even mid-grade magic potions, it would be a good deal. In her opinion, Goofing's talent was not as bad as she thought. He just lacked the resources to practice. She thought that during this period of time, she would give Goofing some moonlight grass to start with improving his magical constitution. When he heard about magic cards, Goofing could not help but want to. Today, after hearing Yunsheng's words, he also wanted to enter the magic tower to try. Then okay, I heard that in the academy, the night market, on weekdays, everyone will take the extra things they have on hand to the market to sell. Even some of the teachers will go there. It should be possible to use the agility potion to exchange for magic cards. Goofing had entered the academy 2 months earlier than Yunsheng, so he was more familiar with the academy's affairs. But he still repeatedly asked Yunsheng to buy some magic materials if she still had money left after selling the mid-grade agility potion. Yunsheng agreed to his request, and the two agreed to go to the night market to try their luck tonight. Chapter 102. As the largest magic academy in Xinjiang, the night market of the Royal Academy of Magic was quite famous in the entire city. When the night market of the Royal Academy of Magic was first established, it was only a small-scale free market. The magic potions developed by the potions department and the magic weapons refined by the combat department would be sold or bartered by the students and mentors to exchange for things that were suitable for them. But later on, as the scale of the night market grew, more and more people entered and exited the night market. The Royal Academy had no choice but to open up an additional area outside the academy and open it to the public. As a result, the number of people entering and exiting the night market increased. Not only the students and mentors of the academy came here to trade, but there were also warriors, mages, traveling merchants from all over the world and local vendors who would buy and sell suitable things in the night market. When Yunsheng and Goofing arrived at the night market, they saw that it was brightly lit. Countless magic lamps, formed by the illumination spell, floated among the bushes and bushes like little fairies, illuminating the night market as if it was daytime. Entering the night market, one could buy and sell anything. Entering the night market was free, but if one wanted to set up a small stall, one would need to pay an additional 5 copper coins. So, some mages or warriors who were short on money would often directly sell the things they wanted to sell on the street, exchanging money and goods at the same time. It was very efficient. Yunsheng and Goofing went out together, but who knew that there were too many people in the night market. Not long after, the two of them were separated by the dense crowd. Yunsheng was also not in a hurry to find Goofing. After looking around the night market for a while, she turned to the back of a dense tree and took out a set of boys' clothes that she had prepared earlier from the beast language ring. After changing, she put on the illusion earring. After disguising herself, Yunsheng blended into the crowd of the night market and was no different from any ordinary male student in the Magic Academy. Yin Sheng came over tonight mainly to look for magic power cards, but after looking around, she didn't find any students selling magic power cards. Yin Sheng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Just as she was about to turn back to look for Gufeng, a person came rushing in front of her. That person was dressed in the robes of an archmage and held a magic scepter in his hand. As he walked, he looked around and muttered, "Damn it, why isn't there a single potion here? Where am I going to find a bottle of mid-grade agility potion?" Since there weren't many mages in Zhou State, magic potions could only be bought from magic academies or large chambers of commerce in Zhou State. Judging from the appearance of this person, it was obvious that he urgently needed a bottle of agility potion. Yun Sheng hurriedly went up to him. "Senior, do you need a potion of agility? I have some for sale here." That intermediate student casually glanced at Yun Sheng. Hearing her young voice and small stature, he couldn't help but feel a little contempt in his heart. "Go away, little brat. The night market isn't a place for little brats like you to play house. Mid-grade agility potion. It can increase your agility for 10 minutes. Yin Sheng wasn't annoyed. Just as that person was about to stride past her, she said something that didn't hurt him. The intermediate student's footsteps paused. The words mid-grade agility potion almost made him faint, but it also successfully attracted his attention. He took a closer look. Yin Sheng's face was blurred. She must be wearing an illusion-type artifact. To be able to own an illusion-type artifact at such a young age, the intermediate student couldn't help but feel embarrassed for his earlier carelessness. He hurriedly dragged Yin Sheng to a big tree on the side and asked in a low voice, "You're a junior from the magic potion department? Mid-grade agility potion? You're not trying to extort me, are you?" "It's the real deal." Yin Sheng took out a small bottle of agility potion. The orange liquid instantly made the intermediate student go wild with joy. "That's great. I'll take all of your mid-grade magic potions. I'm Tai Lang from the Magic Combat Department. I've been on a mission recently and urgently need agility potions. How many do you have?" "I'll take all of them." Tai Lang was like his name. Although he wasn't a warrior, the magic elements around him were as sharp as a blade. In the Royal Magic Academy, beginner students only needed to study. But after becoming intermediate students, the Academy would provide them with a few missions of varying difficulty. Students could use the missions to exchange for precious magic artifacts, magic materials, and even magic spells of intermediate level and above. Tai Lang was an earth elemental magician. Due to his own attributes, his speed was slightly slower than the average magician. But his mission this time was to kill a level 6 wind-chasing fox. That beast's speed was astonishing. Tai Lang chased after it for a few days, but lost it at the last moment. He asked his mentor about it, and his mentor suggested that he go to the magic potions department to buy some agility potions. He asked for at least one bottle of agility potion of mid-grade and above. But when he went to the magic potions department, the mentors there were all unwilling to help when they heard that he was from the combat department. There were some magic potions students who were willing to sell agility potions left behind from the experimental class, but those were only beginner potions and didn't meet Tai Lang's requirements. Tai Lang had no choice but to go to the night market to see if he could be lucky enough to meet someone selling agility potions. He didn't expect to be so lucky. He hadn't been there for long before he met someone selling mid-grade agility potions. "I only have one bottle of potion on hand. I stole it from my mentor. I need a mid-grade magic card in exchange." Yun Sheng stated her requirements. She didn't want to reveal the secret of her ability to make mid-grade magic potions, so she said that the agility potion was stolen. Thus, Tai Lang was even more convinced of the quality of Yun Sheng's mid-grade potions. He didn't care where the potion came from, as long as it could help him complete the mission. "I have a mid-grade magic card, but I've already used it 3 times. I still have more than half of my magic left." Tai Lang was very straightforward. For a student from the combat department, it was better to go out and participate in actual combat training than to cultivate in the magic tower. He took out his magic card, erased the name on it, and handed it to Yun Sheng. There were still 12 hours left on the magic card. Including the bonus from his mana soul, it was equivalent to 60 hours, which was very useful for his cultivation. It's too little. Mid-grade agility potions are very rare on the market. This magic card isn't enough. Yin Sheng was very shrewd. She calculated that an intermediate student like Tai Lang must have a lot of money. You're from the magic potions department? I have an ancient magic potion formula here. I don't know if it's real or not. If you're interested, you can take it and study it. Tai Lang was helpless when he saw that Yin Sheng wouldn't let go. He remembered that he had accidentally obtained a potion formula when he was out on a mission. He took it out and handed it to Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng took it and looked at it. Her eyebrows jumped. Magic potion, moon goddess's praise. Chapter 103. Seeing that Yin Sheng was silent, Tai Lang thought that she was complaining that the magic potion formula wasn't good enough. After all, he had asked someone to appraise the formula, but the other party said that it was worthless. The reason was that the prescription clearly stated that in order to concoct this kind of magic potion, one must be able to control both water and fire elements at the same time. However, among magicians, water and fire magicians were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Moreover, it was very dangerous to fuse the water and fire elements together. There could be an elemental explosion at any time. Therefore, in the eyes of magic apothecaries, this formula was simply trash. He originally saw that Yin Sheng was young and thought that she didn't understand the mystery of the formula. But now, it seemed that she wasn't easy to fool. Tai Lang was helpless. He dawdled and took out a few more stones. Yin Sheng looked at them again. They were 3 pieces of pyroxene copper. She still didn't speak. A few veins could be seen on Tai Lang's forehead. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took out a piece of glazed jade. It seemed that the other party had reached his bottom line. Yin Sheng then said calmly, "Then we'll reluctantly make a deal." After saying that, she put all the magic materials in her bag and gave a bottle of mid-grade potion of agility to Tai Lang. Tai Lang was relieved and gave the bottle of potion of agility to Yin Sheng. Before leaving, he asked again, "If I still want mid-grade potion of agility in the future, can you still provide it? Do I still have to come to the night market to find you?" There were too few mid-grade magic potions on the market. "I'll try, but I can't guarantee it. Same place, and bring a good magic card." Yin Sheng nodded. After selling the mid-grade potion of agility, Yin Sheng wandered around the night market a few times. With the help of Shun Nong's pupil, she picked a lot of cheap but good magic materials. The beast speech ring was quickly filled with some good magic materials. With the addition of the magic card and a magic potion formula praised by the moon goddess, this night market could be said to be a fruitful trip. After changing back into women's clothes, Yin Sheng planned to find Gufeng and go back together. After searching the night market for a long time, she finally found Gufeng, that silly boy. Gufeng was standing in front of a small stall where someone was selling raw magical beast bones. Judging from the way the stall owner dressed and talked, he should be a hunter. On the stall were some slightly processed bones, meat, and furs of magical beasts. What Gufeng was looking at was a few skinned, magical beast leg bones. Everyone knew that the bones of magical beasts could not only be used to make magical potions, but they could also be used to make magical scepters. After Gufeng's magic scepter had been broken by Song Jie, he hadn't had the money to buy a new magic scepter. Since he didn't have much money, he hadn't been able to buy a new magic scepter. The length and size of the leg bones were all suitable for making a magic scepter. "Gufeng, I've been looking for you everywhere. What are you looking at?" Yin Sheng walked forward and patted Gufeng. When Gufeng saw Yin Sheng, he scratched his head embarrassedly. "I want to buy a magical beast bone back to find Minter Mary to help me make a magic scepter. But this uncle's magical beast bone, the price is too high, and I don't know which magical beast bone to choose to make a magic scepter. You know, my magic attribute is very special." After Gufeng's magic scepter was destroyed last time, he was listless all day. Minter Mary looked at him as if his mother had died and was annoyed. She promised him that as long as he found a suitable magical beast bone, she would help him make a magic scepter. Minter Mary can make magic scepters? Yin Sheng looked as if she had discovered a new continent. When Goofing said that, Yunsheng knew that most magic apothecaries could refine magic weapons. Goofing also suggested that Yunsheng's ability to refine magic potions was high. When she became an archmage, she could also try to refine magic weapons, which were much more valuable than magic potions. Hey, you two brats, are you buying or not? Don't block my stall and affect my business, the hunter said in a rough voice and waved his hand to let Yunsheng and the others go away. Goofing had been standing in front of the stall for more than an hour, constantly asking questions about the price and magical beast bones. The hunter was already impatient. Why are you so fierce? Who does business like you? We're here to buy things. Let me take a look first and find a suitable magical beast bone. Yunsheng squatted down and flipped through the magical beast bones. The magical beast bones sold by the hunters were completely different from the finished product of the magic scepter. The few magical beast bones on the stall still had flesh and blood. They looked bloody and did not look like the prototype of a magic scepter at all. The hunter pursed his lips with a look of disbelief. He did not believe that this young girl could see the truth. Yunsheng lowered her head. Golden light flashed in her dark eyes like stars in the dark night. Her Shinnong, I was already close to a breakthrough. It had gone from the initial microscopic to penetrating. When she was looking at herbs or beast bones, not only could she clearly see the age of the bones, she could also clearly see how much magical elements were left in the bones and what element they were. Gufeng was a light elemental mage. His magic scepter should be light elemental. It would be best if it was a non-elemental one. However, the magical beast bones in front of her all had natural attributes. Even if they were made into a magic scepter, it would not be suitable for him. At this moment, Yunsheng noticed a magical beast bone that was as thick as a thigh bone. That magical beast bone was thinner and shorter than the other magical beast bones. It seemed too short and thin to be made into a magic scepter. However, there was a milky, white magical element flowing in that thigh bone. It did not seem to lose its magical power because of the death of the magical beast. A light elemental magical beast bone. Yunsheng could already conclude that this magical beast bone must have belonged to a light elemental magical beast. I want this one. Yunsheng made a prompt decision and picked up the magical beast bone. The hunter was curious. Little one, there are so many magical beast bones. Why did you choose the smallest one? That magical beast is only 10 years old. When Goofing heard that it was only 10 years old, he was also somewhat unwilling. He hesitated, wanting to persuade Yunsheng. But this is the bone of a 10-year-old unicorn. She did not have any doubts and said firmly, Unicorn. Goofing was shocked and looked at the magical beast bone in disbelief. The unicorn was a strange magical beast. It was a close relative of the legendary sacred beast, the unicorn. It was the product of a crossbreed between an adult unicorn and a wild horse. Although it was a hybrid magical beast, it still had a part of the light elemental attribute of the unicorn. Wild unicorns were rare in Zhou's state. Haha, I didn't expect that I would make a mistake. Little guy, your eyesight is very good. In my entire stall, this unicorn's magic beast bone is the most valuable. Think carefully, this magic beast bone is worth 50 gold coins. The hunter laughed heartily. Chapter 104. When he first learned that the magic beast bone was from a unicorn, Goofing only felt that his whole person was instantly hit by happiness. Happiness came too suddenly, didn't it? A light elemental unicorn, even if it was only 10 years old, was extremely rare. He was a light elemental mage. If he could use a scepter made from a unicorn's bone, the magic effect would undoubtedly be doubled. It would also be of great benefit to his future cultivation. But when the old hunter quoted an astonishing price of 50 gold coins, Goofing's face immediately turned red. 50 gold coins. Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be worth this price. He hung his head dejectedly, pulling Yunsheng to leave. Wait. Yunsheng couldn't bear to see Goofing sad. Moreover, a unicorn's magic beast bone was really something that could only be found by chance. She had a premonition that this magic beast bone was likely to bring about an astonishing change to Goofing. Little girl, You don't have to bargain with me. For this unicorn, my brothers and I have been stationed in the wild swamp Beast Valley for more than 2 months. We waited until this young unicorn was alone before we had the opportunity to hunt it down. For it, we also paid a painful price. The old hunter's weather-beaten face revealed some lingering fear. Unicorns were a very unique species of magic beasts. They like to live in groups. Although they were only 5th-rank magic beasts, when they encountered an enemy, they would launch a terrifying light elemental illusion magic. Ordinary magic beasts, warriors, and mages were simply not their opponents. Uncle, we don't have that much money, but I can use finished products to exchange with you. A large amount of improved hemostatic agents and some meditation water. Yun Sheng hurriedly took out her remaining hemostatic agents and meditation water. The quality of the finished products that Yun Sheng took out made the old hunter look askance, but he still shook his head. 50 gold coins was already the lowest price. Yun Sheng, let's forget it. I can find another magic scepter. Goofing saw Yun Sheng frowning as she stared at the unicorn's magic beast bone. He felt more and more embarrassed. No, Goofing, this magical beast bone belongs to you. Only you can use it. Yun Sheng seemed to have suddenly discovered something. She looked at the old hunter and said, Uncle, if I'm not mistaken, you were planning to use this bone to make a magic scepter for the magician in your team, right? Unfortunately, after killing the unicorn, you were cursed by the unicorn. I'm afraid that the magician is no longer in this world. How did you know? The old hunter's expression changed drastically. He looked at Yun Sheng in disbelief. He had never told anyone about the secret of this magical beast bone. As the descendant of a unicorn holy beast, the unicorn holy beast has a powerful magic that other magic beasts don't have, and that is the curse of bad luck. The hunting team that the old hunter was in thought that they could retreat unscathed after hunting the 10-year-old unicorn cub. Who would have thought that they would suffer an unprecedented loss on the way back? The hunters either fell ill or were injured for no reason. Especially the magician who killed the unicorn cub with his own hands. He died for no reason. Because of this unicorn magical beast bone was taken out to be resold. The old hunter planned to use the 50 gold coins from selling the magical beast bone as the magician's settlement fee. Yun Sheng remembered that when she bought the magic scepter earlier, her father, Yun Songhai, who had done a lot of research on magic scepters, had told her that among all the magic beasts, dark and light magic beasts were the closest to being divine beasts. To use a magic scepter made from the bones of these two magic beasts, one must be a magician of the same attribute or a magician of all attributes. Otherwise, even if the magician had fused with the magic scepter, after using it for a long time, the magic beast's residual elements in the magic scepter would invade the magician's body, causing death or injury. Yin Sheng had just used Shinnong's pupil to look at the unicorn's bone. She found that there was not only a rich light magic element in the bone, there were also strands of black magic element that were like strands of hair. With her dark magic soul, she could immediately determine that it was dark magic element. It was very likely that the hunters had cruelly killed the unicorn cub, causing it to be filled with resentment before it died, leaving a trace of the curse of bad luck in the bone. If this trace of dark magic element could not be expelled, the user's fate would be the same as that of the hunter-magician. He was a light magician. No one is more suitable than him to use a magic scepter made from the bones of a light magic beast. I believe that the magician who had passed away also hoped that someone could subdue this murderous magic beast bone. In other words, this magic beast bone has no value in your hands. If you agree to let me have this magic beast bone, not only will I give you all the medicine, I can also provide free treatment for a year at the Little Rejuvenation Clinic. You should know that the doctor there is the former imperial physician of Zhou State, Fan Ji. Yin Sheng unceremoniously used the name of Dr. Fan. She silently said in her heart, Dr. Fan, please don't blame me. I'm only helping Goofing, that silly boy. Dr. Fan, who was in the clinic, felt an itch in his ear. He touched his nose and continued busying himself with treating the patients. The old hunter's expression was complicated as he considered it. But when he saw the hemostatic agent and meditation water, he thought about how the hunter team would be able to enjoy free treatment from an imperial physician for a year. He still gritted his teeth. All right, I'll agree to it. But I'll say this first. You know the situation with this magic beast bone. If something really happens, you can't hold me responsible. He saw that Yun Sheng and Gufeng were both from the Royal Magic Academy. He was afraid that if the two were killed by this magic beast bone, people from the academy would come knocking on his door. Life and death are predestined. We won't hold you responsible. Yun Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally bought this magic beast bone. After Gufeng received the magic beast bone, he was both excited and wary. On one hand, he was happy to have obtained this rare magic beast bone, but on the other hand, he was worried that this magic beast bone would really kill someone. Gufeng, I still want to discuss something with you. I want to refine this magic beast bone myself. When Yun Sheng decided to buy this magic beast bone, she had already made up her mind to refine it herself. Only she could refine it to remove the dark elements inside. You? But Yun Sheng, you're still just a mage. What if? Gufeng didn't dare to say what if. He touched the magic beast bone with a face full of reluctance. But when he thought about it, this magic beast bone was bought by Yun Sheng. She was the one who paid for it. How could he object? He didn't know when he would be able to pay back the 50 gold coins. In the end, he still gave the magic beast bone to Yun Sheng. He didn't know why, but he felt that if Yun Sheng said she could do it, then she definitely could. Don't worry, I'll definitely refine a magic scepter for you. Yun Sheng comforted Gufeng. Chapter 105. When Yun Sheng and Gufeng returned to the public student dormitory, a figure was waiting at the door. She didn't need to look to know that it was Abandoned. Abandoned was a strange person. Other than the first time they met, Yun Sheng had never heard him speak. In the dark night, Abandoned's eyes were green, like a coiled viper. He glanced at Yun Sheng and Gufeng. Minter Mary is looking for you. He used the word you, not us. Although they were both members of the 13 Magic Potion Group, Abandoned had never worked with Yun Sheng and Gufeng. He was the first to leave the public student dormitory every day and the last to return. No one knew where he went. After delivering the message, Abandoned left quietly. Damn brat. Always running away by himself, Yun Sheng muttered. Yun Sheng, you can't blame Abandoned, Gufeng explained. Abandoned's background was quite pitiful. He had no family and had been alone since he was young. Although he was cold, he was a nice person. At that time, Gufeng was born with a stutter and poor chanting ability. In other magic potion groups, the mentors and members were not willing to accept him. Only Minter Mary and Abandoned didn't despise Gufeng and accepted him. Every time someone bullied Gufeng, Abandoned would stop them. Gufeng said that Abandoned was just not used to having friends. Although Gufeng's family was poor, he lived in a large and healthy family. That was why he had such an optimistic and open-minded personality. This was also why Yun Sheng was willing to be friends with Gufeng. No matter what setbacks he faced, Gufeng could get by with a silly smile. Forget it. Why throw a tantrum with a half-grown child? Yun Sheng mocked herself. The two of them arrived at Minter Mary's residence. You two are too late. Minter Mary's expression was not good. Ever since Yun Sheng and Gufeng defeated Song Jie's group, she had been happy for a few days. But tonight, her expression was gloomy, as if someone owed her hundreds of gold coins. Minter, we went to the night market, Gufeng explained. You've been in the Royal Magic Academy for half a year and haven't made much progress in magic. You're still in the mood to stroll around? I just received news that this year's final assessment includes Magic Potion, Basic Magic, and Magic Combat. Song is one of the examiners. The students who don't pass will be kicked out. No wonder Minter Mary's expression was so ugly. She was always mocked at the end of the year's final assessment. The final examination of the Royal Magic Academy was held once a year. It was an examination of the cultivation of the entire academy. The Magic Potion and Magic and Combat department to compete in the final assessment. Before Yun Sheng's arrival, the 13 Magic group was already at the bottom of the pack. Instructor Meili did not want to be at the bottom of the pack in the final exam. Mentor Mary had originally planned to regain some face in this final assessment. Who knew that Song Song would be chosen as the examiner? She was especially worried about goofing. That kid's chanting was too weak and could not cast a complete spell. This was no doubt disadvantageous to him in the final assessment. If the members of Group 13 were to fall into Song Song's hands, they would not be able to get away with it. She even suspected that Song Song would secretly play tricks on them. Then what do we do? Goofing began to sweat when he heard about the final assessment. The three of you, from tomorrow onwards, prepare to undergo hellish training. Those who do not meet the requirements are not allowed to sleep, rest, or eat. The training includes magic memorization, small magic tests, and magic combat. Especially you, Goofing. If you are at the bottom of the pack again, there is no need to wait until the end of the year. I will directly kick you out of Group 13. Mentor Mary frowned. Yin Sheng, you stay for now. As the three of them prepared to leave, Mentor Mary called out to Yun Sheng. Ever since she found out that Yun Sheng was Yun Songhai's daughter, Mary's attitude towards Yun Sheng was not like that of a mentor toward a student, but more like that of an elder towards a junior. I heard that your performance in the magic combat class was not bad. How do you feel about it? How is your mastery of the elementary magic? Mary was not worried about Yun Sheng in any way. She believed that Brother Yun's daughter's talent was not bad. My proficiency in magic has increased a lot, especially after the battle. I have comprehended more. I have basically mastered all the major elementary magic of the nature attribute. Yin Sheng's magic skills had indeed improved a lot. She had Shinnong's pupil and Trillium's hand as her foundation, and she also had the magic scepter blessed by the elves in her hand. Her speed in dodging and using magic was faster than others. I heard that you have not formally attended a magic potion class. During this period, you should learn from Goofing how to concoct potions of agility and detoxification potions. He has some talent in magic potions. After watching the battle between Yun Sheng and Song Jie, Mentor Mary also felt that Yun Sheng only lacked actual combat experience. Her comprehension of magic was very high, and it was too much of a waste for her to only practice elementary magic. Yin Sheng secretly stuck out her tongue. If Mentor Mary knew that she had just concocted a bottle of mid-grade agility potion this afternoon, who knew what kind of expression she would have? However, it was better for her not to talk about this for now. I have here the magic scrolls for the intermediate earth magic, earth escape, and the fire magic fire net recovery. Learn as much as you can before the intermediate examination, Instructor Mary said as she handed Yun Sheng 2 magic scrolls. A magic scroll was also a type of magic tool. It was a special scroll used to record magic on the boundless continent. It was written using magic elements. Not only did it record the secrets of practicing magic, it could also display magic images. However, the price of a magic scroll wasn't cheap, because it was said that only magi who had reached the level of Saint Magi could make magic scrolls. An intermediate magic scroll was worth at least 100 gold coins. Teacher Mary had taken out 2 magic scrolls in one go. This was truly an eye-opener for the miser Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng didn't know that being a magic apothecary was a very profitable profession. Teacher Mei Li was a rich woman. These 2 magic scrolls aren't given to you for free. You have to promise me that in this year's final examination, you will do your best to protect Goofing, Teacher Mei Li said seriously. Yin Sheng didn't react. Goofing has a lot of potential. For the 13 magic potion groups, he is very likely to be an extremely important person for your growth in the next few years. Therefore, before he grows up, you and Abandon must protect him well. I have also said the same thing to Abandon. The 13 magic potion groups are a whole, and no one can leave each other, Teacher Mei Li solemnly exhorted. What Teacher Mei Li didn't know was that her words tonight would affect Yun Sheng and Abandon for a long time in the future. Even when the 3 of them grew up to be the top existences in the continent, when their friendship faced the test of life and death, the 3 of them didn't give up on each other. Yun Sheng solemnly nodded, tightly holding the 2 magic scrolls. Chapter 106. Yin Sheng returned to the dormitory after receiving the 2 intermediate magic scrolls from Mary. Gufeng and Abandon had already gone to bed. The room was dark. Yinsheng used Cloud Dream and Icy Sleep. Her body emitted a faint blue light as she entered a state of deep meditation. In the state of deep meditation, she only needed an hour to recover her physical state. She didn't need any extra sleep at all. Since she had promised Mary, she would make full use of these 2 magic scrolls. In the following time, Yinsheng had to step up her practice while taking care of the public herb field. She had to defend the glory of Group 13 in the final magic assessment of the year magic. 1 hour later, Yunsheng's eyes were shining. She quietly left the public student dormitory and hurried to the magic tower. The moment Yunsheng left, Abandon, who was lying on the lower bunk, also got up. His faint green eyes flashed with a trace of fluctuation. His clothes fluttered as he followed Yunsheng out of the dormitory. In the dark night of Romo, there was not a trace of stardust in the sky. Yinsheng once again came to the magic tower. The old magician guarding the tower didn't seem surprised that someone would come in this hour. He still used a wooden tone to read Yinsheng's magic card and asked Yinsheng how long she would practice. 4 hours. Can I continue to choose Magic Space 204? After Yunsheng had Tai Lang's 12-hour intermediate magic card, she had more time to practice. However, 4 hours at a time was indeed a big deal. Yunsheng counted silently in her heart. 8 hours, just enough time for the sun to rise. With the addition of her magic soul, the time she could stay in a magic tower was equivalent to 40 hours, which was close to 2 days. She hoped that this extravagant cultivation would allow her to learn one of the 2 intermediate magic spells. When Yunsheng had obtained the intermediate magic scroll, she had already thought about it. With her current magic cultivation, it would be very difficult for her to learn intermediate magic. However, if she were to enter the Mana Tower, she might be able to comprehend it even faster with the help of the Mana Tower's abundant mana. Magic Crystal Key from Magic Space 204. As usual, when the time is up, crush the key and return the way you came. The old magician said as he handed the key to Yunsheng and closed his eyes to take a nap. There didn't seem to be many people in the Mana Tower at night. Yunsheng opened the mana space, and just as she entered, she felt vigorous mana fluctuations. Oh, my dear master! The egg pops appeared amidst the colorful magical elements. After not seeing it for a while, its egg had grown bigger. Now it was as big as a duck egg. Hey, did you run around? Yunsheng breathed a sigh of relief. She had been on tenterhooks leaving the puffed egg in the Mana Tower, worried that this egg would cause trouble. Hey, I'm a good egg. The puffed egg had an obedient look on its face. Remember, when I'm not around, you can't run around, Yunsheng warned the puffed egg, seeing that the Mana Tower was so abundant with mana elements. Yunsheng secretly thought to herself that next time she would think of a way to bring Xiaohei in as well. Yunsheng took out the intermediate magic scroll that recorded the intermediate magic fire net and opened it. After a burst of mana fluctuations, a hollow and ethereal voice sounded in her ears. The voice seemed to penetrate directly into Yunsheng's magic spirit. Fire net, intermediate fire magic, range attack magic. The user has to be proficient in controlling the fire magic elements. A real mage wearing a robe appeared in front of Yunsheng. His face was blurry, but the magic scepter in his hand had 3 red magical beast soul stones flashing on it, indicating that he was a master magic caster. Magic elements were released as he chanted. The elements twisted together like countless ropes of fire, forming a fire net. The real mage continuously released intermediate magic spells. His chanting was strong and clear, as if it was branded in Yunsheng's mind. Although it was only a magic image formed by the magic scroll, the magic released was incomparably real. The flames of the fire net burned Yunsheng's skin and hair. She had no choice but to release water-type magic elements to resist the scorching heat wave that was like a fire scene. Forcefully suppressing the shock in her heart, Yunsheng's pupils contracted. She carefully observed the mage's movements, every chant, every detail of his movements, and every control of the magic elements. The chanting of intermediate magic spells was much more complicated than that of beginner magic. Even Yun Sheng only dared to practice intermediate magic after observing it 3 times. However, when Yun Sheng stuttered the chanting, she found that more than half of the magic elements in her body had been consumed. Releasing an intermediate magic spell actually consumed magic elements just by chanting. The moment the magic elements in her body were completely consumed, Yunsheng finally released a fire net the size of a palm. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the mage in the magic scroll raised his magic scepter. Unexpectedly, a fireball was thrown at her. F***CK. Yunsheng was already exhausted. Before she could dodge, the fireball hit her squarely. There was a burnt smell all over her body. Yunsheng was finally exhausted. Her limbs felt like they were filled with lead. She fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. The mage in the magic scroll actually took the initiative to attack people. Did he have to be so perverted? Yunsheng naturally did not know that the Academy's notoriously stingy teacher Mary gave out things that not everyone could accept. A cool and refreshing jade marrow technique flowed out from the Shinong medical bangle on her wrist. It healed Yunsheng's body that was covered in blisters from the burns. The charred skin peeled off and new, tender skin grew. After recovering her strength, Yunsheng stood up once again. She raised the magic scepter in her hand and chanted repeatedly. Her sweat was dried up. The fire net in front of her was like a tall mountain. She had to climb over it. Bang! Several streaks of flame shuttled back and forth like spiritual snakes. In a magic scroll, it was as if a pair of invisible hands were weaving, forming a gorgeous fire net. This time, the perverted magic scroll did not release a fireball. The mage's figure was sucked into the magic scroll, and the magic scroll fell to the ground. Her knees were weak. Yunsheng only knew that at this moment, she did not even bother to lift her eyelids. Cultivating a higher level of magic not only required a higher level of control over the magic elements, it was also a great challenge to one's physical and mental strength. Yunsheng, who had exhausted both her mental and physical strength, unconsciously entered the cloud dream ice sleep state. Inside her body, her magic spirit was also crazily absorbing the magic elements around her. Yunsheng was completely focused on cultivating intermediate magic. She did not notice that the puffed egg, who had been observing from the side, had sneakily hid in a corner. Its pair of restless wings were flapping restlessly. Chapter 107. While Yunsheng was practicing intermediate magic, the puffed egg was flipping around in the magic space. "Dear Master, what are you doing? Why do you want to learn such low-level magic? It's so boring." The puffed egg yawned in boredom. It secretly came up with a naughty idea. "Why don't I walk around? Master said that when she wasn't around, I can't walk around. Now that she's here, it means that I can walk around." After using the logic of an egg to misinterpret the meaning of its master, the naturally active puffed egg happily decided that it wanted to walk around in the magic tower. Staying in a magic tower for a day without running around could be considered to have extinguished the nature of the puffed egg. After thinking of an excuse for itself, it tiptoed to the corner of the magic space. Its egg body was close to the wall of the magic space, and its body quickly became one with the wall of the magic space. The magic restriction wall that even the Academy's master magus couldn't open was like a thin piece of paper in front of the puffed egg. After leaving magic space number 204, the puffed egg was like playing a game, constantly jumping up and down through the walls and ceiling. However, Yunsheng, who was concentrating on learning intermediate magic, didn't notice at all. The puffed egg hit its body and jumped all the way to the first floor of the magic tower. The sky was already hazy and a little bright, but the withered old magus was still resting with his eyes closed. "High-level magic card, 5 hour. A deep voice was heard, and a magus dressed as a mentor walked in. He took out a magic card and handed it to the old magus. "Magic space number 608, 5 hour. The old magus said, and used all his magic to swipe the card, erasing 5 points of magic. Chen Liang, you're already a master magus. Why did you come to the magic tower? Sacred teacher Jean, I want to forge a magic weapon in the magic tower. The master magician named Chen Liang was one of the instructors of the Royal Magic Academy's combat department. On the Boundless Continent, the level of a magic academy depended not only on the results of the students, but also on the number of sacred magi within the academy. To be called a sacred teacher by a master magician, this old mage who was guarding the magic tower was actually a sacred magician. The old magician nodded his head. It turned out that the magic tower was not only used for cultivation, but it was also a good place to refine magic tools and draw magic light axes. The magic fluctuations here were very clear, which would help a magician to concentrate and create magic tools and light axes. However, this secret was only known to a small number of teachers in the Royal Magic Academy. Chen Liang had a student who was about to become an intermediate student and needed to participate in the academy's training outside. He wanted to refine a magic artifact, so he spent 5 hours to refine it. After obtaining the magic key, Chen Liang headed to the 6th floor of the magic tower. That card? The puffed egg thought for a moment. It seemed that its dear master also had a card, and it seemed to be something good. If Puff brought these cards back, Master would definitely like Puff even more. The puffed egg sneakily followed behind Chen Liang and jumped to the 6th floor of the magic tower. Chen Liang did not even notice that a magic beast was following him. He had been to the magic tower countless times, but he had never thought that someone would bring a magic beast into the tower. As soon as Chen Liang entered the magic space, he began to concentrate on refining the magic artifact. Refining a magic artifact was not something that could be distracted, so Chen Liang focused all his attention on his magic materials. The puffed egg made a slurping sound as its wings brushed against Chen Liang's waist, and the high-level magic card immediately fell into its wings. After succeeding, the puffed egg immediately rolled away. In the magic space of room 204, Yun Sheng, who had been in deep meditation for a long time, woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she only felt that her eyes and ears were unusually clear, and her limbs were also surging with a vitality that she had never felt before. Shenong's pupil has broken through. Yin Sheng's eyes were flowing like colored glass stones. Her Shenong pupil had broken through during the mid-level magic cultivation just now, and now her Shenong pupil had reached the 2nd level, insight. Where was the puffed egg? Yun Sheng found that the magic waves of the puffed egg had disappeared in the magic space of room 204. This egg that cheated its master. Yun Sheng cursed, and the magic waves on the walls of the magic space spread out. A round and plump egg came out of the hole. The restriction placed near the magic space was ineffective against puff egg. Yin Sheng was secretly shocked. Without waiting for her to ask, the puffed egg pounced on her. Dear Master, Puff Egg brought back a gift for you. The puffed egg looked at its master's gloomy little face, and the egg skin bumps that had drilled out of its eggshell, and felt a chill in its heart. It hurriedly took out a few magic cards, as if presenting a treasure. Seeing the magic cards, Yun Sheng's eyebrows twitched. Where did you get them? I picked them up from the 6th, 4th, and 3rd floors. The puffed egg proudly described the story of how it had gone out for a stroll, shuttled through different magic spaces, and met several mages who were cultivating and refining magic tools, and stole the magic cards from them. You call that picking them up? Yin Sheng considered whether she should crack open the puffed egg's eggshell head and teach it what stealing meant. Yin Sheng said helplessly, Puff Puff, you can't take these magic cards. The magic cards in the academy are all registered. Even if you picked up other people's cards and gave them to me, it's useless. I can't use them in the magic tower. Why can't you use them? Puff Puff said you can use them. The puffed egg didn't understand. It copied the old mage's actions and wiped its wings on the magic cards, and the names on the cards instantly disappeared. Yun Sheng was surprised and pleasantly surprised. She realized that she seemed to have underestimated her precious egg. With this precious egg, It meant that she would have an endless source of magic cards. The magic cards that had their names erased were in the anonymous form. Among them, there were 2 mid-level magic cards, and the rarest one was the high-level magic card that she had obtained from Chun Liang. That was a high-level card that could be used to reach the 5th and 6th floors of the magic tower. However, Yinxing didn't dare to use the high-level magic card at the moment. After all, she was only a beginner student. If she used a high-level magic card on her own accord, it would very likely attract suspicion. Looking at the hour, Yinxing had used up about 5 hours, and this was only after the addition of magic time. This meant that Yinxing still had 15 hours. According to the puffed egg, Chun Liang had come to the magic tower just now to refine a magic weapon. It seemed that the magic tower could not only improve one's magic cultivation, but it could also increase the success rate of refining magic weapons. Speaking of magic weapons, Yinxing remembered the unicorn magic beast bone that she had bought in the night market. She had promised Goofing that she would personally refine this cursed unicorn magic beast bone. She didn't want to cultivate another magic scroll today. Perhaps she could use tonight's opportunity to try refining a magic scepter. Chapter 108. A sorcerer who was not even 7 years old wanted to refine a magic weapon. This was something that almost everyone in the Boundless Continent had heard of. Normally, only a master sorcerer could attempt to create a magic weapon. This was not because a sorcerer could not create a magic weapon, but because the creation of a magic weapon required great control over the magical elements. 99% of sorcerers were new to magic and were unable to maintain a stable control over the magical elements. This could easily lead to instability of the magical elements during the creation process and damage the magic weapon. Yinxing learned about the creation of magic weapons from Granny Sualuo. When she received the enigmatic bone scepter, Yinxing had asked Granny Sualuo how an archmage like her could become the creator of a magic scepter. Granny Sualuo's answer was, "Do not fear the magical elements. Embrace the magical elements wholeheartedly and control them. You will obtain anything you want." It was also because of Granny Sualuo's guidance that Yinxing had the bold idea of creating a magic scepter. She took out the unicorn's leg bone, and a few wisps of flames shot out from her fingertips. In the flames, the flesh and tendons of the unicorn's leg bone were reduced to ashes, revealing the bone. Which of the 4 natural elemental spells should she use to create this magic scepter? Magic artifact crafting did not focus solely on the use of fire elements. Magic scepters created with different elements could have different magical attributes. Magic weapons created with fire would have higher magical attributes. Magic weapons created with wind would have greater control over magical elements. Magic weapons created with water would reduce the consumption of magical elements. Magic weapons created with earth would have more stable control over magical elements. Since it was a magic scepter for Gufeng, it had to be combined with his personal characteristics. Yinxing, who had the calmness of a healer and the wisdom of an adult, was like a skilled craftsman, considering the needs of the user. The stability of magical control. As an immature light-type sorcerer, Gufeng's control over magical elements was very poor. His personality was also not stable enough. What he needed was a magic scepter that could help him better control the light-type magical elements. Yinxing made up her mind. Earth-type magical elements surged out and enveloped the unicorn's bone. As the Earth-type magical elements continued to circulate, the impurities in the unicorn's bone were slowly removed. The bone also became lighter and clearer. Suddenly, Yinxing's fingertips trembled. She felt a repulsive force coming from the bones of the magical beast. Her eyes flashed as she used Shinong's eye to observe. Yinxing noticed that there was a dark elemental element in the unicorn's bone. It was like a restless snake, constantly trying to break out of the earth-type magical element's encirclement. This dark elemental element was the cause of the hunter's death. Although it was only a small amount of the dark elemental element, its power to be underestimated. Yinxing could feel that under its influence, her earth magic elements were being disrupted. You, you the world of the world. Yin Sheng became braver with every setback. Not only did she not show any fear, she suddenly exerted her strength. The five-colored magic soul in her body burst out with an astonishing amount of magical elements. That wisp of dark elemental element was like a flood, instantly swallowed by Yun Sheng's enormous magic soul. The instant the dark elemental element in the unicorn's bone was swallowed, the dark magic soul in her body showed signs of growth. All along, among Yun Sheng's five-colored magic soul, the dark magic soul's growth was the slowest, because the other four-colored magic souls could be replenished by absorbing the elements of wind, earth, water, and fire from nature. Only the dark magic soul, Yun Sheng, did not have any materials that she could obtain. After the dark elemental element was absorbed, the refining of the unicorn's bone scepter became simple. Yun Sheng sketched the final shape of the scepter in her mind. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, a full 5 hours passed. When the tip of Yun Sheng's nose was covered in sweat, the unicorn bone in her hand made a buzzing sound like a bee flapping its wings. The moment the buzzing sound appeared, the colorful magical elements in Magic Space 204 seemed to be attracted by a huge magnet and poured into the unicorn's bone. The blinding light caused Yun Sheng's pupils to contract involuntarily. She saw that within the magical light, a brilliant golden magic scepter had formed. When the light dissipated, Yun Sheng took a closer look. What a good magic scepter! The size and shape of the scepter did not change much, but the body of the scepter was smooth like jade. It was completely different from when it was covered in blood. Magic stability increased by 50%, and there is a 30% chance of triggering a magic critical hit. I believe Granny Soluo will be satisfied when she sees this magic scepter. Yun Sheng wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. Her pair of beautiful eyes shone brightly. After refining the magic scepter, Yun Sheng closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing for a moment. Then, she practiced the various elementary spells and the intermediate fire spells that she had just learned. After making sure that she was able to skillfully switch between various beginner spells and cast the intermediate spell of Fire Net Recovery once, all of her mana was consumed. Only then did Yun Sheng contentedly crush the magic key and leave the 204 mana space. After learning the lesson of stealing gold that was found, Yun Sheng didn't dare to leave the Egg of Love alone in the magic tower this time. She had to at least wait until the limelight of the magic card theft incident had passed before she dared to release the Egg of Love. When she reached the first floor, Yun Sheng was just about to leave when she heard the sound of footsteps coming from the top of the magic tower. A teacher ran down. That teacher was sweating profusely and anxiously asked the old magician, "Sacred teacher, did you see my high-level magic card? I just finished refining my magic weapon, and when I turned around, my magic card was gone." "Another magic card gone?" "Just now, 2 intermediate students came down and said that they lost their magic cards." "Think carefully. Did you lose your magic card somewhere?" The old magician was also confused. He had been guarding the magic tower for so long and had never heard of so many people losing their magic cards in a day. But what was the use of that person stealing a magic card? In the entire academy, other than him, no one else could change the name on the magic card. While the old magician and the teacher who lost their magic card were discussing, Yun Sheng immediately slipped out of the magic tower. "Phew, that was close. I was almost discovered. I'll give a magic scepter to Goofing first. If that kid sees his new magic scepter, he will go crazy with joy." Yun Sheng revealed a smile. She stretched her stiff limbs and walked towards the public student dormitory. Chapter 109. When Goofing saw the magic scepter, his eyes widened in disbelief. He was so nervous that he didn't even know where to put his hands and feet. Even with his poor eyesight, he could see that this magic scepter was much better than the one he had destroyed earlier. He didn't expect that Yun Sheng could actually refine such a good magic scepter in just one night. Unable to reject Yun Sheng's kindness, Goofing took the scepter. Just as he held the magic scepter in his hand, he felt a burst of heat on his right arm. His clumsy fingers strangely became nimble. He calmed his mind and recited a detoxification spell, although he felt that it was much easier for him to gather the magical elements. His stuttering recitation still hindered the effect of the spell. Yun Sheng frowned. It seemed that Gufeng's stuttering was a big problem. But Gufeng himself was already very satisfied. In the past, when he didn't have a magic scepter, his detoxification spell would only succeed once out of 5 times. Just now, he only needed to use 2 times to succeed. This magic scepter was too amazing. Gufeng was stunned, and a wave of ecstasy surged like a tide. Yun Sheng carefully watched Gufeng's recitation process. Just as Teacher Mary said, Gufeng didn't lack magical talent, but he lacked confidence and stability. His stuttering was normal, but when he recited, his stuttering was very serious. In a battle, this was fatal. The opponent was enough to kill Gufeng countless times in the process of failing to recite a spell. Perhaps this weakness of Gufeng could be made up for with a magical beast soul stone. Yun Sheng stroked her chin, thinking about what kind of magical beast soul stone to find for Gufeng. That kind of magical beast didn't need to be very powerful, but it had to be fast enough in its recitation. After all, no one would expect a light magician to charge and break through enemy lines. When he heard that Yun Sheng wanted to find another soul stone for him, Gufeng shook his head like a rattle drum. No, soul stones are too expensive. I can't afford it. Obtaining soul stones was nothing more than buying them or hunting them. Teacher Mary had been researching new potions for a while now, so she couldn't divert her attention to take Gufeng to hunt a suitable magical beast alone to obtain soul stones. The only thing left seemed to be to buy soul stones from crystal or magic scepter shops. However, the effect of the soul stone would be greatly reduced, and the price would be ridiculously high. It was definitely not something a poor kid like Gufeng could afford. I know a place where you can buy relatively cheap soul stones. Abandon's deep voice interrupted. According to Teacher Mary, before the final assessment, the members of the 13 magical potion groups had to be like 3 grasshoppers tied to the same straw, advancing and retreating together. Under the pressure, Abandon had no choice but to hang out with Yun Sheng and Gufeng. He also saw how Gufeng used the new magic scepter just now. Yun Sheng and Gufeng both stared at Abandon in amazement, as if his initiative to speak was a wonder of heaven and earth like the red rain under the heavens. Under the dark green magician's robe, Abandon was a little uncomfortable under their stares. Wanlong Gambling House. Yun Sheng finally knew why Abandon often disappeared in the middle of the night, and during the day, other than going to class, he was nowhere to be seen. This little brat actually had a part-time job outside the academy, and it was in the largest gambling house in Jade Capital. As a public student, it was normal for them to be short of money. For a doctor like Yun Sheng, who had a specialty, they didn't have to worry about food. However, for most public students, making money was always a big problem that needed to be solved. The maintenance of the magic scepter, the purchase of soul stones, and the materials for refining magical potions, all of these required money. Abandon was an orphan and had no family support at all. Relying on the allowance of the public students in the academy was obviously not enough for his expenses. After nightfall, the Wanlong Gambling House, as the busiest gambling house in Jade Capital, had just started to get lively. The Wanlong Gambling House was a famous gambling den in the city. It was 4 stories high, and the guests it received ranged from commoners to aristocrats to rich merchants from other countries. Even magicians, warriors, and summoners were their guests. The glazed roof tiles and gold-lacquered pillars were resplendent. The floor tiles were made of pure gold, and the walls were engraved with illumination magic formations. The place operated all night, and there were as many as 10,000 gamblers entering and leaving. When Gufeng first heard that they were going to the gambling house, he was shocked. Under Yun Sheng's coaxing and pestering, he dawdled and followed them to the Wanlong Gambling House. In order to conceal themselves, Yun Sheng and Gufeng wore the same magic cloak as Abandon and walked into the Wanlong Gambling House. Once they entered the gambling house, Yun Sheng realized that the surroundings were unusually lively. There were all kinds of people, and Abandon's eye-catching dark green magic cloak didn't attract much attention in the gambling house. Abandon, you're here. When the people of the Wanlong gambling house saw Abandon, they greeted him familiarly. In a place like the Wanlong gambling house, there were all kinds of guests, and there were even those who caused trouble after losing money. The reason why the Wanlong gambling house was able to stand firm in Jade Capital was because it had a powerful guard team that looked after the place. In the guard team, most of them were warriors, but there were also magicians and summoners. Abandon was one of them. He came to the gambling house to look for a part-time job before the new year. At that time, the guard to the gambling house saw that he was young and was only an ordinary magician, so they mocked him on the spot for not knowing what was good for him. Who knew that Abandon just waved his living snake staff, and the guy who mocked him the loudest turned into a pool of pus. Since then, Abandon had stayed behind. This kid didn't talk much, and his identity was mysterious. Most people guessed that he was still a student in the Magic Academy, but every time someone caused trouble in the gambling house, he was the first to act. His actions were vicious and ruthless. After a while, he became a little famous among the guards of the gambling house. Now, no one mocked him because of his young age. In the Boundless Land, powerhouses were everything. Even if one side was an old man and the other was a child, as long as one side was powerful, they had to bow down and call themselves a junior. I brought two friends here. They want to go up to the 4th floor to participate in the stone gambling banquet. Abandon's tone was still cold. The Wanlong gambling house was divided into 4 floors. The first floor was open to ordinary poor people. The second floor was open to rich guests who had more than 10,000 gold coins and chips. And the third floor was open to royalty and nobles who had scholarly achievements. As for the 4th floor, most of the people in Shengjing couldn't go up there, no matter how rich they were. Only warriors, magicians, or summoners could go up to the 4th floor with their identity cards. That was because there was a very special gambling method there, and that was stone gambling. The stone gambling in the Boundless World was not like the modern stone gambling that Yinsheng knew. What was being gambled was jade, agate, and the like. The stone gambling here referred to soul stones. Only those who were qualified to use soul stones could go up to the 4th floor of the Wanlong gambling house to gamble with soul stones. Abandon didn't know the specific gambling method. He only heard from the guards that if they were lucky, they could buy high-quality soul stones at a very low price in the Wanlong gambling house. Therefore, he brought along the confused Yun Sheng and Gufeng. Chapter 110. Abandon asked around and found out that there would be a stone gambling banquet after 9 p.m. tonight. Coincidentally, there was a drunkard causing trouble on the 2nd floor of the gambling house, so Abandon went up. Seeing that it was still early for an hour, Yun Sheng and Gufeng strolled around the 1st floor. The 1st floor of Wanlong gambling house was open to commoners, so the 1st floor was the largest and had the most people. There were shouts and curses, as well as the sound of piles of silver and gold coins splashing like flowing water. Yun Sheng and Gufeng had never been to a gambling house before, so they couldn't take their eyes off it. After watching for a while, Yun Sheng realized that the type of gambling on the Boundless Continent was pitifully monotonous compared to the modern world. There were only 2 types of gambling devices here. One was the flower cards, and the other was the simplest dice. The game was nothing more than comparing the number of points and the size of the dice. Yun Sheng looked at the pairs of gold and silver coins. Under the illumination of the magic array, it was dazzling, and she couldn't help but feel a little itchy. The money she had earlier was all used to buy the unicorn magic beast bone. The money for the new batch of hemostatic flowers and meditation water hadn't been brought over yet. She could be considered to be penniless right now. Although she didn't know how the stone gambling banquet would be conducted, it was bound to cost some money. She might as well take advantage of this time to win some money in the gambling house. Yun Sheng touched her purse. There were only 5 or 6 silver coins in it. It wasn't even enough to buy some money. She did have a few magic cards, but it was a pity that they couldn't be circulated outside. Gufeng, do you have any money with you? Yun Sheng was a little regretful. She should have borrowed some money from Abandon when he was around. That kid worked part-time in the gambling house and was a ruthless character. He definitely had a lot of money on hand. No, you know that I'm very poor. Goofing had to save some money for his monthly food expenses. Under the magic cloak, Yun Sheng's eyes darted around. She found a person from Wanlong Gambling House. Internal credit? The man from Wanlong Gambling House who was stopped by Yun Sheng immediately understood. Yes, anyone who works in the gambling house can borrow 1,000 silver coins a month. 1,000 silver coins was equivalent to 100 gold coins. Then let's put it on credit for 1,000 gold coins and put it under Chi's name. Yun Sheng quickly agreed. Just now, Yun Sheng and Goofing followed a bandit into the Wandong Casino, and both of them were wearing magician's cloaks. A bandit's reputation in the Wandong Casino was quite good, so the casino was not worried that he would owe money. Besides, there was no risk in giving the money to two mages on credit. The people of Wanlong Gambling House thought about it and gave Yinsheng 100 gold coins on credit. When Goofing saw this, he was shocked. Yinsheng, this is not good. 100 gold coins. If we lose, where will we get the money to pay back? If we lose, we can stay and be the casino's guard. Anyway, I know ancient medicine and, magic treatment. Yinsheng rubbed her hands, her black eyes staring at the 100 gold coins that had just been sent over. Yinsheng dragged Goofing to a gambling table for dice. When the gamblers at the table saw the two short mages, they all roared with laughter. Go home and drink milk. The two of you can't even reach the gambling table. The two of them were only 6 or 7 years old, and their foreheads only reached the gambling table. After being laughed at, Goofing's face turned red. What are you laughing at? Under the magic cloak, Yinsheng scolded sternly. A green element came out from under her robe, and her feet levitated. She jumped onto the gambling table in one breath. Seeing that the other party used magic, the gamblers at the side all shut up. No one would be bold enough to laugh at a noble mage. The dealer at the gambling table hurried forward and asked, Mages, how do you want to play? We'll bet on big or small. You shake the dice, and I'll bet. Yinsheng stared at the 2 dice in the big bowl on the table. When the dealer saw that she was young, but her aura was comparable to that of an experienced gambler, he laughed and wiped the gambling table with his right hand. The slippery mouth of the bowl was firmly grasped in his hand, and he kept shouting, buy big or small. Once you're done, leave the hand. As he spoke, the dealer's 5 fingers exerted force at the same time. An invisible fighting aura surged into the bowl, and with a quick movement of his hands, the large bowl containing the dice began to spin like a top between his hands. The 2 dice began to spin along the smooth bowl, as if they were 2 barefooted dancers dancing in the air. The gamblers placed their bets, and the gamblers cheered. Gufeng looked at the bowl in the banker's hand, which only had a shadow left. His mind was a mess. Sure enough, the bankers of this Wandong gambling house were all martial artists. The dealer in front of him seemed to be stronger than most of the people of the Wanlong guards. Looking at the dealer's movements, Yinsheng thought to herself. In gambling, a portion of fighting energy was used to make the dice spin at a different speed, and the sound of the dice hitting the bowl was also different. For a commoner, it was difficult to guess the real number of dice in the hands of a warrior dealer. However, this was nothing to the current Yinsheng. Her Shenong pupils could observe down to the smallest of hairs. Her pupils shrank slightly, and a golden light flashed. The dealer's movements fell into Yinsheng's eyes, just like the slow motion of a movie. The numbers on the 2 spinning dice were also clearly visible. Only to hear a dong sound, the mouth of the bowl slammed on the table, startling the chips on the table to collapse. I'll bet big. Yinsheng casually tossed out 5 gold coins. The bowl opened, and 459 big. On the gambling table, there were mixed feelings. The winner happily took back double the chips, while the loser dejectedly looked at his hard-earned money being taken away. Life was full of ups and downs, and it was impossible to make money by gambling on the table. After a few more rounds, in order to prevent the people in the gambling house from being suspicious, Yinsheng pretended to lose a few rounds. But most of the time, she was sure to win and not lose. Around 7 o'clock, Yinsheng's 100 gold coins had become 180 gold coins. When Gu Feng saw this, his saliva almost flowed out. They didn't spend a single cent of the 80 gold coins, and they actually got it. This money came too easily. Next, let me be the banker, Yin Sheng suddenly said. The speed of money coming in was too slow. Yin Sheng saw that the hour was almost up, and it was about time to show her true ability. Be the banker. This magician was really arrogant. The banker of the gambling house did not look too good, because Yin Sheng's luck was not bad. After she won 7 or 8 rounds, several clever gamblers followed her bet. Like this, a large amount of gold coins had been imperceptibly lost on this table. What a reckless guy. He was actually arrogant enough to want to be the banker. Good. I'll see how you lose so much that you can't even wear your pants. The dealer secretly laughed. The dealer of the gambling house was also forthright. He pushed the dice and bowl in front of Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng grabbed the bowl with her bare hands and held it tightly in her hand. The bowl was even bigger than her palm. Sad, in the days when there was no money, the big lady was soft and looked at us. Chapter 111. On the second floor of Wanlong Casino, a bandit had just subdued the drunkard and gambler who was making trouble. He followed several people from Wanlong's guards downstairs. Just as he reached the stairs, he heard a commotion. Someone is making trouble. Having stayed in Wanlong Casino for a few months, a bandit, who was already familiar with the unusual movements of the casino, exchanged glances with several gamblers. Hurrying forward, he saw that the gambling tables on the bustling casino on the first floor were now empty. In the center of the first floor, there was a crowd of people at a gambling table, and there were continuous cheers and applause. Abandon the 2 magicians you brought. When the people of Wanlong Casino saw Abandon, it was as if they had seen their savior. What happened to them? Abandon's heart tightened. Mentor Mary said that the 3 people of Group 13 of Magic Medicine would be one in the future. What happened to the 2 of them just now? Where did you find them? The one in the gray robe is too powerful. Wang Laosen has already lost 13 houses to him, and the casino has already lost more than 10,000 gold coins. The people of Wanlong Casino only hoped that Abandon could get rid of the plague as soon as possible. Lose? Where do they get the money? Abandon didn't believe that a person like Gufeng would have the money to gamble in a place like Wanlong Casino. Even if he sold Gufeng, it wouldn't be a fraction of 10,000 gold coins. On credit your name. The people of Wanlong Casino's answer made Abandon's body stiffen. Yin Sheng. Without guessing, Abandon knew who the culprit was. For the first time in his life, a wave of anger rushed up from the soles of his feet. That damned Yin Sheng. Abandon's whole body was covered with a layer of evil spirit, which scared the gamblers and the people of the casino to the side into retreating. The crowd dispersed in a flurry. The scene at the gambling table in front of him suddenly became clear. At the gambling table, Yin Sheng had already changed her stool and stepped on it. In front of her was a tall pile of chips. Gufeng's short and fat figure was completely submerged, and only the top of his head could be seen. Losing money in the gambling house was not a big deal. What was more important was that the other gamblers had also lost a lot of money. After a while, Yun Sheng and Yi Ci had already won more than 30,000 gold coins. Her hand, Abandoned, and the group of casino guards behind him all gasped in shock. Yun Sheng was shaking the dice, but even with hundreds of pairs of eyes present, no one could see clearly how her hand moved. The bowl in her hand was only left with a white shadow. Bystanders had no way of seeing how the bowl was shaken, let alone hearing the sound of the dice. Old gamblers knew that dice were the simplest gambling tool. If the dealer wanted to win, he had to rely on his ears and hands. Yun Sheng's hand speed was astonishingly fast. Even the veteran gamblers present could not hear clearly how big or small it was. Place your bets. Under Yun Sheng's cloak, a pair of sparkling eyes was revealed. It could be imagined that her mouth was full of smiles at this moment. She lost again. Soon, more than 3,000 gold coins were added to the 30,000 gold coins. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. Yun Sheng also noticed Abandon, who was standing not far away, and the people of the casino who looked as if their mothers had died. Yun Sheng wasn't a gambler. She relied on her pair of trillium hands and Shinong eyes to win money. More than 30,000 gold coins were enough to pay for the next stone gambling banquet. Yunsheng didn't want to be blacklisted by Wanlong Casino because of this. Seeing that Yunsheng wasn't playing anymore, the people of Wanlong Casino heaved a deep sigh of relief. They hurriedly exchanged the chips that Yunsheng and the others had won into money. Honorable guest, here is a total of 33,500 gold coins. May I ask if you want to exchange them into gold coins or the Wuji card? The people of the casino were really convinced by Yunsheng now. The status of a magician might be very honorable, but in front of these desperate gamblers, they were only strong. However, a magician with superb gambling skills was very impressive. In their hearts, Yunsheng's status had undoubtedly jumped by 3 levels. She had jumped to the position of a powerful magician that was even higher than abandon. The Wuji card was a kind of currency card jointly issued by the 5 most powerful countries on the Boundless Land. The basic unit was silver coins. According to the value of the coins, there were Wuji gold cards and Wuji purple cards. There was also a legendary Wuji black card. With this kind of card, one could freely exchange for money in the banks of every major city. It was a very convenient card to carry around on the continent. Wanlong Bank provided the Wuji gold card with a minimum deposit of 10,000 gold coins. Yunsheng had suddenly become a rich woman with 30,000 gold coins. Withdraw 3,000 gold coins and return 100 gold coins to the casino first. Then exchange the 30,000 gold coins into 3 Wuji gold cards with our names as the signatures. Yunsheng nimbly made a circle with her fingers, including Gufeng and Abandon. They had a share too. Gufeng and Abandon were stunned. The capital was given by Abandon. The chips were won by Gufeng and I together. We'll go through thick and thin together. We're in the same group. After Yunsheng finished speaking, she wrapped up the 2,900 gold coins and threw it to Gufeng, who was still in a daze. Then, she gave a gold coin to the staff of the casino who had helped to exchange the coins. Yunsheng's actions made the people of the casino have a good impression of her. A person who could still be so restrained in the face of such a big gamble was even more impressive. As for Qi, after hearing Yunsheng's words, an indescribable feeling appeared in his heart, which had been cold for a long time. They were a team, sharing blessings and weathering misfortunes. They were companions, hours almost up. The stone gambling banquet should start. Abandon, you lead the way. The remaining 2,000 gold coins will be used as the foundation for the stone gambling banquet. Yunsheng was very interested in the stone gambling banquet. Gufeng's eyes were red. He didn't push it around like he usually did. Gradually, he had already regarded Yunsheng as his family. Although he hadn't known Yunsheng for long, he understood her temper. She was a person who would do anything she wanted. If they didn't accept it, it would make her unhappy. Abandon was silent for a moment. After informing the people of the casino, they walked to the 4th floor of the Wandong Casino. After passing the 3rd floor, Yunsheng realized that there was no staircase at the end of the 3rd floor that led to the 4th floor. At the end of the staircase, there was a magic array. The attributes of a magic array were differentiated by the color of the magic array. The 4 natural attributes were red, green, blue, and yellow. The magic array of the Wandong Casino obviously didn't belong to the 4 natural attribute magic arrays. Its color was gray. Gray belonged to the space-time attribute of the secondary magic attribute. As they approached, the magic array fluctuated, and a medium-sized magic eagle flew out of the magic array. "It's the guardian beast of the magic array," Gufeng whispered. It was said that a skilled magician could use magic elements to simulate the shape of an object. The eagle was about half the height of a human. Although it was an imitation of magic, it looked very lifelike. Even the lines on its feathers were very clear. In fact, it was just an illusory monster that was simulated by magic elements. It swept its sharp gaze over the group of people. Abandon reminded them, "Bring your magic badges." Without magic, warrior badges, or summoner rings, they couldn't enter this space-time magic array that only guests with special status could enter. Yunsheng and Gufeng knew that to enter the 4th floor of the Wandong Casino, they had to rely on the space-time magic array in front of them. It was the first time that both of them had experienced a space-time magic array, so they couldn't help but feel nervous. Chapter 112. Yin Sheng followed a bandit's instructions and wore the sorcerer's badge on her sorcerer's robe. Only then did the eagle that was transformed from magic retract its gaze. Yin Sheng, Gufeng, and a bandit walked into the magic array one after another. Yin Sheng didn't know about a bandit situation, but this was the first time she and Gufeng had entered a teleportation magic array. Their bodies felt like they were being violently pulled by someone, and the magic runes in the magic array began to spin. Their feet felt like they were stepping on cotton. When their vision recovered, there was already a brightly lit hall in front of them. The fourth floor of Wanlong Gambling House was right in front of them. Wanlong Gambling House lived up to its name as the largest stone gambling banquet in the Jade capital. It was both safe and well protected. After passing through the teleportation magic array, no one knew if they were really in Wanlong Gambling House. Perhaps they were already dozens of miles away from Wanlong Gambling House. Unlike the other 3 floors of Wanlong Gambling House, the hall in front of them was rectangular and extremely wide. It was 4 to 5 times the size of the first floor. A huge crystal magic lamp hung in the center of the hall. In the center of the hall was a fountain of ice and fire. Snowflakes and flames constantly shot out from the fountain, creating a dreamy and beautiful scene that was comparable to fireworks. Other than the fountain, there were also a few dining tables that were cut out of crystal in the hall. Plates of exquisite and delicious pastries, tea, and wine from various places were placed on the side for the guests to enjoy. Yin Sheng and the other 2 didn't arrive early. There were already many warriors and sorcerers waiting in the hall. Yin Sheng, look, Gufeng muttered softly. Not far away, there was a person wearing a robe that was slightly different from ordinary sorcerers. He was wearing a ring on his hand. Yin Sheng recognized it at a glance. It was the summoning ring of the summoning office. It was a summoner. There was actually a summoner on the 4th floor of Wanlong Gambling House. It was a female summoner. She was scantily clad, only wearing short armor that exposed her navel. Her breasts were white, and she was wearing leather pants that outlined the perfect curves of her lower body. Beside the female summoner, there was a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall. The burly man was holding 2 lead hammers that weighed dozens of kilograms. At first glance, one could tell that he was a martial artist with a high cultivation base. Looking at that martial artist's aura, Yin Sheng believed that among all the martial artists she knew, only Feng Kuo was slightly better than him. That must be a warrior's retainer. I heard that summoners have retainers who are responsible for guarding them when they are summoning. Gufeng was envious. They actually met a summoner at tonight's stone gambling feast. Even if they didn't buy a suitable soul stone, it was still a worthwhile trip. The surrounding magicians and warriors were vigilant and fearful as they looked at the summoner and warrior duo. Looking at the style of their clothing, they didn't look like people from Zhou State. They didn't know what they were doing at Wanlong Gambling House tonight. Yin Sheng put away her curiosity. She was more interested in the stone gambling feast that was about to begin. Yin Sheng used a small price of 1 gold coin to inquire about the specific content of the stone gambling feast from the enthusiastic staff of the gambling house. The so-called stone gambling feast was indeed different from the jadeite and jade gambling that Yin Sheng had heard of in her previous life. She didn't see any uncut stones. The stone gambling at the stone gambling feast was the soul stones of magical beasts. Soul stones were extremely precious to magicians, warriors, and even summoners. They could be used to replenish consumed magic elements and do qi, and could also be inlaid on weapons and scepters. Among them, the soul stones of wild magical beasts were the most precious. For every stone gambling feast, the Wanlong Gambling House would provide 10 demonic beasts. Most of these demonic beasts had already lost their ability to resist and were either dead or about to die. However, they would at least be hunted down within 24 hours. The soul stones on their bodies would also be the freshest. Their grades were not fixed, and the quality of the soul stones on their bodies was also not fixed. Wanlong Gambling House would not inform the guests of the specific grades of the magical beast beforehand. They couldn't even guarantee that every magical beast would have a soul stone on them. The guests who came to the stone gambling feast would first take turns to admire these magical beasts, and then auction which magical beast they liked. Only the winner of the auction would get that magical beast. After Yun Sheng, Gufeng, and Abandoned heard this explanation, the three of them didn't expect that the so-called stone gambling feast would be like this. Then what if we wrongly estimate the grade of the magical beast and spend several or even hundreds of times the price to buy a magical beast without a soul stone? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Gufeng was the one who didn't know how to gamble the most among the three of them. He felt that such an auction was too risky. This is where the fun of the stone gambling feast lies. If it was like in the magical equipment store, where every soul stone was properly evaluated and priced, then there wouldn't be any fun in gambling. Wanlong Gambling House is all about gambling. Winning or losing depends on one's judgment. That person from the gambling house laughed. The stronger the person, the more arrogant and conceited they were. They always thought that what they believed was true. Those who could enter the fourth level of Wanlong Gambling House and participate in this so-called stone gambling feast were all warriors and magicians from Zhou State or Yujing City. They belonged to an extremely special group. What they really cared about was most likely not a soul stone of unknown grade. Sometimes they just wanted to obtain a kind of recognition. According to that person from the gambling house, the winning and losing of this stone gambling feast was much greater than the gambling on the third level downstairs. It was the true source of wealth for Wanlong Gambling House. There was even an annual stone gambling feast where a soul stone king that was above level 9 had appeared. Someone became rich overnight at the stone gambling banquet, using a few dozen gold coins to buy a peak 6th level magical beast. Not to mention the magical beast's soul stone, just the skin, bones, and blood of that magical beast was enough to make him a fortune. However, there were also people who spent their entire fortune to buy a level 7 magical beast, but in the end, it was just an ordinary wild beast that didn't even have a soul stone. There were all kinds of rumors, from becoming rich overnight to going bankrupt. However, it added a layer of color to the stone gambling feast of Wanlong Gambling House, and attracted more and more magicians, warriors, and even summoners. Yun Sheng and the other two were the most inconspicuous among the magicians who participated in this stone gambling feast. The three of them were just new magicians and didn't have any family background, let alone fame. The powerhouses waiting in the hall, including the female summoner, didn't even look at them. Yun Sheng, this is too unreliable. Why don't we just take a look? Gufeng clicked his tongue. They were all young magicians and had never participated in outdoor adventures. Only the intermediate students of the Royal Academy would have a special course for identifying magical beasts. In Gufeng's eyes, magical beasts were not much different from the wild beasts in the mountains. Don't worry. After the magical beast is sent out, we will make a decision. Yun Sheng came tonight just to find a suitable magical beast soul stone for Gufeng. She didn't expect to encounter such a unique stone gambling feast. She wanted to see what kind of magical beast would appear at the stone gambling feast later. Today's chapters are 10,000. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Fei, Yia, Meng, Ruashi, Security Boy, Qing Kwang, and everyone for your recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and the extra chapters 1.0. I will work hard to pay them back. Chapter 113. Yun Sheng saw so many magicians and warriors outside the Royal Academy, especially magicians. Yun Sheng suspected that all the magicians in Shengjing City had already gathered here. Of course, most of them were warriors. After all, Zhou State was a country ruled by martial arts, so the number of warriors was still the majority. Yun Sheng's Shenong pupil had broken through the microscopic level and reached the level of insight. Therefore, when she looked at people, her eyes were very sharp. She could roughly see the cultivation level of most of the magicians and warriors present, as long as their cultivation level was similar to hers. She could not see through them unless they were warriors or magicians who were more than 2 levels higher than her. The strength of the warriors was uneven. There were martial masters and revered martial artists who were one level higher. Most of the magicians were the same. A small half of them were magicians, and there were also some great magicians and master magicians. However, there were also a few people that Yin Sheng could not see clearly. Among them, there was the female summoner and the retainer warrior beside her. Yin Sheng guessed that these two people either used some special magic or special combat skills to hide their strength. After Yin Sheng found out the strength of the guests present, she secretly calculated in her heart that she had to act in a low-key manner. Unless it was a last resort, she must not provoke these people. The stone gambling banquet has begun. The hall suddenly quieted down. During the time when Yin Sheng was observing, the guests gathered in twos and threes. Yin Sheng, Qi, and Gufeng chose an inconspicuous corner to stand. Boom! A magic fireball emerged from the ground. The fireball was like a ball of fireworks exploding in the room. A magician wearing a magician's robe walked out of the fireball with a smile. The magician was a master magician. He had a handsome face, and his eyes flashed with shrewdness. The warriors present disdainfully pursed their lips. What they hated most was magicians showing off their magic. Welcome to Wandong Casino. I am the magician of the casino, Longhua. As the largest casino in the city, the identity of the owner of Wandong Casino had always been discussed by the outside world. However, no one had actually seen the owner of Wandong Casino. However, he had heard that the owner was extremely powerful and wealthy. Not only did he have the Wanlong guards under him, but he also had several master magicians under him, namely Long Hua, Long Bing, Long Tu, and Long Feng. Usually, the four master magicians would not appear in public. Only at this stone gambling banquet would one of them be seen. Long Hua waved his hand. He saw a few strong martial masters carrying the demonic beasts out. In one night, a total of 20 magical beasts were auctioned. Just as they had heard earlier, most of the magical beasts that Yin Sheng and the others saw were either dead or had just died. If one were to touch them with their hands, they would find that most of the magic beast fur was still very soft and even warm. This proved that they had been killed not long ago. These magical beasts were of different sizes and species, but most of them had one characteristic, which was that they were in perfect condition. There was only one fatal wound on their body, either in the eye or in the mouth. In short, none of the wounds had damaged the integrity of the magical beasts. It could be seen that the people who had killed these magical beasts were all veterans. After seeing these magical beasts, Yinsheng already had an impression in her mind that there should be an even larger hunting team behind the Wanlong gambling house. However, Yinsheng also realized at the same time that the grades of these magical beasts were very difficult to distinguish. Take the first leopard-type magical beast that was carried out. It looked like a level 3 storm leopard, but it also looked like a level 5 thunder leopard. At a glance, it was very difficult to distinguish the level of the magical beast. Although there was only a difference of 2 levels between level 3 and level 5, the value of the soul stone was like heaven and earth. Needless to say, a level 3 storm leopard only had a 20% chance of producing a soul stone, while a level 5 thunder leopard had a 50% chance of producing one. There are a total of 20 magical beasts here, from big to small, and all of them are the freshest. Long Hua guarantees with his dignity as a mage that as long as there are soul stones in their bodies, the fusion rate of the soul stones will be more than 50% after they are dug out. Long Hua's voice rumbled, and his words clearly reached everyone's ears. The fresher the soul stone, the higher the fusion rate. The soul stone on Yun Sheng's enigmatic bone scepter that was accompanied by the great flame explosion had a very high fusion rate. The reason was that it was directly dug out from the magical beast's body and immediately fused with it. The 20 magical beasts were placed on the beautiful crystal table in the hall. Under the illumination of the magic array, it was very easy to give birth to a violent sense of beauty. The starting bid for all of them was 500 gold coins. If it was a few hours ago, Yin Sheng and the rest would not be able to afford this amount. Luckily, Yin Sheng's gamble gave them some capital. As Yin Sheng expected, after seeing these magical beasts, most of the people shook their heads nonstop. Even a few experienced warriors and mages could not identify the specific grades of these magical beasts. It was too difficult. Like the other warriors and hunters, Yun Sheng and the rest also carefully and patiently observed each magical beast, from the fur to the claws and then to the color. The difficulty was too high. After all, when choosing a magical beast, one not only had to look at its grade, but also its corresponding magical attributes. Otherwise, if the attributes did not match or were incompatible, even if one bought a high-grade magical beast, it would be a waste. When they could not identify the specific grades of magical beasts, most of the people unanimously chose a conservative method, which was to choose magical beasts that were larger in size and more ferocious in nature. After all, the world of magical beasts was also incomparably cruel. The more ferocious a magical beast was, the higher its grade. Gufeng, which one do you like? Yun Sheng scanned the magical beasts around them. It's too similar at first. I thought that leopard was not bad, but when I looked at it, it looked like an ordinary mountain leopard. Gufeng was a typical person who had difficulty making a choice. Asking him to make a choice was undoubtedly more difficult than asking him to attend a combat magic class. That magical leopard with a strong body and a streamlined body was indeed favored by many people, especially those warriors. If this was a level 5 thunder leopard, they could dig out its soul stone and embed it into their weapons or armor. It would bring about a decent increase in attack power. Yin Sheng quietly narrowed her eyes. Shen Nong's pupil, 2nd level, insight, activated. Under the magic cloak, Yun Sheng's pitch-black eyes were quickly covered with a faint layer of gold. Her gaze swept across the bodies of the magical beasts. Under the state of insight, the appearance of the magical beasts was no longer important. The appearance that they used to confuse people's senses also disappeared. What appeared in front of Yun Sheng were flashes of magical elements. These magical elements were of different strengths and weaknesses, and their colors were also colorful. In this colorful sea, Yun Sheng's eyes moved slightly as if she had discovered something. Chapter 114. Just as Yun Sheng was about to use Shen Nong's eye to take a closer look, an unreasonable voice came from behind her. "Get out of the way, this young master wants this leopard." A noblewoman was leading a 10-year-old boy, and there were more than 10 warriors behind her. Enemies really do meet on a narrow path. The last ones to arrive at the stone gambling banquet were Yun Sangxue and Tang Yu, this pair of mother and son. After Yun Sheng's attempt to seek refuge at the Marshal Saint General's estate was thwarted, Yun Sangxue had secretly sent people to follow her. After she shook them off, Yun Sangxue did not give up and secretly investigated the whereabouts of Yun Sheng and her father. Yun Sangxue had placed spies in all the restaurants and inns in the city, but could not find Yun Sheng and her father. She thought that the two had already left. She never expected that Yun Sheng had actually entered the Imperial Magic Academy, and, at this moment, she was standing in front of her wearing a magic cloak. After Tang Yu's battle pet was killed by Yun Sheng, he sulked in the residence for a few days. In order to appease her precious son, Yun Sangxue asked around in the city and found out that the Wanlong gambling house was having a stone gambling banquet tonight. She coaxed Tang Yu and promised to buy him a high-quality soul stone to embed on his bracers. Tang Yu was a warrior, and he thought that he would soon have a high-quality soul stone to show off everywhere. This was in line with the mentality of a hedonistic son like Tang Yu. "Mother, I want that leopard's soul stone." Tang Yu's triangular eyes immediately shone with greed when he saw the leopard. Yun Sangxue was a descendant of a general, but she had married early and had been handling the internal affairs of the Yun residence all these years, so she did not know much about magical beasts. She called over a warrior behind her and had him come forward to take a look. "Mother, there's no need to look. I heard from the masters in the dojo that it's a rank 5 thunder leopard. Its fur is pitch black, its eyes are like golden bells, and its limbs are long and slender. Look at this leopard, everything matches. It must be a thunder leopard." Tang Yu was not willing to let that warrior go forward. He boasted that his eyes were extraordinary, so he was sure that it was a thunder leopard. Goofing muttered, "Not every leopard looks like that." Who would have thought that Tang Yu's ears were sharp? Once she heard it, she flew into a rage out of humiliation. "What did you say? Damn fatty." He angrily took a step forward and was about to beat up Goofing. He only heard 2 magic scepters aimed at him. Only then did he see clearly that the 3 people in front of him were wearing cloaks with the insignia of a sorcerer pinned on them. "What do you want?" "She's just a sorcerer. My grandfather is the Marshal Saint General Yun Ba." Tang Yu raised his voice, as if he was the most powerful person in the world. Don't talk too much with these lowly people. My son's eyesight is the best. Mother will buy that leopard in a bit." Yun Sangshua looked at the 3 of them with disdain. Her crude words made her originally beautiful appearance appear even more vulgar. Although the 3 of them were sorcerers, their cloaks were tattered, and it was obvious that they were the most ordinary sorcerers. These people were like street dogs, very difficult to deal with. Tang Yu spat at the 3 of them and happily followed Yun Sangshua to choose a magical beast. "Goofeng, don't take it to heart." Yun Sheng sighed inwardly. The Yun residence was occupied by this mother and son pair, so it was only a matter of time before it declined. Because of Yun Sangshua, Yun Sheng's impression of the Yun residence had already fallen to the bottom. She wanted to teach this mother and son pair a lesson, but they were surrounded by a large number of Yun residence guards, so she couldn't do it for the time being. Seeing that Yun Sangshua and her son were very interested in the leopard, Yun Sheng's eyes flashed as she looked at the leopard. Under the cloak, Yun Sheng's lips curled up in a mocking smile. Who would have thought that Gu Feng, that brat, had guessed correctly? The difference between a magical beast and an ordinary wild beast was that it had magic elements in its body. Magical beasts of different attributes and ranks also had more and less magic elements. The most popular thunder leopard at the stone gambling banquet didn't have a trace of magic elements in its body. Yun Sheng looked at it from inside out. How is it a magical beast? It was clearly a very ordinary mountain leopard with no soul stone in its body. If she bought it, she would really vomit blood. She pretended to walk forward and said, "This magical beast must be very precious. Why don't we participate in the auction and buy it?" She deliberately said this to Goofing and Chi. Goofing heard her and shook his head. 500 gold coins is too expensive. Besides, we don't have good eyesight. If it's an ordinary leopard, it'll be terrible. Chi was much smarter than Goofing. He understood Yun Sheng's meaning and walked forward as well. He looked at the magical beast lovingly and said, "I saw someone hunt a thunder leopard in my early years. It looked like this. Popper, get lost. This leopard belongs to me." Tang Yu was even angrier when he heard that someone wanted to snatch the leopard from him. "Young master, do you know where the soul stone comes from?" Chi wasn't Goofing. He had a temper that would allow others to poke and flatten him. He smiled sinisterly and exuded a chilling aura. Tang Yu shivered. This mage in a cloak didn't look as strong as him, but once he got close, he felt a chill all over his body, as if he was leaning against a huge ice block. To obtain the soul stone, you need to peel off the skin of the magical beast, cut off pieces of its meat, and then break its bones. Bit by bit, you have to dig it out from the body of the magical beast. Chi's following words seemed to paint a bloody picture in front of Tang Yu. One of the highlights of the stone gambling banquet was the gambling of all kinds of soul stones. But there was another bigger highlight, which was the stone cutting. After the Wandong gambling house sold the magical beast, they would cut it open on the spot. The winner of the auction could directly hand the magical beast over to the Wandong gambling house to be cut open, or they could dissect it themselves. But if they handed it over to the Wandong gambling house to be dissected, they would have to pay an extra 30% of the auction price as the stone cutting fee. Moreover, the Wandong gambling house couldn't guarantee the success of the stone cutting. After all, the higher the level of the magical beast, the harder it was to find the soul stone. The whole process of the stone cutting was very bloody, but it was also something that was hard to see outside. Those who had a weaker tolerance might not be able to bear it on the spot. Chi's cold voice made Tang Yu's limbs go weak for no reason. and he started to tremble without any backbone. Yin Sheng, sounds scary with. Goofing was also scared out of his wits. He didn't expect there to be such a thing after the stone gambling event. Puffed. Yin Sheng laughed when she heard that. She didn't expect that little brat, to be full of evil tricks even though he was usually cold on the outside. Looking at Tang Yu's appearance, he was probably scared out of his wits. Let's just watch. Actually, the stone cutting isn't something scary. Yin Sheng stopped watching the show. She didn't forget that she was here today to find a suitable soul stone for Goofing. Yin Sheng looked around again and was disappointed to find that none of the magical beast soul stones matched Goofing's magical attributes. Chapter 115. Retracting her gaze in disappointment, Yunxing secretly observed everyone else's actions while Yun Sangxue and her son's attention was on the magical beasts like most of the guests. When entering the stone gambling banquet, Yunsheng was only paying attention to one person. It was that female summoner and the martial artist's retainer beside her. With their cultivation, it was impossible for them to come to the Wanlong Gambling House's stone gambling banquet just for the level 4 or 5 magical beasts. They must have received some news to participate in this stone gambling banquet. Yunsheng's observation further verified this point. Unlike the others, that female summoner didn't join in the fun to look at the most popular magical beasts. She only checked out the remaining magical beasts that didn't seem outstanding. Her gaze landed on a magical beast. It was a very ordinary wall tortoise. The wall tortoise was a level 4 magical beast. It was the size of a millstone and looked very heavy. Its movements were slow, and other than its strong defense, it didn't have any other advantages. How could such a magical beast attract the attention of a summoner? Could it be that this wall tortoise had something special? Yunsheng couldn't help but retract her gaze. Shenong's eyes flickered. Yunsheng was slightly stunned when she saw it. She discovered something different under the wall tortoise's thick shell. 2 magical elements. There were actually 2 faintly discernible magical elements on this wall tortoise's body. Although it was very weak, Yunsheng suspected that there were at least 2 soul stones on that wall tortoise. Could it be that this level 4 magical beast was also a mutated magical beast? The last time at the Dark Moon Mountain Range, the C-class magical beast that Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger encountered was also a mutated magical beast. Mutated magical beasts weren't common on the continent, let alone mutated magical beasts that had 2 soul stones at the same time. That summoner couldn't possibly have Shenong's eyes. She must have some other method to detect this, which was why she looked at the wall tortoise differently. Apart from Yunsheng's Shenong pupil, which allowed her to determine that the shield tortoise had 2 types of magic elements, the female summoner and the warrior could only vaguely guess that there was something wrong with the tortoise's body. Yunsheng withdrew her gaze. After a round of selection, the guests had all chosen their ideal magical beasts. Yunsheng, do you really want to gamble? Goofing had a bitter look on his face. He had no clue about this pile of magical beasts. Abandon, what do you think? After the prank, just now, Yunsheng's impression of abandon had skyrocketed. Abandonment didn't answer, but the mischievous look in his eyes when he looked at the leopard made Yunsheng understand. Since that leopard is so popular, of course we have to support it. As for the others, I'm afraid we won't be able to get them. Yunsheng carefully glanced at the female summoner and the warrior squire beside her. The stone gambling banquet had begun. As expected, the most popular fake thunder leopard attracted the most attention. In order to prevent blind bidding, the Wanlong Gambling House had made a complete arrangement. Each person could only participate in the bidding for 2 magical beasts at most, and each magical beast could only raise the price 3 times. If the number of times exceeded the limit, the bidding would be considered invalid. More than half of the guests chose to bid for that thunder leopard. Yunsheng and the other 2 also symbolically bid twice. Although there were many people, in the end, they couldn't resist the wealth of the mother and son from the Marshal St. General's residence. The final price of the 500 gold coins fake thunder leopard reached a shocking 15,000 gold coins. After the successful bid, Tang Yu's face was full of joy. Little did he know that he wouldn't even be able to cry later. Further down, the magical beasts in the venue were also auctioned off by different people. The wall tortoise that Yun Sheng and the female summoner were interested in was the third last item to be auctioned off. After more than 10 magical beasts had been auctioned off, there were only about 10 people left who were qualified to bid. Among them were Yun Sheng, who still had one chance to bid, the female summoner, who didn't bid at all, and a few guests who didn't manage to buy the magical beasts they wanted in the previous rounds. When the wall tortoise started bidding, the female summoner directly shouted, 1,000 gold coins. A warrior beside her shouted, 1,500 gold coins. Although they didn't see anything special about the wall tortoise, the female summoner's identity was too special. Everyone else was sure that there was something special about the wall tortoise. As the bidding continued, the price of the wall tortoise also increased from 1,000 gold coins all the way to 10,000 gold coins. As the bidding continued to increase, there weren't many chances left for the crowd to bid. Even the female summoner had already bid twice and only had one chance left. At this time, Yun Sheng and the other two still had one chance to bid. The female summoner's expression also became dignified. A few warriors who were bidding on the side clamored, "This is Zhou State. It's not the Penglai State's summoner's turn to touch the magical beast here. We must get this magical beast." As soon as the voice fell, a sudden rush of energy passed by. Behind the female summoner, the retainer warrior suddenly exerted his strength. With a boom, his fighting spirit was like a flood. The chest of the provocative warrior caved in, and his bones made a strange creaking sound. The warrior who was still speaking rudely a moment ago was now paralyzed on the ground like mud. He could only exhale, but not inhale. After a series of gasps, Longhua's expression also changed. So strong. He was definitely a master of the Wuzun level. You too, killing is strictly prohibited in the Wanlong Casino. Longhua's expression changed. An astonishing wall of fire surrounded the female summoner and the warrior. Just when the retainer Wuzun killed the warrior and Longhua reprimanded him, the female summoner's beautiful face showed a touch of disdain. The summoning ring on her hand fluctuated with magic elements. She had finished chanting the summoning chant. An ice-blue magic array appeared beneath her feet, and the graceful glacier tiger leaped out. It was a rank 5 glacier tiger. Its body was not big, but its whole body flashed with a murderous aura. The glacier tiger leaped over the wall of fire. The wall of fire, which had been burning fiercely like oil, was immediately frozen. The appearance of the glacier tiger calmed the guests down. That was a summoned beast. A real summoned beast. It was not an ordinary war pet. It was a summoned beast that was almost the same as its master. This female summoner came prepared. Her retainer warrior was very strong. She could summon a mid-level or higher summoned beast. She must be a scepter-level summoner. In a place like the Great Zhou country, where summoners were rarely seen, the appearance of a real summoner was without a doubt shocking. This person dared to talk back to Master Bingling. He deserves to die. Listen, we are people from Penglai. We participated in this stone gambling banquet to find a suitable soul stone. If anyone dares to provoke us again, he will be the best example. The warrior retainer snorted coldly. Penglai. They were actually from Penglai, a country famous for producing summoners. Thank you 36375612, Waning Moon, and Ruashi for your tips. There will be more updates this afternoon. Chapter 116. There were 5 countries and 1 capital in the Boundless Continent, and each country had its own characteristics. Zhou State was famous for its martial arts, but its martial arts talents had withered in recent years. The martial arts Saint General Yunba was also old, and the country was faintly showing signs of weakening. On the contrary, Penglai, one of the 5 countries, was only a small country in the sea. However, it had quickly gained a foothold among the 5 countries because of the emergence of several legendary summoners who had spread far and wide. The summoners of Penglai were strong, not only because their summoners were strong, but also because they had another characteristic. After each summoner's ability was awakened, they would obtain a loyal retainer warrior from the National Martial Arts Center according to the national regulations. This retainer warrior would be inseparable from the summoner. Before the summoner could truly take charge, the retainer warrior would protect him or her with his or her life. In this way, the safety of all summoners from Penglai was greatly guaranteed, and their growth would be particularly fast. There were even rumors that the real power behind Penglai was the current Zao state. This person died in the Wanlong Casino. I will explain to the Zao state government. Continue bidding. The female summoner was very arrogant. After this incident, no one dared to bid against the female summoner. In the end, the shield tortoise was bought by the female summoner at the price of 10,000 gold coins. Most of the guests didn't leave, and many people weren't disappointed that they didn't buy a suitable magical beast. After all, there were only 20 magical beasts. Compared to the hundreds of guests, there were too many monks and too little porridge. One of the reasons most people came to the stone gambling banquet today was to stay and see the real climax of the stone gambling banquet, stone cutting. Yunsheng and the other two were no exception. Stone cutting was to take out the most valuable part of the magical beast. The Wanlong Casino would cut the stone. After all, there weren't many people present who were really good at stone cutting. It wasn't expensive to pay 30% more for the stone cutting fee. No one knew where the soul stone grew in a magical beast. Only the most experienced hunters knew how to cut the stone. Who knew that when it was Tang Yu's turn, he shouted loudly, "This young master wants to do it personally." It turned out that he had been frightened by the abandonment just now and felt that he had lost face. He wanted to personally go and open the stone to save his face. Yinsheng snickered in her heart. This Tang Yu really had a pig's brain. He really felt that he hadn't lost enough face. Seeing that their young master was determined to personally cut the stone, the guards of the general's residence carried the leopard to a crystal table used for cutting beasts. Tang Yu held a sharp dagger, and under the guidance of others, she cut open the leopard's skin. The smell of blood rushed up, and Tang Yu almost vomited. In order to prove that he was a descendant of a family of generals, Tang Yu forced himself to hold his breath. When the saber went down, other than his internal organs and flesh, there was no soul stone in his mangled chest. Maybe it's in the heart. I've heard that the spirit stones of the leopard family magical beasts are usually in the vital parts. Tang Yu didn't think twice and stabbed the knife in his hand into the leopard's heart. There was a puff. The heart exploded and a pool of blood sprayed onto Tang Yu's face. Tang Yu's mouth and face were covered in blood. His expression was uglier than if he were crying. Yin Sangxue couldn't keep her face. The guard beside her couldn't stand it anymore and reminded her in a low voice, "Madam, that's just an ordinary leopard. Let the young master not embarrass himself anymore. Are your dog eyes blind? You can't even recognize an ordinary wild beast and a magical beast. What's the point of the general's residence raising you?" Yin Sangxue slapped him. Tang Yu, that rascal, also jumped down the ladder when he saw it. He cursed, "You blind thing, causing your young master me to spend a lot of gold coins to buy a leopard." A leopard and a bumpkin. They really were a match made in heaven. Seeing that the mother and son of the Marshal Saint General's residence were so outrageous, pushing all the blame onto the guard, even though it was clearly their own fault for misjudging a magical beast and a wild beast. The onlookers at the side couldn't help but shake their heads. Everyone thought in their hearts that it was truly the family's misfortune. Old General Yun Ba's illustrious reputation was without a successor. Tang Yu stood to the side dejectedly. He didn't succeed in his stone gambling, so he naturally thought that others deserved to be unlucky as well. However, the magical beasts that the next few people bought all followed the rules. Under the stone cutting of the Wandong gambling house, they each obtained a few level 3 and level 4 soul stones. Finally, it was the female summoner's wall, Tortoise's turn. Among magical beasts, tortoises had the strongest defense. That tortoise shell was so hard. What kind of weapon would be used to break it open? That was what everyone present thought. Tortoise magical beasts actually had another characteristic. Not only was their defense strong, especially after a magical beast died, its shell would cool down and become incomparably hard. Only an extremely powerful warrior, or even a magus proficient in lightning, would be able to split it open. Generally speaking, the magical attributes of the summoned beast and the summoner were the same. The female summoner just now had summoned a water-type and ice-type magical beast. She was also a water-type magus. Lady Summoner, I'm sorry to tell you this. We can't guarantee that we can successfully dissect this wall tortoise. Long was seemed to have already known that this wall tortoise was difficult to deal with. He didn't wait for the female summoner to speak and directly shirked the responsibility. No matter, I'll deal with it myself. The female summoner seemed to have been prepared. She had killed someone at the Wandong gambling house, so the other party naturally wouldn't treat them kindly. She raised her hand, and there was a bluish-purple round pearl in her hand. The pearl wasn't big, but there was a bluish-purple lightning rune flashing on its body. That bolt of lightning seemed to be alive as it kept pulsating in the pearl. The Thunderbolt Pearl is an intermediate-level magic weapon. The Thunderbolt Pearl. It said that as long as you have the Thunderbolt Pearl, even if you're not a lightning-type magus, you can attract the power of lightning to help you. When the female summoner took out the pearl in her hand, there was an uproar all around. Intermediate-level magic weapon? When Yunsheng was in the Fire Rock Village, she had been plotted against by Ding Lei with a low-level magic weapon. Low-level magic weapons were much weaker than intermediate-level magic weapons. Intermediate-level magic weapons often contained power that was not lower than intermediate-level magic. Correspondingly, intermediate-level magic weapons were also much more expensive. This pearl, called the Thunderbolt Pearl, was an intermediate-level magic weapon. It was just that he didn't know why the female summoner took out the Thunderbolt Pearl at this time. The female summoner held the Thunderbolt Pearl in her hand and raised the magic scepter in her hand high. She chanted in a low voice. The pearl floated in the air, and lightning-type magic elements filled the air. A bolt of lightning about the size of an arm broke out of the pearl. The bolt of lightning was like a streak of purple lightning hitting the back of the wall tortoise. On the incomparably hard wall tortoise shell, a crack appeared under the power of the lightning. 3 consecutive lightning flashes struck the crack with unparalleled accuracy. The sturdy tortoise shell finally broke open, and a soul stone rolled out from within. The female summoner was overjoyed and hurriedly went forward to pick up the soul stone. Chapter 117. Half of the wall tortoise's soul stone was crimson, while the other half was emerald green. It looked like a fine jade, completely different from the ugly appearance of the wall tortoise. The guests present sighed. Some sighed, some regretted, and some coveted it. At this moment, everyone knew that the female summoner had obtained a precious fire and wind dual soul stone. Dual soul stones were considered one of the most precious types of soul stones. One soul stone contained 2 magic elements at the same time. There was only a 1 in 100,000 chance that a mutated magical beast could produce a dual soul stone. The female summoner was wild with joy. She felt that the 10,000 gold coins she had spent earlier was well worth it. Although everyone coveted and envied her, no one dared to make a move. Not to mention the power of the Wandong gambling house. The strength that the female summoner had displayed earlier made them not dare to have any improper thoughts. Just as the female summoner was rejoicing, Yunsheng acutely sensed that a trace of mockery floated in the eyes of the master magician, called Longhua. Crack! There was an extremely soft sound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the red and green dual soul stone shattered. She had thought that she was clever and used the power of lightning to split open the hard shell of the wall tortoise to obtain the soul stone. However, the power of lightning had also passed through the wall tortoise and acted directly on the soul stone. It was expected that the soul stone would be split in half. The smile on the female summoner's lips instantly froze on her face. Her face turned green and purple. Damn it! You already knew that the power of lightning would damage the dual soul stone. The female summoner's joy turned into anger. She changed her face faster than flipping a book. She was furious and questioned Longhua. "Guest, please watch your words. I respect you as a guest, so I won't pursue the matter of you injuring people earlier. However, if you repeatedly offend the dignity of the Wandong gambling house, then don't blame us. Then don't blame my Wandong gambling house for being impolite." Longhua was a fire element magician, so his temper was naturally not good. He revealed a mouthful of white teeth and waved his hand. Then, four tall warriors stepped forward. Their muscles looked like they were made of cement, and their eyes were bright. Each and every one of them was a martial venerable. The individual strength of the six of them might not be comparable to the female summoner's retainer warriors, but the four of them were of the same height, and their movements were also exactly the same. It was clear that they were warriors who had undergone special training. This kind of cultivator was good at group battles. When they worked together, their strength far surpassed that of an ordinary martial saint. What was even more eye-catching was the martial artist robes worn by the four martial artists. They were all light, gold martial artist robes with the two words "Martial Profound" tattooed on their arms. They were actually martial artists from the #1 martial arts dojo in Zhou State, Martial Profound's Celestial Pole Dojo. Speaking of the Martial Profound Heaven's Extreme House, there was no one in Zhou State who did not know about it. Even on the mainland, it was one of the top martial arts schools. Although the Imperial Magic Academy was the largest magic academy in Zhou State, its status was far inferior to the Martial Arts Hall. The history of Wushuan Limitless School was much longer than that of the Magic Academy, especially in Zhou State, which was founded on martial arts. The martial artists taught by the dojo were all over the mainland. There were even many martial artists from other countries who came from Wushuan Limitless School. Who would have thought that there would be people from Wushuan Limitless School in the Wanlong Gambling House? Bingling, Wushuan Limitless School is not to be trifled with. The female summoner's retainer warrior whispered in her ear. He alone could barely fight one of the martial saints alone. If the four of them worked together with the master magician Longhua, it would be hard to say who would win. This was Zhou State's territory, so they did not dare to be too rash. The female summoner was so angry that the soul stone in her hand exploded into ice crystal powder. She left with the retainer warrior. The wall shield tortoise that had been split open by the thunder pearl was thrown on the ground. It was a rank 4 magical beast. If not for the twin soul stone in it, the female summoner would not have taken a fancy to that rank 4 magical beast. As for the remaining magical beasts, one of them was an ordinary wild beast without a soul stone. The other one had a rank 3 soul stone. Tonight's stone-cutting banquet was over. Some of the guests were satisfied, some were disappointed. They all left with different moods. Yunsheng did not leave. She waited until most of the people had left before walking in front of manager Longhua. Just as Longhua was about to order people to carry away the corpses of the magical beasts that had been thrown at the scene, he suddenly saw a magician walk up to him. He recognized that this magician had come together with the Royal Academy student named Abandoned, who was part of the Wanlong Guards. Although Abandoned had not been at the Wanlong gambling house for long and did not speak much, he had not even spoken to manager Longhua. However, he was efficient and never slacked off. He had a good reputation. Since he had come with Abandoned, he must be a student of the Royal Academy. However, the stone gambling banquet had already ended. What did this student want to do by coming forward? Manager Long, I want to buy that wall shield tortoise. Yunsheng had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She was really afraid that the female summoner would take the body of the wall shield tortoise away. Guest, you should have already seen that the body of the wall shield tortoise has already been dissected. Its soul stone has already shattered. This carcass is not worth much. Although Longhua was the manager of the Wanlong gambling house, he was very sincere in his dealings with people. He had also taken note of Yunsheng and the rest earlier on. They had not really participated in the bidding and had only competed with young Master Tang Yu of the Yun residence a few times. It could be seen that they were not from the imperial family or the young masters and young mistresses of wealthy merchants in the Imperial Academy. Manager Long, I only bid twice just now. According to the rules of the Wanlong gambling house, as long as I have not left the gambling house, I am a guest here. The stone gambling banquet has not truly ended. This wall shield tortoise may not have any value to others, but to me, it has an extraordinary meaning. Although Yunsheng was wearing a magic cloak, Longhua could not see her expression clearly. However, from her unusually bright eyes and firm tone, an aura that was completely different from her age and identity was revealed. This aura affected Longhua imperceptibly. Longhua could reject Yunsheng, but what she said was not wrong. What a guest wanted to buy was indeed not the gambling house's business. Yunsheng had not left the gambling house yet, so she did have one more chance to bid. Longhua could not help but suspect that Yunsheng had already planned this beforehand. She had held back from bidding until the female summoner had failed to retrieve the stone and left the Wanlong gambling house on bad terms. Only then did she propose her own deal. However, how could she have guessed that the female summoner would definitely fail to retrieve the stone? Could it be that she had such a terrifying shrewdness at such a young age? All sorts of guesses emerged in Longhua's mind. Just as he was guessing, Yunsheng, who was standing in front of him, did not move. The pair of dark eyes under the magic cloak were as firm as ever. However, this also made him even more curious. He wanted to know how exactly Yunsheng was going to deal with this wall shield tortoise. This level 4 tortoise beast had troubled the Wanlong gambling house for a long time. All right, I agree to sell this wall shield tortoise to you. However, I have a request. You must tell me how you want to deal with this wall shield tortoise. Chapter 118. When the stonecutters from the Wanlong gambling house were called out to watch the stonecutters, and it was that shield tortoise at that, they found it somewhat inconceivable. Wasn't the twin soul stone already broken? What kind of soul stone could be cut? There were many magical beasts on the boundless continent, which correspondingly gave birth to many special professions. Stonecutters belonged to a very special profession. Some of these people were hunters in their early years, and some were butchers in their early years. No matter what profession they were in, they all had incredible stone-cutting skills, which was why they were invited to the Wanlong gambling house with high salaries. When that shield tortoise was first sent to the gambling house, it was already determined that there was a twin soul stone in its body. But because the shell of a shield tortoise was too hard, even if they used Dharma artifacts to cut the stone, it could damage the twin soul stone in the tortoise's body. All the stonecutters from the Wanlong gambling house unanimously determined that this shield tortoise was unable to cut the stone normally. That female summoner's failure to cut the stone with the lightning pearl also verified their words. But this sorcerer who came out of nowhere actually said that the shield tortoise's soul stone had not been taken out yet. That's ridiculous. Most tortoise soul stones grow in the heart and abdomen. That twin soul stone was also taken out from its heart. Anyone with eyes can see that this shield tortoise has long lost its soul stone. The stonecutters mocked one after another, looking down on Yunsheng. Then I will personally cut the stone once. Open your eyes and watch carefully. Yunsheng was completely unbothered by the mockery. It was hard to shut up the crowd. What she wanted was a promise from Steward Longhua. Longhua only just found out that there was actually a soul stone in this shield tortoise's body. Yunsheng took out her oddly shaped scalpel. Seeing that she was going to use such a nondescript scalpel to dissect a 100-kilogram magical beast turtle, this person really thought that she was playing house. With the scalpel in hand, Yunsheng did not immediately start cutting the stone. She touched the shell of the shield tortoise. It was indeed incomparably hard. No wonder that female summoner just now had to use the lightning pearl to blast open the shell. The scalpel in Yunsheng's hand turned red, infusing fire elemental magic into the blade. Longhua's eyes narrowed slightly. As the saying goes, when an expert makes a move, one will know whether or not he is an expert. The scalpel, which looked as thin as a willow leaf, did not directly pierce into the tortoise's shell. Instead, it drew a circle around the tortoise's shell. Yunsheng's movements were very light, as if she was tearing a piece of paper. The fire element softened the surface of the shell, and after a circle, the shell was completely separated from the tortoise's body. Then came a series of actions, starting from dissecting the shell, peeling the skin and pulling out the tendons, and finally cutting and harvesting the whole thing. Throughout the entire process, there was no blood or sweat. It didn't even cause anyone to feel displeased. The shield tortoise, which had been so troublesome to deal with, was dissected. In the end, Yunsheng's knife landed on Tortoise's stomach. The scalpel cut across the tortoise's stomach, and a milky, white stone fell out. What's that? Everyone was shocked. The color of the stone, as well as the magic elements surrounding it. It was really a soul stone. A soul stone from a rank 5 lightning eel, light element. Longhua hurriedly found someone to confirm the soul stone, and the result was out of everyone's expectations. What is going on? How could a rank 5 magical beast's soul stone appear in a rank 4 magical beast's body? And it was in its stomach. They had never heard of magical beast's soul stone growing in its stomach. Longhua muttered to himself for a long time before he came up with a possible answer. It is very likely that when this shield tortoise was looking for food, it accidentally swallowed a lightning eel that had just died not long ago. The eel's body was digested, but the soul stone remained in the shield tortoise's body. Because of the light element soul stone, the twin soul stones were born in the tortoise's body. But how could you tell? The tortoise's shell was extremely hard, and it even blocked out a part of the magic element. Even the most experienced hunter could not tell that this magical beast had 3 types of magic elements. Yunsheng laughed mischievously. It's a secret. I've already kept my promise. Manager Longhua, this shield tortoise and the soul stone belong to us. She could not say that she saw it with her Shenong eyes. The shield tortoise was useless in the eyes of others, but in Yunsheng's eyes, it was a treasure. Its meat could be used to refine high-grade medicinal oil, and its shell could be used to make armor with excellent magic defense. Of course, the most precious thing was the lightning eel's soul stone. As long as he had the lightning eel's soul stone, Gufen would be able to use light element elementary magic more easily. Lightning eels were a type of magical beast that was especially fast, especially when they used magic. Their speed was especially shocking. Please wait. Longhua saw that Yunsheng was being taken away, and hurriedly stepped forward to block her way. What? There will be a day when Wanlong Gambling House goes back on its word. Yunsheng's voice suddenly became cold. She had a good impression of Wanlong Gambling House, and did not want to have a conflict with Longhua. A rank 5 light element soul stone is very precious, but it is still not in my eyes. I only admire this mage's first-rate stone dissecting technique, and I admire it very much. I want to hire you as the chief stone dissecting master of Wanlong Gambling House. Longhua's eyes flashed with admiration. Yunsheng's stone dissecting technique was bold and novel. Longhua had never seen anyone combine magic and stone dissecting together. Yunsheng used the fire element to combine with a sharp knife and easily cut open the hard tortoise shell. Compared to other stone dissecting masters, it took a long time and the results were poor, but it was much better. Longhua was naturally very happy to invite Yunsheng to join Wanlong Gambling House. Chief Stone Dissecting Master? Yunsheng did not know Longhua's specific intentions. In fact, she did not feel that she was stone dissecting at all. In her eyes, stone dissecting was no different from an ordinary operation. Compared to a complicated operation, this stone dissecting against magical beasts was very easy for her. Yunsheng thought about it. Behind Wanlong Gambling House, it would not be as simple as an ordinary local force. A rank 5 soul stone could be sold for at least tens of thousands of gold coins in the market, but Longhua did not have the slightest intention to take it back. She had no one to rely on in Shengjing. If she had a force to rely on, it would be very beneficial for her in the future. Moreover, there were a variety of magical beasts auctioned in Wanlong Gambling House, which would be very beneficial for her to understand magical beasts. Moreover, she could also buy some cheap alchemy raw materials through the gambling house. Thinking of this, Yunsheng agreed to Long Hua's conditions. But taking into account her studies in the Magic Academy, Yunsheng and Long Hua agreed that only when the other stone-dissecting masters of Wanlong Gambling House were unable to open the stone, she would do it. During her tenure as the chief stone-dissecting master of Wanlong Gambling House, Yunsheng could get a basic salary of 100 gold coins a month, and the cost of stone dissecting was calculated separately. Generally speaking, the stone dissecting master could get 30% of the stone dissecting fees of the gambling house. After negotiating with Long Hua, Yunsheng and the other two immediately left Wanlong Gambling House. They had to return to the Magic Academy and let Gufeng fuse with the Lightning Eel Soul Stone. Chapter 119. Ever since Gufeng was born, he felt that he was an unlucky person. His family was poor, and he was born in a remote mountain village. His parents were illiterate farmers, and he had 5 siblings. When he was 4 years old, he was unexpectedly discovered to be able to sense the light element when he attended the initiation ceremony at the temple. At that moment, the entire village was in an uproar. To understand it from a modern person's perspective, it was like a university student coming out of a mountain cave. Gufeng relied on the money his parents collected from the villagers to attend the mage training at the town's temple. However, Gufeng was born with a slight stutter, and this stutter became more and more serious when he was chanting, until it became difficult for him to chant. This greatly reduced the effectiveness of his magic nurturing chant, and the Dharma Suppression Temple also gave up on nurturing him. It was a great mage at the temple who saw his talent in potions and recommended him to the Royal Magic Academy. In this academy, where there were many children of officials, his existence was treated as a joke. He was ridiculed every 2 to 3 days and beaten up every 5 days. If not for teacher Mary and Abandon, Gufeng might not have been able to persevere. But just as Gufeng was about to give up mentally, Yunsheng appeared. In just a few short days, Gufeng felt that his life had undergone an earth-shaking change. A few days ago, he was still a little magician who didn't even have a magic scepter. But in just 2 days, he not only had a magic scepter of the light attribute, but also a rank 5 soul stone of the light attribute. According to the principles of magic, Gufeng would definitely not be able to fuse with a rank 5 soul stone. But this lightning eel's soul stone did not have this problem. Because it had been stored in the shield tortoise's stomach for many years, the violent magical elements on this soul stone had basically been fused with the shield tortoise, and its repulsion had weakened. Because of this, Gufeng's chances of fusing with this light soul stone had greatly increased. In order to allow Gufeng to fuse with the soul stone in peace, Yunsheng also gave him a magic power card so that he could stay in a magic tower to fuse with the soul stone. Gufeng was much more straightforward. He was no longer as courteous as before. He already regarded Yunsheng as his family. He immediately entered the magic tower and began to fuse with the soul stone. This was because Gufeng knew that he, Yunsheng, and Abandon were now a single entity. They were all members of Potion Group 13. There was no need to thank his companions so easily. As for Teacher Mary, all he needed to do was to inform Abandon. After Abandon returned to the Academy of Magic, he became as cold as an iceberg again, unwilling to say a single word. But it could be seen that his attitude towards Yunsheng and Gufeng was much better. At least when Yunsheng asked him to help inform Teacher Mary, he would respond like a mosquito bite. This could be considered an improvement. The midterm examination was approaching. Yunsheng wanted to enter the magic tower and comprehend the second magic scroll that Teacher Mary gave her. But she was busy revising her magic lessons on one hand and taking care of the public herb field on the other. She really couldn't do 2 things at once. She planned to complete the first batch of herbs in the public herb field before entering the magic tower to comprehend the second mid-level spell. The second mid-level spell was called Earth Meld. This was a spell similar to teleportation, but due to Yunsheng's magic power, she could only teleport 5 or 6 meters away at a time. These 5 or 6 meters were still very effective in avoiding some single-target magic attacks. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Sheng had just used a rain spell to water the herb field when she suddenly discovered that some of the herbs in the public herb field showed signs of withering. Ever since Yin Sheng started taking care of the herb field, such a thing had never happened before. After careful observation, Yin Sheng didn't find any problems with pests. There were also no problems with weeding and watering. Yin Sheng couldn't help but frown. Shinnong's eyes flickered slightly as she stared intently at a stalk of herb. The emerald green exterior of the herb gradually turned into a piece of tendon. Yin Sheng noticed that the herb that looked undamaged on the outside was wriggling with tiny ant-like black magic elements. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that it wasn't a simple black magic element, but a type of magic bug. Shinnong's eyes returned to their black color. Yin Sheng sank into deep thought. Someone was up to no good. Almost immediately, Yin Sheng thought of it. Someone had tampered with her herb field, and the person who tampered with it probably didn't have a simple background. They actually knew how to use magic bugs of the dark attribute to frame her. On the boundless continent, there weren't many magic beasts of the dark attribute. Therefore, they were also very precious and wouldn't appear in the herb field of the Royal Magic Academy on a large scale. This type of magic bug, if it was an ordinary magic academy, would definitely not be able to detect it with just a pair of eyes. Even some experienced magicians, if they didn't study dark magic, would not be able to detect that the herbs had been tampered with. But Yin Sheng was different. She had 5 magic spirits, and one of them was the dark magic spirit. Her perception towards the dark energy was much stronger than the average person. Adding on to Shinnong's eyes, she naturally discovered this type of dark magic bug. It was a type of dark magic bug that was good at concealing its body and magic aura. They only gathered at the vital parts of the herb, from the bud to the root, and the speed of reproduction was very shocking. Currently, Yin Sheng had only discovered 1 or 2 acres of the herb field, but if she had discovered it a little later, the entire herb field would have been destroyed. In a few months' time, before the final examination, Yin Sheng would have to hand over the first batch of public herbs to the academy. The person who did this definitely didn't want Yin Sheng to hand over the herbs successfully, so they tampered with it in the dark. What Yin Sheng wanted to do was to catch the culprit. But before that, there was a more thorny problem for her to solve, which was how to get rid of the bugs. Like in the past, Yin Sheng only needed to use the trillium hand to catch the pests. But this time, the pests were inside the herbs. If she uprooted the pests, it would definitely affect the growth of the herbs and the harvest in the future. But if she didn't remove them, the pests would spread like a plague. The person who did this was very vicious. This type of bug wouldn't kill the herbs directly. It would only eat away at the nutritional value of the herbs. It would cause the original first-grade herbs to become second-grade or even third-grade useless herbs. Who exactly did she offend? Yin Sheng quickly recalled that day in the herb field. The vice president of the Magic Combat Association, Chen Lianer, and Song Xiangru. Previously, when she rejected their invitation to join the Magic Combat Association, the two of them actually didn't take revenge. Yin Sheng thought about it now. Only those 2 domineering young ladies from rich families would be willing to use the precious dark magic bug to frame her. Yin Sheng pondered for a moment and decided to go to the Academy's library to look for relevant information. She wanted to see if she could find a way to get rid of the dark magic bug without damaging the herbs. Chapter 120. The Royal Magic Academy's Hidden Book Pavilion was known as the Great Zhou country's most abundant magic book treasury. Of course, this was only a title. Who told the Great Zhou country's magic to be lacking? It couldn't be that complete. Yin Sheng had already noticed this when she entered the library. The library was divided into 2 floors. The first floor was the library that was open to the public. The environment here was quiet and elegant. The illumination formations that were lit up day and night, and the meditation formations that flowed out like small bridges and flowing water from time to time, made the entire library look very elegant. Yin Sheng walked around the first floor and was disappointed to find that the magic information recorded here was completely useless for her to get rid of the dark magic bugs. The dark magic bugs were too small. Using ordinary magic, not only was there no way to get rid of them, it could even harm the medicinal herbs. Just as she was about to walk to the second floor, she was stopped by a teacher in the library. The second floor is not open to ordinary students unless you can obtain the teacher's permission. That teacher looked at Yun Sheng and found that she was from the magic potion department. His eyes were filled with disdain. Teacher's permission? Yun Sheng was in a difficult position. She didn't want to tell Teacher Mary about the dark magic bugs in the medicinal herb field. After all, she didn't tell anyone other than her father that she had a dark magic soul. Yun Sheng, why are you here? Yun Sheng was thinking when a heroic voice came from behind her. She turned around and saw Feng Kuo standing not far away with a smile on his face. Feng Kuo's image in the elegant library really didn't match well. Yun Sheng thought to herself. Her brows suddenly relaxed. That's right. She could ask Feng Kuo to help her. Yun Sheng gave Feng Kuo a look and walked to the side with him. After Yun Sheng told Feng Kuo about her intention to enter the second floor of the library, Feng Kuo didn't say anything. He looked at Yun Sheng with some confusion. Why are you going up to the second floor? There is some mid-level magic and some forbidden magic recorded there. It's for the teachers to use as reference in their teaching. On the Boundless Continent, there were many ways to record magic. The most common ones were magic books and magic light scrolls. Compared to the two, the magic light scroll was more practical. Not only did it record the key points of magic, but it also often had illusions of magic practice, allowing the learner to clearly understand the essence of the whole magic, including the incantations and the drawing of magic circles. Magic books, on the other hand, were much more rigid. They only recorded obscure incantations and vague methods of drawing magic arrays. Only magicians with sufficient strength and outstanding comprehension ability could directly comprehend magic through magic books. Yun Sheng was only a magician who had just joined the Magic Academy. It was already good enough that she could learn elementary magic. The magic books on the second floor were too difficult for her to read. In addition, the books on the second floor only recorded intermediate fighting magic. If Yun Sheng, a student of the potions department, went to read the books, it would inevitably arouse Feng Kuo's suspicion. The final examination will be in a few months. Teacher Mary asked us to prepare carefully. In addition, I offended a few students of the fighting department a while ago. Yun Sheng stammered, pretending to be in a difficult position. That's right. Your summoned beast with the crying technique can't be easily revealed in front of others. It's a pity that I have a lot of things on hand, so I can't teach you anything. I'll go talk to that teacher and allow you to go up for an hour or two. Feng Kuo was a straightforward person. Although he was also a teacher of the fighting department, he had long heard about the bullying in the Royal Magic Academy. He was outspoken by nature and couldn't bear to see this kind of thing. However, as a teacher, it wasn't good for him to teach a bad student a lesson. With Feng Kuo's appearance, Yun Sheng's problem was immediately solved. Before Yun Sheng went upstairs, the teacher in charge of the library reminded her, "You can read most of the books, but there are some books that are forbidden by the academy. If you don't have special needs, don't casually flip through them." Yun Sheng's heart skipped a beat. She thought that those so-called forbidden books were most likely the books on dark magic that she was looking for. She vaguely nodded her head and walked up to the second floor. The layout of the second floor of the library was similar to that of the first floor. However, the area was only a third of the first floor, and the number of bookshelves were much fewer. What was drawn on the walls wasn't an illuminating magic array, but a more advanced magic array that focused one's attention. It was convenient for those reading the books to concentrate their mental strength. Yun Sheng first looked through a portion of the books. There were all kinds of magic recorded in them, but Yun Sheng secretly compared them. They were not as powerful as the magic recorded in the magic scroll that Teacher Mary had given her. Moreover, most of the intermediate magic was difficult to understand and wasn't easy to comprehend in a short period of time. Yun Sheng knew that she shouldn't bite off more than she could chew. She put down these books and looked for the so-called forbidden books. Her gaze fell on the last row of the bookshelf. There was a conspicuous notice on it: Forbidden Magic Books for Research Only. It was a row of books that recorded information on dark magic. However, most of the contents were like biographies. They didn't specifically mention dark magic, but recorded the history of dark magic's development. The books on dark magic in the Royal Magic Academy had been donated to the Academy by a local bookseller in the Jade Capital in the early years. After the Academy checked and confirmed that there were no records of dark magic, they were casually placed aside for the use of teachers in their classes. However, in order to prevent young students from being misled by the history of dark magic, these books were still labeled as forbidden books. They were strictly prohibited from being privately borrowed. Yin Sheng was bored to death as she read a few pages of the history of dark magic. Just as she was about to put the book back, a small piece of paper that looked like a notebook fell out of the book. The small piece of paper was only the size of a leaf. The paper had already turned yellow, but the messy runes written on it were still bright. The red runes seemed to have a fishy smell. Just looking at them made one's hair stand on end. Looking at the handwriting, this piece of paper seemed to have been casually copied down by someone. The magical runes on it seemed to have been randomly written. They were messy and didn't seem to have any pattern to them. At first glance, one would feel a wave of dizziness and even be unable to concentrate on meditation. This piece of paper had probably been flipped through before, but most people couldn't understand the magical runes on it. However, when Yun Sheng saw the magical runes on it, a strange scene appeared in her eyes. Her dark magic soul, that hadn't shown any signs of activity for a long time, suddenly became abnormally active. The dark magic soul flickered, reminding her that this piece of paper in front of her was unusual. Yun Sheng suppressed the excitement in her heart. She understood that this small piece of paper might very well contain what she wanted. Yun Sheng's pupils contracted. She calmly closed the book and put it back in its original position. However, the small piece of paper inside the book had already been silently placed into the beast's speech ring. Asterisk, sorry about yesterday. I sent the wrong chapter. Thank you, Luo Yin. Thanks to Genius Luan's reminder, the wrong chapter has already been replaced last night. Asterisk, sorry. I've been a little dizzy recently. To express my apologies, I'll try my best to write more today. Asterisk. Chapter 121. Yin Sheng left the library with a calm expression. Only the heavens knew that her heart was beating like a drum at this moment, and the reason was the small piece of paper lying in the beast language ring. After some consideration, she decided to go to the public medicine field since there were too many people in the public student dormitory. In order to make it convenient to take care of the public medicine field, the academy had built a small storeroom there. After arriving at the storeroom, Yun Sheng took out the small piece of paper that she had just received. Once the small piece of paper was in her hand, the dark magic soul in Yun Sheng's body started to boil like water with firewood added to it. Her mental strength was like a tentacle, probing into the small piece of paper in her hand. At this moment, if someone were to see Yun Sheng's appearance, they would definitely be shocked. Her originally jet-black pupils became even darker, and her eyes appeared extraordinarily large. Her pupils were like two black holes. Under her half-length bangs, her small face was sparkling and translucent, like a top-grade jade artifact. Her pair of eyes had a bewitching beauty that would make people gasp in amazement. The magic runes on the piece of paper changed from a mess to an orderly one. Very quickly, a brand new magic appeared in her mind. Magic thorns, elementary dark magic. Soft and formless, coming and going without a trace. It can silently kill enemies and magical beasts. Her palms couldn't help but sweat. This was the first time Yin Sheng came into contact with dark magic. Even though she possessed a 5-elemental magic soul, Yin Sheng had never practiced any dark magic under the warning of her father, Yin Songhai. In her mind, dark magic was more or less an unknown magic. Just as Yin Sheng was hesitating, she discovered a brand new magic concept on the piece of paper. It was the principle of the mutual suppression of magic attributes. Among the four elemental magic beasts, water and fire restrained each other, while earth and wind went against each other. More importantly, light and dark magic beasts were mostly immune to the four elemental magic, but the damage they dealt to the four elemental magic was doubled. After reading this sentence, Yunsheng thought that she had no choice but to learn dark magic. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get rid of the magic insects in the medicine field. Yunsheng's comprehension ability was very high. Coupled with the fact that she had learned several kinds of elementary magic earlier, she quickly learned this kind of dark magic. They came to an open space outside the public medicine field. Yunsheng wanted to test the difference between the mysterious dark magic and ordinary earth magic. From the magic records, this beginner-level magic called dark magic thorns didn't seem to be much different from the earth thorns that Yunsheng had already mastered. Yunsheng found two rocks that were about the same size. She planned to use the earth spike and the dark devil thorn to test them out and see if there were any differences between the two. Yunsheng had used the earth spike countless times and was very proficient in chanting. Yunsheng had been cultivating in the magic tower for a while, and her magic power had increased. She could instantly release two earth spikes at once. With a burst of earthquake, the brownish-yellow earth spikes pierced through the rocks one after another. A rock weighing tens of kilograms was instantly pierced into 4 pieces. Now, she wanted to test out the power of the dark devil thorn that she had just learned. Yunsheng chanted. After a quiet sound, she felt a slight fluctuation. The rock in front of her didn't have any movement. Could it be that the dark magic's effect was worse than the earth spike? Yunsheng was depressed. She walked forward to take a look. As soon as he touched the rock, it shattered into pieces and turned into a pile of ashes. Yunsheng was shocked. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she definitely wouldn't believe that a rock could be shattered into pieces in an instant. What a tyrannical dark devil thorn. This was her first time using it. If she was proficient in it in the future, not to mention a rock, she was afraid that even a magic beast would be stabbed into internal injuries in an instant. Yunsheng's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly thought that the principle of the dark devil thorn seemed to be similar to her soul-healing divine needle. If she were to merge the two together, she wondered what the effect would be. If she could merge the two together, it would be able to conceal the traces of the dark magic. However, Yunsheng wasn't in a hurry to merge the two together. She was more anxious to know if the dark magic that she had just learned would have any effect on eliminating the dark devil insects in the medicinal field. Yunsheng had tried to use the earth spike and other magic to kill the dark devil insects earlier. However, it only destroyed the medicinal plants while the dark devil insects inside were unharmed. Right now, she could only try using the dark devil thorn. Walking to the front of the public medicinal field, Yunsheng chanted the dark devil thorn. A hidden force that couldn't be seen by the naked eye entered the medicinal plants. The dark devil thorn that was as fine as a hair instantly pierced through the medicinal plants like a flash of lightning. The stubborn dark devil insects in the roots and stems of the medicinal plants were pierced through by the dark devil thorn. It was like a thick fog that was exposed to sunlight. The moment the dark devil thorn pierced through the dark devil insects, Yunsheng felt a surge of dark magic element entering her body. This feeling was similar to the dark devil magic element that Yunsheng had obtained after meditation. The dark devil magic element in the bodies of the dark devil insects that had been eliminated actually flowed into Yunsheng's body along with the use of the dark devil thorn. Yunsheng was overjoyed. She didn't expect the dark devil thorn to have such a miraculous effect. Not only could it kill dark devil insects, it could also absorb the dark devil magic element in the bodies of the dark devil insects. Although the dark devil insects didn't have a lot of dark devil insects, there were many of them in the medicinal field. After repeated experiments, not only did the dark devil magic element in Yunsheng's body not decrease, her dark magic soul even grew a little. In order to test if the dark devil thorn could work on any type of magical creature, Yunsheng repeated the experiment a few times. At this moment, An earth lizard jumped out from the soil of the medicinal field. With a thought from Yun Sheng, the dark devil thorn instantly pierced through the earth lizard's abdomen. A weak earth magic element then entered Yun Sheng's body. She continued to experiment with rocks, trees, water, and many other living and inanimate objects. Very quickly, Yun Sheng verified one point. Not only could the dark devil thorn kill enemies invisibly, it could also absorb the dark devil magic element in any magical creature's body. However, it had no effect on inanimate objects and could only shatter them. As for whether this dark devil magic was effective on humans, Yun Sheng didn't know yet. There wasn't much time left until the midterm examination. Yun Sheng decided that she could use the dark devil thorn to test out its effects during the midterm examination. In the evening, Yun Sheng watched as the medicinal plants in the public medicinal field returned to their former flourishing state and the dark magic soul in her body expanded once again. She sneered, "Magic Combat Association, this time I will definitely make you die a horrible death." Chun Lianer and the rest were still in the dark about the dark devil insects in the public medicinal field being quietly exterminated. That night, a sneaky figure came to the side of the public medicinal field. This person was Chu San from the Magic Combat Association, a wind mage. He received orders from Chun Lianer and the rest to monitor every movement in the medicinal field. Under the moonlight, the medicinal field looked lively and didn't look like it was suffering from the dark devil insects. Chapter 122. When Chu San saw that the herbs in the field were all growing well, he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. A few days ago, he had come to take a look, and at that time, many of the herbs in the field had already withered. A faint green wind element surged around his body. As a wind elemental mage, Chu San's most powerful skill was his agility. At night, he looked like a human-shaped bat. Chu San and the others landed on the empty ridge of the public field. He carefully looked around, and after making sure that there was no one around, he walked into the medicinal field with relief. Chu San looked carefully again. Under the moonlight, the herbs were still green and full of vitality. There was no sign that they were infested. Could it be that the magic bugs bought by the vice president did not work? Chu San thought for a moment and carefully took out a small cloth bag from his chest. The cloth bag was bulging, and things were constantly moving around inside. Little darlings, the vice president's orders are all in your hands. Compared to Song Xiangru, Chun Lianer's methods were much more powerful and sinister. Yun Sheng looked down on her orders and refused to join the Combat Magic Association. Chun Lianer secretly hated her. On one hand, she ordered Chu San to monitor Yun Sheng's every move. On the other hand, she asked Chu San to buy a type of dark magic bug, ghost aphids, a high price. Ghost aphids were very rare magic bugs in Zhou State. They could only be caught in the barbarian lands in the far north. The biggest characteristic of this type of magic bug was that once it entered the body of a plant, it would disappear without a trace. Normal mages would not be able to detect it, even if some mages with especially sharp mental strength were to discover it. Without a unique insect extermination spell, the ghost aphids would not be destroyed. This type of magic bug had strong reproductive ability and was not easy to kill. Therefore, in the field of herbs, there was a special name called bug plague. Chu San had secretly placed more than 10 ghost aphids in the field. He thought that it would be enough to destroy the entire field. Who would have thought that tonight the field would not be affected at all? Chu San did not give up. He bent down like a sneaky groundhog and looked at the sign on the ridge of the field. In the public medicinal fields, every plot of land would be marked with the name of the corresponding herb. Song Sin found a few fields where the most valuable herbs were planted. He loosened his grip on the pouch in his hand and quietly cast a wind magic spell. Dozens of flying insects that were only 1 to 2 millimeters in length flew out of the bag, fighting to be the first to fly out. Dozens of ghost aphids were blown far away by the wind and attached themselves to different medicinal herbs. Once the ghost aphid came into contact with the herb, it would drill into the body of the herb and absorb its essence. Within a few days, the herbs in the public medicinal fields would become worthless weeds. Chu San sneered, "You potioneers who don't know what's good for you. Let's see how you'll die this time. Daring to offend our combat association, you're courting death." Suddenly, the smile on Chu San's face froze. Not far from him, the ghost aphid that had just landed on a stalk of herb fell from the stalk and struggled on the ground for a few moments before dying. "What's going on?" Song Sin asked suspiciously as he took a few steps forward. Before he even got close, there was a slight cracking sound under his feet. He looked down vigilantly and discovered that in the middle of the medicinal field, there was actually a shiny hunting device. The sharp barbs on the mousetrap were about to pierce his ankles. Song San was indeed a wind magician. His body swayed, and his feet, which had originally landed on the ground, floated up. Who would have thought that just as his feet were about to leave the ground, a cold and strange feeling, like an electric shock, spread from the ground all the way to his calf. His calf jerked violently, as if it was cramping. He cried out in pain and lost his balance. One of his legs stepped down and precisely stepped on the hunting device. The bone-chilling sound of bones cracking could be heard, and the thin and weak-wind mage let out a miserable shriek. That hunting device was no ordinary hunting device. After Yun Sheng learned her lesson from the golden rhinoceros boar, she asked Uncle Tai to forge an enhanced version of the hunting device. Once it clamped down, not to mention human bones, even the hard golden rhinoceros boar's leg bone would be crushed. While Chu San was screaming, one of his left legs had already been snapped off. Almost at the same time, a fireball fell from the sky. Song San, who was in so much pain that he was hovering between life and death, had no strength to resist. He did not even have time to scream a second time before he fainted. Before he fainted, he only had time to hear a shout, "Catch the thief! There's a thief in the public medicinal field." This shout spread far and wide in the spacious public medicinal field. After a while, a few teachers and students who had heard the news rushed over. "What's going on?" A few teachers and students saw a messy medicinal field that had obviously been trampled over. In the medicinal field, a student from the combat department had already fainted. Below his left thigh, there was a hunting device clamped down. The sharp steel teeth had pierced into the student's leg. His leg bone was already badly mutilated, and the broken bone was exposed. The most tragic thing was that his clothes had been burned by the fire. His head and body were also pitch black. It was obvious that he had been burned by the fire. Someone recognized that person as the combat department's wind magician, Chu San. On the ridge of the field, there was also a magic potion department student whose face was pale with fright. "Aren't you the new magic potion department's public student? What's going on?" Within the campus, private fights were strictly prohibited. The teachers had stern faces. The pitiful magic potion department's public student, Yin Xing, shuddered. There seemed to be a glimmer of light flickering under her eyes. I don't know either. A few days ago, there were traces of wild beasts trampling on the public medicinal field. I thought that a wild beast had broken in, so I set up a few hunting devices in the medicinal field. Tonight, just as I finished applying the fertilizer and was about to leave, I heard some movement in the medicinal field. I saw a shadow in the medicinal field and thought that it was a wild beast, so I released a fireball spell. Who knew? When the teachers heard this, they also felt that something was wrong. The sky was already so dark. What was Chu San, a student from the combat department, doing in the public medicinal field? The few of them entered the medicinal field and carried Chu San out. When they carried Chu San out, they discovered that there was a burnt black cloth bag beside Chu San. Next to the cloth bag, there were a few dead ghost aphids. After examining the ghost aphids, the teachers' faces changed. The teacher's knowledge was naturally not comparable to the average magic student. They looked at each other and first ordered people to send Chu San to the infirmary. At the same time, they comforted the frightened public student Yun Sheng, repeatedly telling her that tonight's events must not be spread out. They hurried to the academic affairs office to report what had happened tonight. Chapter 123. After the mentors left, Yunsheng walked to the herb field unhurriedly. She looked at the blood-stained soil and the trampled herbs with a mocking expression. The horror on her face faded away like the tide. Magic Combat Association, I hope tonight's incident can be a reminder to you. If you are stubborn, I will make you regret being born into this world. After cleaning up the herb field, Yunsheng returned to the public student dormitory. The news of what happened in the public herb field had not spread yet. As soon as Yunsheng returned, she saw Goofing standing outside the dormitory. Beside him was Abandon, whom Goofing refused to let go. Yunsheng, you are back. Abandon and I have been waiting anxiously. Goofing's face was full of joy. Needless to say, his fusion with the Soul Stone must have been successful. Your stuttering is cured? Yunsheng was surprised. Goofing had a slight stutter when he spoke, and when he recited magic, he stuttered greatly. Now, he could not tell at all. Goofing laughed foolishly. Thanks to your lightning eel soul stone, the soul stone's fusion rate is 60%. It also has an additional effect of haste, which can cure my stuttering. I will not stutter in the future. Goofing's face was full of joy. Yunsheng was also very gratified. She did not expect the fusion with the Demon Beast Soul Stone to have such an effect. That's not all. I've also learned a new spell, Goofeng said as he raised his magic scepter. A sparkling soul stone appeared on the magic scepter made of unicorn bones. Goofeng began to chant. Unexpectedly, his chanting was no longer stuttering. It became very smooth. Almighty God of Light, please grant your people the protection of light. A ray of light shot out from Goofing's magic scepter. The light enveloped Abandon and Yunsheng, who were standing beside Goofing. The light formed a spherical barrier around the three of them, isolating them from the outside world. Yunsheng's heart stirred, and she waved the magic scepter in her hand. A fireball shot out and collided with the ball of light. The fireball was extinguished as if it had sunk into water. The most amazing thing was that this 360-degree ball of light, which had no blind spots, would move as the three of them moved. Hee, Yunsheng, this is my heavenly sphere of light. It's really powerful. No beginner magic can break it. Goofing was extremely excited. His chubby face flashed with pride. Yunsheng couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. As expected of a light magician, he really had his own uniqueness. Even Abandon, who had always been cold, couldn't help but extend his magic scepter. A snake-like attack shot out from his magic scepter. As expected, it couldn't penetrate the defensive ball of light. Wow, this thing is really powerful. Yunsheng thought to herself. This was much more powerful than the usual earth magic defense. Not long after she praised it, the protective wall of the heavenly sphere of light became fainter and fainter. In less than 10 seconds, the spherical heavenly sphere of light collapsed. Although the heavenly sphere of light is powerful, it can only last for a short time. With my current magic power, it can only last for 3 minutes at most. Goofing touched his head embarrassedly. Yunsheng and Abandon looked at each other. Yunsheng burst out laughing, and Abandon also coughed a few times. All right, a mobile group defense spell is already very impressive. I believe that with the appearance of this new spell, the path of magic will be much smoother in the future. Yunsheng comforted Goofing. I hope it won't be a burden to everyone when the time comes. Goofing said embarrassedly. Yunsheng, why are you back so late? Yunsheng didn't hide much from Goofing and Abandon. She told them about what happened in the public herb field. Too despicable. It must be the people from the Combat Association. Let's go find Min or Mary. When the little fatty Goofing heard that the Combat Association had used such a despicable method, he was so angry that he waved his magic scepter and wanted to tell Min or Mary about it. If it wasn't for Yunsheng's cleverness, she would definitely have been kicked out of the academy. It's too late. You've underestimated the people from the Combat Association. After listening, Abandon interrupted coldly. Go to the treatment room immediately. Yunsheng's heart skipped a beat. She understood what Abandon meant. The three of them immediately rushed to the treatment room. Half an hour ago, in the Combat Association, Chun Liener, who had just received the news sat in the meeting room of the Magic Combat Association with a gloomy face. Chu San failed. Where is he now? Song Xiangru rushed into the meeting room after hearing the news. The Magic Combat Association had spies all over the academy. The incident that happened in the public herb field 15 minutes ago had already reached Song Xiangru's ears. Song Xiangru had already heard about Chun Lianer sending Chu San to put ghost aphids in the public herb field. In her opinion, it wasn't a big deal. The Magic Academy was already used to the Combat Association bullying the potioneering department. She didn't expect Chu San to be exposed in the public herb field. What was worse was that not only did he fail, but he also exposed the ghost aphids. At this moment, the Academy already knew that Chu San had released dark magic bugs in the public herb field. He's in the treatment room. Our people were among the students who were sent there. They said that he's still unconscious. After treatment, there's nothing wrong with his body. However, his leg bones are already broken and there are many burn wounds all over his body. Chun Lianer relaxed her brows and poured a cup of tea. Song Xiangru still didn't understand. That Chu San was a distant relative of the Song family. Although Chu San wasn't an intermediate student and was only a normal mage, his wind magic was very powerful among the beginner students. Because of this, he was chosen by Song Xiangru and recommended to Chun Lianer to be their pawn to suppress the potioneering department. Now isn't the time to investigate this. Using dark magic bugs privately is a big mistake. The Academy has already started investigating the origin of the ghost aphids. If Chu San wakes up and is questioned by the Academy, they will definitely expose us. At that time, we'll also be in trouble. Song Xiangru's face was anxious. Chun Lianer snorted. They won't be able to find out. Hearing Chun Lianer's words, Song Xiangru was suspicious. Lianer, what do you mean? A dead person won't confess anything. Go to the treatment room and find a few people to clean up the traces of the public herb field. Chun Lianer yawned, her beautiful face not showing the slightest trace of anxiety. Song Xiangru was slightly stunned, but quickly understood Chun Lianer's meaning. But he's still my distant relative. Song Xiangru couldn't bear it. Either you die, or he dies. Ruru, he's just a distant relative. Don't tell me you want to die with him. Chun Lianer's gaze was like a knife, scraping across Song Xiangru's face. Song Xiangru gritted her teeth and walked out of the meeting room without a word. Yin Sheng, this time our grudge is really big. Chun Lianer said, word by word. Asterisk, some girls asked if there was a chapter missing. Sorry, I forgot to remind everyone. There were 2 overlapping chapters of 50, and the night before yesterday, there were already chapters 51 to 52. Girls who feel that the plot can't connect can go back and take a look. Asterisk. Chapter 124. A bandit's intuition was very accurate. When Yun Sheng and the other 2 rushed to the treatment room, the room was already engulfed in flames. When the fire was extinguished, Chu San, who had just been sent to the treatment room, was already burned to death. A corpse that had been burned beyond recognition was carried out. The cause of the fire was said to be a magic potion array in the treatment room that exploded for no reason. A few teachers from the academy rushed over and, after examining Chu San's body, they confirmed that he died of suffocation in the fire. In Chu San's dormitory, they also found a book that recorded dark magic. It proved that Chu San, a wind mage, secretly hated the academy because he failed the intermediate student examination twice. He secretly bought ghost aphids, prepared to take revenge on the academy, and put them in the academy's public medicine field. The whole incident was quickly defined as Chu San's moral corruption, destroying the atmosphere of the academy, and had nothing to do with the Magic Combat Association. Chun Lianer even brought people to the Academic Affairs office and apologized to the academy in the name of the Magic Combat Association. On the surface, it was a dignified and impeccable act. The whole incident was completely pushed to Chu San. He was first killed and then set on fire. After Yun Sheng saw Chu San's body, she came to this conclusion when she was alone with Gufeng and the others. Although his body was covered in burns, Chusan's mouth and nose were very clean. If he really died of suffocation, there would be a large amount of soot around his mouth and nose. That's the Magic Combat Association's usual trick. You can't fight back against the Magic Combat Association alone. Compared to Gufeng's uneasiness, Abandon was much calmer. He had been in the Magic Academy longer than Gufeng and Yunsheng. To Abandon, the Royal Magic Academy was not much cleaner than the Wandong Casino, a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. After the incident, Teacher Mary even specifically asked Yunsheng about it. Yunsheng brushed off the matter cleanly, but in her heart, she was even more wary of Chun Lianer and the others. She had originally thought that the Magic Combat Association was just an ordinary school bully. She didn't expect that they would be so merciless when it came to committing murder and arson. After Minter Mary heard this, she did not say whether she believed it or not. She only earnestly warned Yunsheng, do not have a direct conflict with the Magic Combat Association. Behind them is not as simple as just the Chun and Song families. Behind them is the royal family. That Chun Lianer is also a two-faced character. She has already been internally selected as the crown princess of Zhou State. You can't beat her. Royal family? Yunsheng didn't expect that a small combat association would have such a complicated relationship. Minter Mei said earnestly, Yunsheng, you've only been in the Jade Capital for a short period of time. There are some things that you don't need to know, but you must know that there are a few places in the Jade Capital that you shouldn't offend. Because of Yin Songhai, Minter Mei treated Yunsheng. Other than the feelings of a mentor toward the student, there was also a special kind of care and concern. There were some things that she had originally planned to tell Yunsheng only after she became an intermediate student. However, after the incident with Chu San, Minter Mei had also discovered that Yunsheng was a vigilant and intelligent child. However, due to her age, she was still not thorough enough in dealing with people. In the Jade Capital, there are a few great powers that you cannot provoke. One is the royal family, one is the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, and the other is the Wushuan Limitless School. Minter Mei said slowly. The dignity of the royal family could not be offended. This was something that any commoner knew. As for the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, it was the famous core of medicine in the entire continent. The reason why it could not be provoked was also very clear. But what was the reason for the Wushuan Limitless School? Speaking of the Wushuan Limitless School, we have to talk about your grandfather, the Martial Saint Old General Yinba. The Wushuan Limitless School had nurtured many generals of the Zhou State, and it could be said that half of the generals of the Zhou State came from the Wushuan Limitless School. In the early years, there were rumors that the reason why the royal family supported the Magic Academy was to suppress the Wushuan Limitless School. Yunsheng, promise your teacher that you will never clash with Chun Lianer and the others again. That way, you and your father's identities might be exposed. As a mage and a teacher of the Magic Academy, Minter Mei had long been filled with righteous indignation towards the bureaucratic style of the Magic Imperial Academy. If not for the fact that, as a potioneer, she needed a large amount of potion resources and could only rely on the Royal Magic Academy, she would have left the Magic Imperial Academy long ago. Yin Songhai and his daughter had no one to rely on and were not tolerated by the general's mansion. Minter Mei was afraid that Yunsheng's talent would become a weakness for others because her father was once a dark mage. When Yunsheng heard this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. She was afraid that Minter Mei would be disappointed. If she knew that in the past few months, she had already offended the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the royal family behind the Magic Combat Association. Minter Mei, I can only promise you that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If one day the Magic Combat Association hurts the interests of the people around me, I don't care if it's the royal family behind it or the entire Zhou State. I, Yunsheng, will never be the slightest bit merciful. Yunsheng's little face, at that moment, burst forth with a kind of cold expression. Minter Mei couldn't help but hold her breath. After the incident with Chu San, the Magic Combat Association seemed to be well-behaved for a while. Whether it was Song Xiangru or Chen Lianer, they didn't send anyone to harass Yunsheng. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Yunsheng successfully completed the first harvest of medicinal herbs in the public herb field. Because she was proficient in the rain-spreading spell, Earth Thorn and Magic Thorn, the herb field that Yunsheng was in charge of had the best harvest since the establishment of the Magic Academy. More than 60% of the herbs in the herb field had reached 2nd grade, and 30% of the herbs had reached 1st grade. When the Magic Academy received this news, they gave Yunsheng a generous reward of a 2-year scholarship. In addition, they also gave the 13 sets of magic potions an additional 20 magic points. This made Mentor Meili very happy. After the harvest of the public herb field, there would be a 2-month break in cultivation to restore the fertility of the soil. This also meant that Yunsheng could obtain a period of rest. During this time, apart from Yunsheng, even Abandoned often went in and out of the Magic Academy's library to review the final examination. Who asked Yunsheng to have a good foundation in her previous life. She could read 10 lines at a glance for the names and effects of various potions in the Magic Potion department and had an incomparably firm memory. This made the blockhead Goofing envious and jealous to death. Without having to memorize all kinds of information, Yunsheng spent most of her time in the Magic Tower. Not long after the incident of the puffed egg stealing card, the Magic Academy seemed to have no effect on the investigation and treated that incident as a normal case of loss of the card. Yunsheng entered the Magic Tower again. This time, she didn't dare to let the puffed egg jump around. With the help of the Magic Tower, Yunsheng finally merged the Magic Thorn and her Dark Needle of Medicine. On the original basis, the Dark Needle's effect was greatly enhanced, and it also had a paralyzing effect. Her intermediate Earth Magic Earth Meld also improved a lot. Now, her Earth Meld could move her about 10 meters in an instant. Half a year had passed. In another half a month, Yunsheng and the 13 sets of magic potions would face the final examination of the Royal Magic Academy. However, before the final examination, Yunsheng encountered a small interlude. Chapter 125. Half a month before the midterm examination, Goofing brought an intermediate student from the Magic Potions department to find Yunsheng. Invite me to join the Magic Potions Association? Goofeng, I've said it before. I'm not a sociable person. I'm not interested in any of the various organizations in the academy. Yunsheng's true mental age was already that of an adult. She really wasn't interested in participating in some association activity with a bunch of children and youths who were at most in their teens. Her impression of the Magic Combat Association had been terrible. When she heard that Goofing wanted to recommend her to join some Magic Potions interest group, Yunsheng rejected him immediately. Yunsheng, you're a student of the Magic Potions department. We share honor and disgrace. You must think of a way to help the Magic Potions Association in this midterm examination. Beside Goofeng, the Magic Potions department student with an anxious expression said righteously. He looked to be 13 or 14 years old. He had a messy hairstyle, and his body emitted a smell similar to that of chemicals. He looked like a typical chemical freak. It was obvious that he was a potions nerd who spent all his time in the Magic Potions laboratory. Goofing didn't know many people in the Magic Potions department, but he was very interested in magic potions. Therefore, not long after joining the Royal Magic Academy, Goofing joined a small association in the academy, the Magic Potions Association. The Magic Potions Association was really small compared to the 100 or so members of the Magic Combat Association, including Goofing and this Magic Potions freak in front of him, who was said to be the association's chairman. Andrew, there were only 5 people. This was already the basic number of members that the Royal Magic Academy required to form an association. Yunsheng, I really had no choice this time. I only brought Chairman Andrew to invite you to join the Magic Potions Association. As long as you're willing to join the association, Chairman Andrew will agree to let you become its chairman. If you don't join the association, the Magic Potions Association may very well be disbanded. You must help. Teacher Mary is also an honorary consultant of the Magic Potions Association. Goofing's face was bitter as he begged. Goofing had wanted to invite Yun Sheng to join the association after witnessing the results of Yun Sheng's previous attempt. Unfortunately, Yun Sheng had always rejected him outright. According to the usual practice of the Royal Magic Academy, every association had to present the results of the past year during the final examination. This way, the association would be able to receive financial aid from the Academy based on their performance in the past year. To the Combat Association, the result would be to display a new combat magic in front of all the teachers and students. To the Magic Potion Association, it would mean to concoct a new magic potion on the spot. In the past few years, the Magic Potion Association had not performed well in the development of new potions, so the funds of the Magic Potion Association had always been tight. As for the Combat Department, they had always claimed that the Magic Potion Association did not make any significant contributions. They had taken up the Academy's limited activity rooms and funds, and had repeatedly applied to have the Magic Potion Association shut down. The school also said that if the Magic Medicine Association did not perform well this time, they would ban it. After the Magic Potion Association received this news, through Anjia, Gufeng, and the rest repeated research, as well as Teacher Mary's secret guidance, they had finally developed a new magic potion. They were prepared to amaze the Academy during the midterm examination. Since there's a new magic potion, what difference does it make if there's one more or one less? Yun Sheng was not willing to show off her talent in magic potions, so as to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. One of our potioneers accidentally injured his hand during a combat magic class yesterday. He won't be able to use magic for the next few days. This magic potion needs 5 people to concoct, and now we're short one person. Anjia was filled with righteous indignation. Needless to say, this was also the work of the Combat Department. Gufeng followed Yun Sheng's instructions and did not tell Anjia that Yun Sheng could concoct a high-grade potion of agility. However, he vaguely told Anjia that Yun Sheng was especially outstanding in the field of stabilizing magic potions. As everyone knew, stabilizing magic potions was the last step in the concoction of magic potions, and also the most difficult. There were many similarities between magical medicines and ancient medicines in terms of their medicinal effects, but there was a huge difference in terms of refinement. Ancient medicine was like modern Chinese medicine, which emphasized the balance of yin and yang. Magic potions, on the other hand, emphasized the fusion of various magic potion ingredients and magical elements. The final step for stabilizing magic potions was to fuse the various magical elements to form a finished magic potion. That was also the most crucial step. It required the potioneer to have a good grasp of the magical elements and the ingredients of the potion. Only then could they perfectly control each magical element at the last moment to prevent the magical elements from becoming chaotic and causing the potion to explode. The injured potioneer from the Magic Medicine Association was originally in charge of the last step of stabilizing magic potions. Now that he was injured, and Anjia heard that Yun Sheng was outstanding in this area, he came knocking on her door uneasily. Our opponent is the Magic Combat Association. If I remember correctly, the Magic Combat Association's advisor is Song Song. Yun Sheng and the Magic Combat Association had a grudge against each other for a long time. The so-called friend of the enemy was the enemy. This time, even if she didn't give face to Gufeng, she still had to give face to Mary. All right, I'll agree to participate in this concoction. However, President, you don't have to give up your position as president. I'm used to being lazy, so I'm not suitable to be a president. First, tell me, what magic potion are you going to concoct? Yun Sheng agreed to their request. We haven't decided what kind of potion we're going to concoct yet. The two looked bitter. There was only half a month left until the final assessment, and these two medicine fools still didn't know what kind of potion they were going to concoct. Yun Sheng resisted the urge to ridicule them. How about this? I have a potion that I accidentally came across. It's a magic potion that can repair one's magical soul. It's called the Moon Goddess's Praise. The Moon Goddess's spiritual water was a high-grade magic potion. Its effects were about the same as the marrow cleansing pill used by warriors. The difference between the two was that the Moon Goddess's spiritual water was for mages, while the marrow cleansing pill was for warriors. Since the establishment of the Magic Medicine Association, they had never challenged the concoction of a high-grade magic potion. This time, the entire association was full of fighting spirit, ready to show their faces at the final assessment. Yun Sheng finished speaking and handed a magic potion formula to Anjia. She even reminded him, "You must remember, this magic potion formula must not be leaked." A magic potion formula was the core of a magic potion. If it was leaked, the value of the magic potion would be greatly reduced. Anjia glanced at the ingredients on the formula. Seeing that there were no major problems, he casually kept it. 10 days later, the most important final assessment of the year in the Imperial Magic Academy began. Yun Sheng, Gufeng, and Abandon all took part in the basic magic medicine, beginner magic, and magic combat. In the combat assessment, after fusing with the lightning eel soul stone, Gufeng passed the magic combat course, which was his biggest headache without any mishaps. After 2 days of the final assessment, it was time for the Magic Medicine Association and the Magic Combat Association to duel. Chapter 126. The Royal Magic Academy's Faculty Assembly was one of the highlights of the year. On the day of the assembly, not only were all the students of the Royal Magic Academy required to return to school, the Combat Department and Potion Department would also present the results of the past year's Magic Combat and Potion Department. The Magic Potion Association and the Combat Association had made ample preparations for this demonstration day. The students used simple magic to tidy up their uniforms. Even Abandon was reprimanded by Professor Mary to change into a new green magic cloak. After the 3 members of Group 13 had their breakfast, they gathered at the square. The results of the theory and combat assessment from 2 days ago had already been announced. Gufeng squeezed into the crowd, sweating profusely. After he saw the results, he shouted happily, "Yun Sheng, you're first in the potion department for basic potion. You're also in the top 10 for basic magic and top 20 for combat practical. Overall, you're third in both departments." Although Song Song was the examiner for the combat practical, the other examiner for the combat practical was Feng Qua. Therefore, even though Song Song had desperately given Yun Sheng the lowest score, Feng Qua had waved his pen and the results had gone up. When Song Song expressed his dissatisfaction, Feng Qua glared at him and roared, "I'm just being protective. What's wrong? Or do you want to have a match with me?" Song Song could only stare at Feng Qua. He did not dare to have a direct confrontation with Feng Qua. The students of the combat department were also having a toothache. On the other hand, the students of the potion department were gloating. The results of the 3 members of Group 13 were pretty good this time. Abandon's results in the basics of potions class were average, but his results in the practical combat class were something that even Song Song couldn't find fault with. His overall results were ranked 13th, and even Gu Feng, who was at the bottom of the pack, was ranked 51st in both classes. Group 13 had finally washed away the name of being at the bottom of the pack for 10,000 years. Professor Mary's face was smiling like a blooming flower. At about 9 in the morning, the Imperial Magic Academy's final examination was about to begin in the plaza of the Imperial Magic Academy, which was the faculty assembly. Since there were 2 major departments in the Magic Academy, the respective mentors came forward and presented the results of each department in the past year. The format was similar to a work summary and a study report. When Yun Sheng was studying in a medical university in her previous life, she was most tired of these kinds of gatherings. In addition, she had been busy thinking about the refinement of the Moon Goddess's praise and had not slept a wink. Therefore, she could not help but enter a state of meditation after listening for a while. Unexpectedly, this meditation caused a big trouble for Yun Sheng. She couldn't hear clearly what the 2 mentors were talking about. It wasn't until Goofing pushed her that Yinsheng woke up. She heard everyone around her kneeling on the ground, but she was the only one standing upright. In the square, hundreds of pairs of eyes were staring at him. On the high platform in front of him, the mentors of the Magic Academy, including Mentor Mary and Mentor Fonqua, were all looking at him worriedly. Numerous pairs of mocking eyes looked over. On the high platform, a young man stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. At first glance, that young man gave Yun Sheng a sense of familiarity. He was about 10 years old and wore an apricot yellow robe. The robe was gilded with a four-clawed dragon pattern. His face was handsome, but there was a sinister look in his eyes, which made Yun Sheng feel uncomfortable. Beside the young man stood Chen Lianer, who looked like a peacock. Yun Sheng was thinking in her heart, why did this person look so familiar? Where had she seen him before? How dare you not kneel when you see the Crown Prince? Chen Lianer and the others took the opportunity to scold him. It turned out that after the two mentors finished their report, the Crown Prince of Zhou State, Yi Beiyan, who had just returned half a month ago, rushed over. Yi Beiyan had just returned to the academy when he heard Chen Lianer and the others adding fuel to the fire and stirring up trouble. As the president of the Magic Combat Association, Yi Beiyan had always looked down on the Magic Potion Department. He had long wanted to ban the Magic Potion Department. Today, when he saw a mere Magic Potion Department beginner student who dared to doze off when he was on stage to give a speech, he could not help but be furious. Seeing a group of people from the Magic Combat Department eyeing her covetously, Yun Sheng then remembered that she was an ancient person. It was just that she had never truly bowed and kowtowed after coming to the Boundless Land. As a modern person, she could kneel to the heavens and kneel to her parents and elders. However, she was extremely unwilling to kneel to a crown prince who was obviously not a good person. Just as Yun Sheng was pondering whether she should take the risk of being disrespectful by standing there, she heard a school guard running over. That school guard hurriedly said, "Reporting to your highness, reporting to the dean, Wuxuan Infinity Hall's deputy director, Lord Qitian, has brought more than 10 warriors to seek an audience outside the academy. He said that he is here to observe the final examination of the Magic Academy." When this was said, Crown Prince Yi Beiyan and the Magic Academy's dean both had grave expressions. As everyone knew, although magic and martial arts were like well water that did not interfere with river water, ever since the Royal Magic Academy was established, especially after Zhou State's Crown Prince Yi Beiyan entered the Magic Academy, they used all sorts of names to obtain all sorts of resources for the Royal Magic Academy. Wuxuan Infinity Hall, which had always been a prominent existence in Zhou State, had some objections to this. They had always been at odds with the Royal Magic Academy and competed with each other in all sorts of situations. This time, the Royal Magic Academy's final examination did not invite anyone from Wuxuan Infinity Hall. Their rash arrival clearly showed that they did not come with good intentions. Seeing this scene, Zhou State's Crown Prince Yi Beiyan, who was about to explode in anger, put away his angry expression and put on a noble face. "You may dispense with the formalities. The Royal Magic Academy is this Crown Prince's alma mater. There is no need to care about these complicated formalities. Since the Academy has honored guests, as a member of the Academy, this Crown Prince will naturally receive them as a host." Yi Beiyan waved his hand. Chen Lian, and the others at the side glared fiercely at Yun Sheng. Hearing Yi Beiyan's hypocritical tone, Yun Sheng sneered in her heart. However, this also happened to save her the strength to kneel. Yun Sheng suddenly remembered why she felt that Yi Beiyan was somewhat familiar. Zhou State's Crown Prince's name was Yi Beiyan. His facial features were somewhat similar to Night Fox's. However, it was only similar. When the two were compared, Night Fox's temperament and appearance were much higher. This Zhou State's Crown Prince looked like an inferior product that was crudely processed. Although Night Fox had never mentioned his identity, it was not difficult to guess that his background was not ordinary from his words and actions. However, Yun Sheng did not expect that he was actually a member of Zhou State's royal family. Thinking of Night Fox, Yun Sheng could not help but think in her heart, That twisted fellow should have already recovered by now. Yin Sheng's mind was filled with wild thoughts. On the other side, the principal of the Royal Magic Academy had already gone to welcome the people from Wushuan Infinity Hall. Chapter 127. In the blink of an eye, he heard a group of martial artists dressed in martial attire rushing over. The leader was a middle-aged martial artist with tiger eyes and leopard forehead. The newcomers were all dressed in light golden martial artist robes, with a pure gold qilin belt around their waists. Although they were only in their teens, their gazes were restrained and their auras were vigorous. All of them had already reached the great martial master realm. When a dozen or so people walked, their footsteps were orderly. When they landed, their footsteps were even more uniform. It was obvious that they were well trained. As expected of the #1 martial arts school in Zhou State, the people of Wushuan Limitless School. I heard that the Imperial Magic Academy is holding the final examination banquet today. Wushuan Limitless School's battle strength has led 12 disciples to observe. Zhou State's martial ancestor battle strength was originally a famous tiger general in Zhou State. He was the #1 general under the martial saint old general. The so-called martial ancestor, as the name implied, was a person with outstanding strength who was able to create a martial arts school. However, for some reason, when battle strength was in his prime, he suddenly resigned from his military duties and joined Wushuan Limitless School, becoming the deputy director of Wushuan Limitless School. Under his leadership, coupled with the many years of foundation of the Limitless School, he had nurtured many famous martial artists in Zhou State. Seeing that battle strength had personally brought his elites over, the principal of the Imperial Magic Academy, a skinny old magician, came forward to welcome them politely. Looking at the dozen or so martial artists of Wushuan Limitless School, they had a look of disdain as they casually sized up the students of the Imperial Magic Academy. It was no wonder that Zhou State's Wushuan Limitless School was a famous martial arts school in the continent, while the Imperial Magic Academy was a bottom-tier character in the continent's magic academies. Among the magic students present, the highest cultivation was only a great magician. Compared to Wushuan Limitless School, who were all great martial masters, there were even a few people whose cultivation was above martial saint. The deputy director and the principal of the two sides exchanged greetings, exchanging meaningless pleasantries. Yin Sheng mixed in with the beginner magic students, secretly sizing up the guests of Wushuan Limitless School. This was already the third time that Yin Sheng had come into contact with people from Wushuan Limitless School. The last 2 times, Tang Yu, and the other time, the group of guards she had met at Wanlong's of the Eye. Every time, it would overturn Yin Sheng's understanding of Wu profound Limitless School. Originally, Yin Sheng thought that the martial profound Limitless School was just like the Imperial Magic Academy, recruiting some hedonistic disciples. After all, Tang Yu was a member of the martial profound Limitless School, who knew that after meeting a few times, Yin Sheng would discover that the strength of the Wu profound Limitless School was shockingly strong. Out of the 12 martial warriors, 4 or 5 of them were actually stronger than the martial saint, and were even stronger than the guards of the Wanlong gambling house. Warriors were naturally stronger than magicians in terms of physique. It was just that warriors were better at close combat, while magicians were better at long-range combat. It was hard to tell who was stronger between a warrior and a mage in a short period of time. On the Boundless Continent, there was a general comparison of strength. Martial artists were divided into martial students, martial soldiers, martial grandmasters, martial saints, martial saints, martial saints, and martial gods, which corresponded to the 9 levels of magicians. Warriors were equivalent to great magicians, while martial saints were equivalent to great magicians. Martial saints were equivalent to great magicians, which was equivalent to the strength of an ordinary teacher in the Royal Magic Academy. With such a lineup, coming to observe the final examination of the Royal Magic Academy was simply like watching a monkey show. Just by standing there, the people of Wu profound Limitless School gave the students of the Magic Academy a lot of psychological pressure. Among them, there were two youths who were tall and straight, like two javelins, who were the most eye-catching. Both of them were 12 or 13 years old, but they were already as tall as adult men. One of them had a fair complexion, a face like cream, and a pair of eyes that always had a smile on them. The other person had a dark complexion, eyes like torches, and a murderous aura. These two people happened to be the ones that Yun Sheng had noticed earlier, the martial saints above martial saints. When the people from the Magic Combat Association saw these warriors, their faces became even more gloomy. A rare blush appeared on Song Xiangru's face. She stole a glance at the handsome youth with dark complexion, then said to Cheng Lian in a low voice, "It's Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai." Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai, the two of them, one black and one white, were both outstanding young talents in the Jade Capital. Among them, Bu Jiuxiao was good at martial arts, while Cheng Bai was good at strategy. Both of them were good-looking people, so they were the hot topics of discussion among the young ladies of the imperial capital. Song Xiangru had always had a good impression of the cool and handsome Bu Jiuxiao. Chun Lian, on the other hand, smiled awkwardly. She couldn't be more familiar with these two people. Because she was the granddaughter of Elder Chun, Chun Lian had studied in the imperial study for a while before she was 6 years old. At that time, the current Crown Prince Yi Baiming and the former Crown Prince Yi Baiming were playmates at the same time. However, after Yi Baiming was deposed, Yi Baiming was detained in the palace. Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai, however, broke off their relationship with Chun Lian because of Yi Baiming. Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai were both descendants of generals. After leaving the imperial study, they joined the Wushuan Limitless School, while Chun Lian and the current crown prince entered the Imperial Magic Academy together. Yun Sheng, a commoner, naturally did not know about the relationship between these people. However, she was good at observing people's expressions, so she could see the enmity between the crown prince of Zhou State, Chun Lian and the guests from the Wushuan Limitless School. "Principal, please forgive me. The reason why I came uninvited this time is to facilitate the interaction between the martial arts dojo and the Magic Academy and to promote our relationship." At this moment, the martial sect had already finished exchanging greetings with the principal of the Magic Academy. He seemed to have unintentionally glanced at the magic students, and when he realized that other than the Crown Prince, all of them were only intermediate students, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of disappointment. However, that was only a flash of light as he cupped his fists and bowed. Since the Wushuan Limitless School was only here to observe, the principal naturally couldn't refuse. He ordered people to prepare more than 10 chairs, and even invited the Crown Prince of Zhou State, Yi Baiming, to the VIP seats to sit together with the teachers. The students of the Magic Academy were all discussing amongst themselves. Yun Sheng's position was not far from the VIP seats, especially from the students of the Wushuan Limitless School, who were only a few dozen meters away. Seeing that the people standing in front of him were only beginner mages with low cultivations, Cheng Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes and unscrupulously whispered in Bu Jiuxiao's ear, "Tisk, it's such a hot day. Why did the deputy director drag us here? To watch a bunch of rookies use magic?" Cheng Bai was lively and active and had a straightforward temper. He hated going out on a hot day, and usually in a martial arts dojo, he loved to slack off the most. Bu Jiuxiao, on the other hand, was the opposite. He was young and mature, so even if he sat under the sun, he was still as steady as a rock. It should be to prepare for that matter. I heard that the martial arts dojos of the other countries are planning to bring mages and even summoners with them. The words of the two floated into Yun Sheng's ears. Yun Sheng was just about to listen carefully when the principal of the Magic Academy announced that the Magic Fighting Association's demonstration was about to begin. Chapter 128. Wushuan Wuji School had also come prepared. They had already heard that there were two factions in the Royal Magic Academy, the Magic Combat Department and the Magic Potion Department. The two factions had their own associations. Under the leadership of Zhou State's Crown Prince Yi Bilian and Vice President Chun Lian, the Magic Combat Association was a flower vase supported by silver and pills. However, the Magic Potion Department couldn't even compare to a broken jar, let alone a flower vase. The arrival of Wuxuan Wuji School caught the Royal Magic Academy a little off guard. In order to not be disrespectful in front of the distinguished guests, Crown Prince Yi Bilian suggested that the Magic Potion Association, which was originally scheduled to appear first, be adjusted to appear later. The Magic Combat Association sent out Song Xiangru and a male student. Both of them were intermediate students. Song Xiangru was beautiful. She had changed into a brand new magic robe for today's magic demonstration, making her look even more dainty. The male student didn't look amazing, but as soon as he went on stage, he flashed a magic scepter with a two-colored soul stone inlaid in his hand. This showed that he was a dual-elemental great magician. It could be seen that these two people were second only to Crown Prince Yi Bilian and Chun Lian in the Magic Combat Association. Song Xiangru brushed her hair, her bright eyes moving, and her delicate voice was as pleasant as an oriole's. Distinguished guests and students, the Magic Combat Association has been following the Academy's style of study in the past year, dedicated to researching new magic. Today, the two of us represent the Magic Combat Association to demonstrate a new type of combined magic. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene was in an uproar, especially on the Magic Combat Department side. On the other hand, the students of the Magic Potion Department were dejected. Only a few members of the Magic Potion Association, including Gufeng and Anjia, still maintained some confidence. The Dean of the Magic Academy also had a look of appreciation and kept nodding. This was the first time in the Academy that an intermediate student could use combined magic. Combined attack magic was a very special kind of magic. It referred to the tacit cooperation between two mages of similar strength, and the combination of complementary attributes or magic of the same attributes, thus creating a brand new or even more advanced magic. The combined magic of two great magicians, if coordinated well, could produce an effect not inferior to that of a high-level magic. Song Xiangru was a fire magician, while the male student was a rare fire and wood magician. The wood element was one of the secondary magic elements. Wood could aid fire, which was why the two of them were able to successfully form a joint attack. After Song Xiangru's announcement, the two of them did not make a move for a long time. At this moment, Chun Lian, who was sitting beside the Crown Prince, suddenly said, "Your Highness, although the combination magic is powerful, it is only a demonstration. It is hard to see its power." Lian boldly said, "I heard that a few months ago, when the Crown Prince was on a diplomatic mission to another country, he captured a rank 5 Dark Wind Leopard. Why don't we ask the Crown Prince to lend the Dark Wind Leopard to test the power of our combined magic? This is the only way to show the true abilities of the Magic Combat Department." What Chen Lian meant was that the magic used by the Potioneering Department couldn't even be considered magic. Zhou State's Crown Prince, Yi Bilian, was someone who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. Naturally, he agreed without hesitation. He gave an order and ordered the guards to carry out a beast cage made of well-tempered steel. The onlookers were envious of Chun Lian and Yi Bilian's flirtatious glances. However, in the eyes of Bu and Chung, it was very glaring. A pair of adulterous men and women. However, these adulterous men and women had extraordinary statuses. Chung and Bu could only suppress their anger. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a voice as soft as a mosquito quietly floated over. "Sluts are so pretentious." The two of them were curious and looked over. Good scolding. That person who didn't want his life dared to be so righteous and bold to vent his anger. However, they saw that the voice came from the Potioneering Department's camp. Someone was scolding disdainfully. The one who spoke was a pretty little girl with a petite and dainty figure. As she spoke, she was discussing with a short and fat male student beside her. Her expression was very lively, and it seemed that she didn't put the crown prince and Chun Lianer in her eyes at all. Zhou Xiao, look at that person. Chun Bai glanced over. His attention was originally attracted by Yun Sheng. However, when he looked over, he saw that Abandon was standing not far away from Yun Sheng. Under the bright sun, Abandon's tight green magic cloak was indeed a little eye-catching. Bu Jiuxiao looked over as well. He saw that there was a strange magic wave around Abandon. At this moment, the Magic Combat Department's demonstration had already begun. Buzz! The beast cage landed on the ground and made a dull sound like an ancient bell. For the safety of the other students, Song Song went forward and set up a magic boundary. The boundary was transparent and looked like a huge fish tank. While protecting the safety of the surrounding students, it didn't affect the viewing of the magic combat. Song Xiangru and that male student with 2 departments, as well as the beast cage, formed an independent fighting arena. The leopard race was born to be agile among the magical beasts. This dark-wind leopard had moss-green fur and didn't appear dispirited after being locked up for a long time. Song Xiangru appeared to be very confident. She yelled and spun the magic scepter in her hand. The first magic soul stone on the scepter lit up and shot out a powerful flame. Like a bonfire that had been poured with oil, the bright flame shot out like a rocket and rushed towards the beast cage that was as thick as an arm. In the beast cage, the provoked dark-wind leopard's fur stood on end. Its throat moved and it roared angrily, revealing its ferocious beast aura. Boom! The fiery flame hit the beast cage like a rocket. Under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, the sturdy beast cage was quickly engulfed by the flames like a piece of paper. The tempered steel melted in a molten iron and burned a huge hole in the side of the beast cage. After being imprisoned for a long time, the abyss wind leopard, who had been crawling on the ground, took the opportunity and let out a deafening roar. It bent its knees and leaped out of the cage, like a taut bowstring that was suddenly straightened and rushed out. The beast cage cracked, and the flying steel bars hit the magic boundary, causing it to deform. The dark wind leopard's eyes were bloodshot, and its 4 limbs slowly stretched out. Magic patterns that looked like cloud patterns appeared on its body. Battle mode. This dark wind leopard is enraged. At this time, the students of Wushuan Everlasting School became interested. A 5th-ranked dark wind leopard was comparable to a master magician. They wanted to see how the 2 great magicians would defeat the dark wind leopard. Bastard, see how this lady will deal with you. Song Xiangru gave the male student a look. The 2 of them waved their magic scepters at the same time and chanted. A magic array appeared under each of their feet. The 2 magic arrays rotated and intertwined. Lava python come out. The magic elements in their magic scepters fused together, and a giant python with a bloody mouth appeared. Chapter 129. The appearance of the lava python created by the combination magic stunned everyone present. When the students of the Royal Magic Academy's combat department saw it, they all cheered excitedly. However, the students of the potion department were the complete opposite. All of them had their heads drooped and were very dispirited. The more outstanding the combat department was, the greater the pressure on the potion department's demonstration would be. Song Xiangru and the male student had a proud look on their faces. The lava python was about 2 meters long, and its body was as thick as a basin mouth. The colorful snake patterns on its body could be seen clearly. It was like a small mountain rising from the ground as it coiled in the magic space. Its body emitted a scorching aura, causing sparks to appear in the space. Magical imitation was an intermediate advanced magic. Song Xiangru and the male student were both great magicians who had just advanced this year. If it was just one person's strength, it would not be enough to reach the level of magical imitation. It could only be formed by combining the strength of 2 people. An offensive phantom beast created by magic was no less powerful than a real giant python magical beast. However, in Yunsheng's opinion, this was not the case. Although Yi Huli's fire wolf, which Yun Sheng had seen before, was not as big as this lava python. In terms of control, whether it was magic incantation or agility, the fire wolf was more agile than this lava python. This could be seen from the way Song Xiangru and the male student supported it. The tall lava python raised its head and looked down at the abyss wind leopard arrogantly. In its eyes, the abyss wind leopard could not withstand a single blow. The abyss wind leopard's eyes were filled with anger. Suddenly, the magical beast and the phantom beast moved at the same time. In the magical barrier, red flames and green wind shadows were as fast as shuttles, shuttling back and forth in the magical barrier. Following the movements of the abyss wind leopard and the lava python, Song Xiangru and the male student also jumped around in the magical barrier. The students of the Royal Magic Academy could only barely see the situation in the barrier. The abyss wind leopard jumped up high and a magical array formed in midair. Countless wind blades filled the sky. Wind intermediate magic. Wind blades filled the sky. Countless side-shaped wind blades slashed towards the lava python, successfully blocking its attack. The giant python was enraged. It angrily swung its tail like a long whip, tearing apart the wind blades and lashing towards the abyss wind leopard. After a while, both the dark wind leopard and the lava python still had some strength left. However, Song Xiangru and the male student, who were controlling the lava pythons with their combined spells, showed signs of fatigue. Not only did they have to control the lava python, but they also had to constantly dodge the wind blades of the dark wind leopard. As a result, their stamina was greatly depleted. Magicians were inferior to warriors in terms of physical strength. The abyss wind leopard didn't show any signs of weakness. It launched a second spell. When it launched the spell, the cunning abyss wind leopard leaped behind Song Xiangru and clawed at her back. Song Xiangru screamed in agony. Her back was immediately covered in blood, and the combination spell was immediately ineffective. The lava python turned into a ball of flame. Seeing this, the male student turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to cast another spell, a sky full of wind blades swept towards him. "Teacher, save me!" The male student cried out in alarm. His body had already been hit by a wind blade, forming a strong magical wave that smashed into the magic barrier. The entire barrier made a sound like glass shattering. Oh no! Song didn't expect today's battle to be so intense. The magic barrier he had just set up was directly broken. Inside the barrier, Song Xiangru and the male student were already pale with fright. Inside the barrier, Song Xiangru was already pale with fright. As soon as the magic barrier shattered, the magical elements that had gone out of control were like arrows, crazily flying towards the surrounding students. The intermediate students were still fine. They were still able to stabilize themselves and avoid being injured by the fragments of the barrier. However, the beginner students weren't so lucky. Many of them were directly hit by the magical elements like arrows and fell to the ground. To make matters worse, the abyss wind leopard jumped out of the barrier and pounced toward a small group of people. Teacher Mary focused her gaze and saw that the abyss wind leopard was pouncing towards 3 of her students. They were Yun Sheng, Gufeng, and Abandon from Group 13. The entire barrier made a sound like glass shattering. The students from Wushuan Wuji who were not far away from the 3 of them didn't change their expressions in the midst of the chaos. However, they didn't have any intention of helping either. Seeing such a scene, Teacher Mary couldn't help but gnash her teeth. Just when everyone thought that the members of Group 13 were going to be killed on the spot. Among the 3 of them, Abandon, who was wearing a dark green magic cloak, stood in front of them. With a flash of light, the abyss wind leopard that was pouncing towards them suddenly changed direction. It was as if it had hit a wall. It flew out diagonally and flew towards the people from the dojo, not far away. Combat Strength's eyebrows didn't even twitch. He shouted in a deep voice, "Jiu Xiao." Boot, Jiu Xiao's body flashed, and in a flash, he had already stood out with a short knife in his hand. The short knife was also strangely long. It was only as thick as 2 fingers. It was hard to tell what material the blade was made of. One only felt that it was as clear as ice and crystal. Looking at it in the daytime, it emitted a threatening, sharp light. Bu Jiuxiao flew up with the short knife in his hand. With a wave, a snow sickle appeared in the air. One could faintly hear the sound of wind and thunder. The fragments of the barrier were swept up by the wind of the knife and instantly turned into dust. The abyss wind leopard's body and head were immediately split into 2 halves. The round head rolled on the ground. Bu Jiuxiao nimbly put away his knife. His brows slightly furrowed. He didn't look at the abyss wind leopard, but looked at the few beginner students who had made the abyss wind leopard change direction for no reason. He saw that the magic cloak warrior in front had already moved aside. A short and chubby magic warrior was holding a magic scepter in his hand. His hand was still slightly trembling. Just now, in the instant when he killed the abyss wind leopard, Bu Jiuxiao had also seen the situation in front of him clearly. When the abyss wind leopard pounced towards the 3 of them, a strange spherical ball of light appeared. The ball of light looked very fragile, but it also seemed to have an inconceivable power that instantly bounced off the abyss wind leopard. Gufeng, Yin Sheng, Qi, are the 3 of you all right? Mentor Mei Li hurriedly stepped forward and checked on his 3 students. At the same time, he looked at the people from Wushuan Limitless School warily. Light attribute defensive magic? The vice head of Wushuan Limitless School had a face full of surprise, as if he had discovered a new continent. He stared at Gufeng without letting go. Mentor Mei Li had also noticed the light sphere. Gufeng had originally planned to tell Mentor Mei Li about his new magic after the final assessment. Who would have thought that it would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? After a while, the ball of light slowly disappeared. Song Xiangru and the male student were supported by the people from the fighting department. Their faces were as pale as paper, and they no longer looked as arrogant as before. Chapter 130. The appearance of the light elemental magic and the defensive sphere allowed the Royal Magic Academy, who had lost a lot of face, to regain some of it. Although the combined magic attack had failed, they had discovered a new magic. This was really a good thing of losing a sesame seed and picking up a watermelon. The light sphere was only a beginner defensive magic, but the defensive sphere was a new magic. Furthermore, it was comprehended by a mage. The dean of the Royal Magic Academy was beaming, and the students of the Magic Potion Department were also astonished. They didn't expect that the usually inconspicuous Gufeng would actually discover a new magic. Gufeng couldn't react to the sudden turn of events. He didn't want to be in the limelight in front of everyone. Just now, when the abyss wind leopard pounced over, Abandon's reaction was the fastest. While Gufeng was still in a daze, he heard Yun Sheng's reminder. Gufeng, the sphere. Gufeng had always listened to Yun Sheng's words. At that time, he didn't think much of it and raised the magic scepter in his hand. Now that everyone was staring at him, he felt a little embarrassed. Chun Lianer forced a smile and accompanied the injured Song Xiangru to the treatment room to check on her injuries. Crown Prince Yi Balian's expression wasn't very good. As the president of the Magic Combat Association, the failure of the Combat Association was like a slap to his face. However, he didn't understand why the Abyss Wind Leopard, which had been tamed by the Royal Beast Tamer, would suddenly become wild. Chun Lianer had already talked to him about today's combined magic attack with the Combat Association, and had specially chosen this Abyss Wind Leopard. Fortunately, Yi Balian was also concerned about the overall situation. He stood up and comforted the frightened students, not forgetting to say, Wushuan Everlasting School is really something. Jiu Zhao's 9 Heaven Slash already has the demeanor of a grandmaster. What he meant was that he didn't think much of the Magic Potion Department, as if he didn't see Gufeng's new magic at all. Bu Jiu Zhao's sword technique, just now, was called Battle of the 9 Heavens. Martial artists were different from magicians. Every time a magician advanced to a higher realm, he would comprehend a different type of magic. However, after a martial artist broke through to martial master, most of them would specialize in developing a personal battle technique. A person's battle skill differed from person to person. Bu Jiuxiao's Sky Breaker was the battle skill that made him famous. Legend had it that it was divided into 9 blades. He had only comprehended the second blade, but he was able to kill a rank 5 dark-wined leopard with a single blade. Its power was astonishing. Combat strength inevitably had to be courteous. Bu Jiuxiao did not say a word. The Abyss Wind Leopard had already been carried away by the Crown Prince's attendants, so he didn't have the chance to investigate the doubts in his heart. He was very clear about the power of his saber technique. He originally only wanted to repel the Dark Wind Leopard, but he didn't expect that the Dark Wind Leopard's reaction speed was much slower than usual, and it couldn't dodge his saber. It was as if the Abyss Wind Leopard had been severely injured. With Bu Jiuxiao's eyesight, he could determine that the 2 great magicians from the Royal Magic Academy didn't cause too much damage to the Abyss Wind Leopard. The Abyss Wind Leopard was still normal when the magic barrier shattered. However, when it pounced towards the few students from the Magic Potion Department and was blocked by the Sphere of Light, it became a little strange. It was impossible for a light magic warrior to use 2 types of magic at the same time, one for attack and one for defense. Therefore, it could only be said that one of the 2 magic warriors with goofing had done something. Bu Jiuxiao secretly sized up the other 2 members of Group 13. It seemed that the magic warrior in magic robes was the most likely to have done something. While Bu Jiuxiao was pondering, Yunsheng heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the Abyss Wind Leopard being carried away. It was really dangerous just now. She had a premonition when the magic barrier was on the verge of collapse. In the instant that she reminded Goofing to release the Sphere of Light, she quietly used the dark thorns that she had been practicing over the past few days. The result of the fusion of the soul-healing needles and the dark thorns was that the traces of the dark elements were almost completely concealed. An invisible dark thorn needle pierced the Abyss Wind Leopard's forehead. After the dark thorn needle entered the body, because it was a dark thorn needle, it would slowly melt with the blood. In addition to Bu Jiuxiao's last strike, Yunsheng was certain that even if Crown Prince He Belian found someone to investigate the cause of the Abyss Wind Leopard's death, they would only be able to find the wound caused by piercing 9 heavens. Just now, the Crown Prince and everyone from Wushuan Wuji School were really shocked. The combat department's demonstration will come to an end first. After a short rest, our Magic Potion Association will refine medicine in front of everyone. The Dean of the Royal Magic Academy had already gotten wind of this before today. He had also prepared a double insurance today. The Combat Association had failed miserably, but the Magic Potion Association wouldn't fail again. At this time, Goofing had also recovered from his earlier surprise. He and Yunsheng temporarily separated from Abandon and prepared to refine the Moon Goddess's praise with the Magic Potion Association. In the treatment room, Song Xiangru's face was full of dejection. She had wanted to show her face in front of Bu Jiuxiao today, but who knew that she would end up making a fool of herself and embarrass the Combat Association instead. What she couldn't accept even more was that the Magic Potion Association's brat had actually comprehended a new magic. If the Magic Potion Association successfully refined a new magic potion later, then it was very possible that the Combat Association's dominant position in the Royal Magic Academy would change after today. Lianaire, I'm very sorry. I didn't think that I would fail. After sending Song Xiangru to the treatment room, Chun Lianaire neither condemned nor comforted Song Xiangru. Her expression was uncertain, and no one knew what she was thinking. What's the use of apologies? It has already happened. Right now, we can only pray that the Magic Potion Association will make a similar mistake. Chun Lianaire was modest and polite in front of outsiders, but in reality, she was a narrow-minded person. She wanted to be first in everything. She would never allow the Magic Potion Association to take advantage of this opportunity to counterattack and seize the initiative. But I heard that the Magic Potion Association found 5 people to refine the potion together. They are very confident. They have already successfully refined new potions many times. It's just that the process is very secretive, so no one knows what they are refining. When Song Xiangru heard Chun Lian'er's tone, she knew that Chun Lian'er was already hostile toward her. She felt uneasy. If it was just you useless people, the Combat Association would have collapsed long ago. Fortunately, I have already made preparations. Chun Lian'er finished speaking and clapped her hands. An intermediate student wearing a Magic Potion Association robe walked in. It's her? After seeing the person, Song Xiangru couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't think that Chun Lian'er would have a backup plan. The person who came seemed to be hesitant. Don't worry. If you succeed today, I will definitely ask my grandfather to recommend you to the royal hospital. This way, your family won't have to stay in the mountain village and starve and suffer anymore. Chun Lian'er finished speaking and smiled. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.